the strategy departments or units of all of these operators will be working out things to help customers get more value even at this higher rate.
So one thing Nigerians have complained over time is about poor network quality. And with this new tariff increase, trust me, many Nigerians would hold the operators accountable. Now, how do you think Nigerians can hold operators accountable to ensure that there is improvement in network quality, customer service, as well as coverage?
And this is, I'm speaking generally now, there is a certain quietness that Nigerians have imbibed over time when things go bad. So over time, maybe we would complain for about a week and then it's gone. I was telling some of my colleagues some days ago that I held an operator to refund my 200 naira just because I understood that if I didn't ask, they would keep charging other people in that way. So there is a silence that we have to break. When the service is not good, we have regulators that we can reach out to. The FCCP is there. They can, I'm sorry, I can't recall the full meaning, but it's the FCCPC rather. They are there to take your complaints. There are other channels that you could use, social media, to reach out to those operators. You see that very well on X, on Facebook, on Instagram, and all of that. So I believe that we should not be silent when things don't go the way they ought to go. And after that silence, I believe that the regulators, especially the NCC, also should be holding these people significantly responsible for poor networks, because now you have at least some part of what you require, then you are also supposed to live up to expectations. So I believe that we should break the silence that we usually use to just say, we'll just rationalize poor network delivery. We should do that. We should stop that silence. And also, I encourage the NCC and the FCCPC to also look for ways to ensure that good services are provided by operators.
Okay, so the FCCPC is the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. Now, moving on, the NCC referenced the 2013 cost study and the 2024 tariff simplification guidelines in its decisions. Now, do you think these frameworks are still relevant for the current economic realities, or do you think they need to be updated? Now, let's consider the fact that inflation, which is one of the reasons that they mentioned for the increase, has changed since 2013 to this time. That was, I think in 2013 it was about over 8%. Now it's 34.80%. So inflation has increased from that time, and there are so many other things that has changed over time. Now, do you think these frameworks are still relevant in light of the changes we've experienced over time?
Yeah, so I haven't had the time to look at those frameworks, but what I have understood over time is that many times policy documents are hinged on current realities. It's very difficult for you to see a law that was made maybe 10 years ago to still be significantly and overall significant in this new dispensation. So I think that that's one thing we should consider. So I would say that definitely there will be a need for a review to bring it to terms with current realities that we are facing. And within those current realities, we have to also understand that there are things that government should be imputing in those policies. So there will be nothing bad, for example, if all academic sites are made free. So if I want to access any educational site, I can do that for free. That's what the government can do. So when the rate hike comes in, just like the work that the Committee on Tax Reforms are doing, so that we can create environments that make it very easy for people who would necessarily not have sufficient funds to be on over the internet to have access. If educational sites are made free, so as a Nigerian, and on my cell phone, on any device, I connect to any educational service and I'm getting access free of charge. Those things can be put in place also as part of policy to reduce the cost of data and calls and all of that. So I believe the policy should be revised in line with current realities. And I believe that not just the cost, but also government's contribution in that space. So we should not just be about, oh, we are reviewing it, inflation has increased, and so we want to increase the rates too. But yes, our contribution was limited to this. how do we want to contribute now, and all of the other things that the government can do to make life easy for people and businesses.
Now, with this new tariff increase, Nigerians will now begin to pay about 6 naira for SMS, which used to be 4 naira before, and on the average, calls would now be about 16 naira. Now, do you think this tariff adjustment is a one-time measure, or do you think Nigerians should brace themselves for more increases in the near future?
So, and you know that it's not just about me sending an SMS that is now 6 naira plus. Yes. It means that when you make a bank transaction and you get an alert, you're also going to be paying that high rate, or higher rates rather. And so at this time, I would say that we should put our minds into the inflation and watch how inflation is going. I love what the CBN is doing. They have mentioned that they're using orthodox methods and they're watching inflation figures. We hope that their desire can be established by the policies and plans that they are putting in place. But I fear that Nigerians should expect more increases. But like I said, if the government would be approving more increases, there should be substitution effects, other things that the government can do to make it better and easier for people to have access to. Because we cannot kill access to information. And one of the highways for information in Nigeria is through the internet. And so I believe that if the government wants to go the route of increasing rates, then we should also be considering what are their contributions and how they are increasing those contributions in that space.
Now, before we wrap things up, Mr. Oladele, now with the telecom sector being critical to Nigeria's digital transformations, what strategies do you think operators should adopt to sustain growth while keeping services affordable at the same time? It might be difficult, but then the end goal is for growth to happen in the country.
Thank you. This report requires significant innovation. I believe that technology experts would be already brainstorming and thinking of how to ensure that people have access to services. Okay, so I'll take an example. Some weeks ago, there were calls of some kind of word-of-mouth advert by people saying that a certain filling station was providing fuel that extended the lifespan of their driving. And so I believe that there would also be ways where telecom providers would be looking at how to infuse innovation into their service offerings that allow Nigerians to not feel the significant impact of this hike and make access very, very affordable. Because the truth is that, like I said, many Nigerians will be impacted, especially small businesses that rely heavily on the internet for their services. But since we also want to sustain the telecom providers, then we also have to look for a way. And that way is innovation. I don't know how it's going to be, and so I cannot give a definite suggestion, but I believe that if technology experts put on their thinking caps, there will be services and products that will come out that would encourage people to be in that space and enjoy good services.
Well, let's hope that stakeholders are able to find a balance between the tariff increase and making life comfortable for Nigerians. Financial expert Femi Oladele, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome, sir. Well, that's it on this episode of Money Matters. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpayemi Owosheni. See you next time.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding hands. Then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
the only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, and then, build it up to lintel level, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. You see the restroom, see the classroom, you see the offices, you see the type of furniture there. It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. They were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
Passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can easy the going and coming of the students. So in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what we used to say it in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now I can boast. This is the school I pass out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badmus for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Many thanks for joining us on the news on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Temilore Akinkolie. We begin with security matters, where military authorities in Nigeria have confirmed the death of 22 soldiers during one of the operations in the northeast region of the country. The Defense Headquarters DHQ said the incident came during a clearance operation at an enclave known as Tumbutsu Triangle. Overall, during the course of the operations, troops hardly recorded 22 killed in action casualties, with several others wounded in action. The Director of Defense Media Operations, Edward Buba, said in a statement on Sunday. According to him, the three-pronged operation was aimed at dismantling the terrorist presence within the triangle and began on 16th of January till date. Buba, however, said the troops killed over 70 terrorists, including some of their commanders, during the operation. Still on security, following the introduction of a new joint security operation Udogachi to combat insecurity across Anambra State, the Anambra State government says it is now bringing long-lasting peace to the state, as the initiative is already bearing positive results. Featuring on our news and current affairs program TV360, the State Commissioner for Information, Law, MEFO, disclosed that the initiative involves the collaboration of 7 security agencies, including the Nigerian Police Force. He added that under the directive of Governor Chukwuma Masoludo, the states can now monitor all 21 local government areas from a single command center and enhance the efficiency of security operations. MEFO also reaffirmed the governor's dedication to ensuring peace and safety in Anambra State.
The Bakassi arrangement under Governor Mbadinuju, as he then was a very an ad hoc arrangement involving about 29 men that operated under very unorthodox methods and conditions. This is different. These Agude Chamber, let me just quickly say, Agude Chamber has been there in a sense, right? It's better organized now. In fact, Agude Chamber is the name the law has given the Anambra Vigilante Group. Soludo never dropped the ball where it came to insecurity, even before the launching of Operation Udogachi, because he created Homeland Ministry. He created a 250-man strike force that operated before now. So the new law, Anambra Homeland Security 2025, is what has given the Anambra Vigilante Group the name Agune Chamber. So the way you have a Motekun in southwest Nigeria is the way you have the Agune Chamber now.
The founder of Afe Babalola University, Ado-Ekiti Afe Babalola, in the early hours of Monday has agreed to withdraw the cases instituted against activist and lawyer Dele Farotimi, following Babalola's petition to the police commissioner in Ekiti State that Farotimi defamed him in a book titled Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System. The police arrested the activist lawyer and arraigned him before 2 courts in Ekiti. Consequently, Farotimi stood trial for alleged criminal defamation before an Ekiti State Magistrate Court, Ado-Ekiti District, and as well as alleged cyberbullying before the Ado-Ekiti Division of Federal High Court. The senior advocate said that he felt so bad that Farotimi accused him of winning all his cases through corruption and rejected all earlier appeals to him to take the case out of court. But Babalola, who spoke at Abuad after the intervention of the Oni of Ife, Obadeye Ogunwusi, and other top traditional rulers at the midnight meeting, said he had agreed to withdraw the criminal case. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has arrived in Tanzania, capital of Dar es Salaam, for the Africa Heads of State Energy Summit. The Nigerian leader landed in the East African country on Sunday evening and was welcomed by cultural troop and officials. The president was received by the Foreign Minister of Tanzania, Ambassador Mahmoud Tibat Kombo, and the Chargé d'Affaires of Nigeria High Commission of Tanzania, Ambassador Salisu Sulaiman. President Tinubu is built to deliver a national statement reaffirming Nigeria's commitment to achieving universal access to energy and his leadership role in Africa's energy sector at the summit. President Bola Tinubu has also commended the intervention of Finland's government with the arrest of the detention of Simon Ekpa, saying his administration will not tolerate actions and statements that could lead to divisiveness among citizens. President Tinubu spoke when he received a letter of credence from the Finnish ambassador to Nigeria, Sanes Singh, at the State House. In response, Finland ambassador extolled President Tinubu for his courage in initiating reforms that will benefit the economy and ensure prosperity in the future.
Nigeria has continued to forge very strong ties, not just at the bilateral level, at the multilateral level. We continue to work together to foster an era for Nigeria, certainly, of economic prosperity in a rapidly changing world and with rapidly changing dynamics. Nigeria continues to lead, especially in Africa, in fostering peace and security. And in this guise, we always seek the support and collaboration of the European Union. Of course, with Finland, luckily, the ambassador that presented her letters of credence is very well versed in the area of trade. So we will be seeking also to strengthen our trade relations. We will be looking for new areas of collaboration. Of course, as you know, Nigeria is seeking a diversification of the economy, migrating from the oil sector to areas of agriculture, agro-allied products and agro-processing, the digital economy, renewable energy. And these are areas that we can benefit substantially from the experience of Finland.
To party matters, Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike and Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed clashed over the protracted People's Democratic Party crisis. The PDP chieftains differed on why the leadership conflict of selling the platform has not abated in the last 2 years. Mohammed, who frowned at Wike's appointment as minister by Tinubu's administration, said he should resign from the PDP with immediate effect. The governor accused Wike of betraying the party by aligning with the ruling All Progressives Congress APC government. But Wike berated Mohammed for hypocrisy, calling that he not only served as FCT minister under the PDP government when he was in the All Nigeria People's Party senator, but he also defected to the PDP. The minister and the governor have consistently clashed over the Rivers State crisis, which has defied solutions. And the national chairman of the Labour Party, Julius Abure, has called on the party supporters to shun divisive politics, as doing so would determine the success or failure of the party. Abure spoke in Abuja, says all aggrieved parties should get over the past, as there are consequences in disloyalty and indiscipline. He added that the importance of unity as an indivisive group cannot be overemphasized if the party is to remain relevant in the scheme of things.
All those who may have one grievances or the other against the leadership of the party is an opportunity for all of us to come together, reconcile our differences, and chart a way forward for the party. And so for me, I'm open for reconciliation. I've said so clearly, and then the party is going to take further measures to see that we bring every person within the party for us to discuss and chart a way forward for the party. I believe that the interest of Nigeria, the interest of the party it supersedes every other interest, and that is how I see it. So it's my appeal to all those who may be aggrieved one way or the other to come back to the party, and we can jointly work together in the interest of Nigeria and in the interest of our party. Yes, I'm sure that very soon all our differences will be put aside, and we again speak authoritatively in one voice and come out strong and very effective in the political space. There's no political party without differences. Of course, it's a game of interest, and there are we always have conflicting interests in every political environment. So I believe that we come out better, we come out stronger. Now we have seen our strengths, we have seen our weaknesses, and I'm sure that all of this put together will be shaping the party and make the party to be stronger and will perform better in future elections.
In a bid to enhance water transportation and aid in socio-economic growth of the state, the Lagos State government has announced plans to commission 10 additional ferries to join the 15 that are already in operation, making it a total of 25 ferries. Speaking at the Joint Citizens Media Engagement Forum in Alausa, Ikeja, the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Benga Omotosho, highlighted the significance of the new ferries, which were built locally by young Nigerian engineers. Also, Omotosho revealed that the state government is currently building a 280-bed Ojo General Hospital, which, when completed, will be the first hospital constructed in decades.
In Lagos, we've been able to bring together 3 modes of transportation. If we want to go by rail today, from Agbado all the way to Igboyat of the mainland, the journey that used to cost about 3 hours of bumping, 3 hours of sweating, 3 hours of groaning. Today, it's just about 35 minutes of a smooth ride, air-conditioned ride, and joyous ride. And if you want to go by water, as I have said, from Ikorodu to the island, it can take about 35 minutes. So many routes have been opened on the waterway, and so many jetties have been built. As of the last count, about 16 of them were ready for commissioning in Ibesin, in Ilache, so many places, in Liverpool. So for us, and you have also seen the large ride vehicles all over the place. If you look at Earth, you have seen the picture of the massive children hospital. By the time it's completed, the 150-bed hospital, it's also going to be the first in sub-Saharan Africa. And it's all about bringing down infant mortality. So that all of the things that make our people to feel from inadequacy, our women, while giving birth, those things will be stopped. And it's also an attempt to tackle the Japa syndrome, which has greatly affected the health sector. We have the kind of facilities that the government is planning to put at the massive children hospital, which is going to be the biggest pediatric center in sub-Saharan Africa. I do not see why doctors who want to run vaccines to go and practice on except that there are better equipment there.
The Muhammad Baba Memorial Foundation held a 2-day free cervical cancer screening event for women aged 15 to 44 at the Primary Healthcare Center in Idui, Abuja, as part of an incredible effort to increase awareness and fight cervical cancer. In honor of her late brother, Aisha Muhammad founded the foundation with the aim of giving people in the community convenient access to life-saving medical care. Aisha, speaking during the screening exercise, disclosed that the foundation is taking the first step towards reducing the number of cases of cervical cancer, which can often be prevented with early detection.
It would be nice if the government puts in more effort. The NGO can only do little, but with the backing from the federal government, it will be able to reach a larger number of women, most especially the women in the rural areas, which was our target in this outreach. We found out that the women there did not even know what cervical cancer was. Like they had never heard about it. Hence the reason there was sensitization. It was like teaching them. So we took the time to educate them on what cervical cancer is before doing the free screenings.
This is where you can detect early changes that may lead to cancer. So if the women get informed, they know that they ought to screen to check for changes in their cervix that will lead to cancer. It will go a long way in kicking out this menace called cervical cancer, because cervical cancer is one of the cancers that can be treated. if detected early. And that is why we keep saying early detection saves lives, and every woman's life counts. We ought not to be victims of this cervical cancer disease.
The main causative agent for cervical cancer is infection with human papillomavirus, and this is usually sexually transmitted. We advise people to carry their children for vaccination when they are about between 9 to 14 years. Then when they are sexually active, they should come for screening, and for other behavioral practices, they should use condoms and also abstain if there's need for that, and stay faithful to one individual. Other behavioral practices that could help the progression of cervical cancer could include abstinence from smoking, eating good food, and carrying out exercises.
The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLA, says its operative has intercepted a shipment of cannabis, also known as loud, concealed in a duvet and destined for the United Kingdom. NDLA discussed this in a statement on Sunday by its Director of Media and Advocacy, Femi Babafemi. It said the consignment was intercepted at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Ikeja, Lagos on Tuesday, saying two suspects, Adekole Sunday and Austin Balogun, linked to the consignment, were immediately arrested following the discovery by NDLA officers. Similarly, a raid in the corridor area of Lagos led to the discovery of idle toy squishes and weapons were recovered. Another raid in the Akala area of Mushin in Lagos in January 19 reportedly led to the seizure of 47 kg skunk, a strain of cannabis, and 25.64 kg of nitrous oxide, popularly known as the laughing gas. Welcome back. Now, in case you missed any of the news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Lemons World TV and AVO TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other Paper Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
And on business, the Group Chief Executive of Oando PSC, Adewale Tinubu, has highlighted the immense prospect of indigenous energy companies taking over the divested asset by international oil companies IOCs in Nigeria, noting that Oando is set to adopt artificial intelligence AI amongst other technologies in its next drilling campaign to exploit over 1 billion barrels of oil reserves to strengthen decision-making and optimize cost in oil exploration. He stated this in a meeting for the world leaders, top executive of 1,000 foremost global company leaders of international organizations and relevant non-governmental organizations held in Switzerland to deliberate on ways to move the planet forward at the prestigious World Economic Forum WEF. The event saw a Nigerian delegation, including government officials such as Vice President Kashim Shettima, Wale Edun, Minister of Finance, and Jumoke Oduwole, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment of Nigeria, as well as CEOs such as Tinubu, Group Chief Executive Officer of Oando PLC, amongst others. And the Senate has recommended a capital budget of 539 billion naira for the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development in 2025 appropriation bill, significantly increasing the initial 9 billion naira proposed by the executive. The chairman of the Senate Committee on Solid Minerals Development, Samson Ekpong, revealed this during the presentation of the committee's report to the Senate Committee on Appropriation, where he explained the recommendation is necessary to harness the potential of Nigeria's solid minerals sector. Our correspondent Folashade Olusegun finds in this report from Abuja.
A capital budget of around 539 billion naira has been recommended for the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development during the Senate Committee presentation of the 2025 Appropriation Bill. Despite just receiving a small amount last year, the ministry made 37 billion naira, according to the minister's statement, highlighting its potential if given enough funding.
Solid minerals would offer that major pathway for us to diversify and fund the economy. And there are signs that this can be done. In fact, in the course of our interface, we were assured that with 10 billion injected, an agency can give us, I think, 20 trillion in 2 years.
As long as we're not willing to fund that sector, we are not going to get away from oil. And it is critical that we do so because we need to diversify our economy. Solid minerals, tourism, agriculture, those are the places where they are the low-hanging fruits. In a year or two, we will start reaping the benefits.
Chairman of the Senate Committee on Interior and a member of the Appropriation Committee emphasized that funding alone will not yield results unless the issue of illegal mining was decisively addressed.
As such, I think it behoves on the committee to have a look at your request for onward transmission to the leadership and then convincing the leadership of the National Assembly for additional appropriation to the solid mineral subsector in view of the very pivotal role they play in our march towards the diversification of our economy.
My position is that we shouldn't, as senators, be lamenting. As senators, we should fix the problem. We should tell the executive, you must deploy exactly the same force that you deploy against illegal oil bunkering. That same force should be deployed to deal with criminals who are money. When I say criminal, it can be a retired general, it can be a retired permanent secretary, it can be a retired trade unionist or a retired labor leader. Whoever is involved, they should be dealt with. Let Nigeria see that we are not condoning this.
The lawmaker explained that the decision to increase the ministry budget to 539 billion naira was reached after several engagements with the Minister of Budget and other stakeholders, stating that although the sum is still minimal in comparison to what other nations invest in related fields, but it is a step in the right direction.
And oil prices slipped on Monday after U.S. President Donald Trump called on OPEC to reduce prices following the announcement of wide-ranging measures to boost U.S. oil and gas output in his first week in the office. Brent crude futures dropped 35 cents to $78.15 a barrel after settling 21 cents higher on Friday. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude was at $74.26 a barrel, down 40 cents. Oil part sharper losses seen earlier in the section after U.S. swiftly reversed plans to impose sanctions and tariff on Colombia after the South American nation agreed to accept deported migrants from the United States on Sunday. And on the foreign scene, the U.S. State Department announced Sunday that Secretary of State Marco Rubio has ordered the immediate suspension of visa issuance at the U.S. Embassy in Bogota, Colombia. This decision follows Colombian President Gustavo Petro's refusal to accept two previously authorized repatriation flights carrying deportees from the United States. In a statement, the State Department emphasized that travel sanctions have been authorized against individuals responsible for obstructing the repatriation process, underscoring the U.S. will not compromise on its national security interests until Colombia fulfills its obligation to accept its citizens. And the Japanese city of Osaka on Monday imposed a smoking ban on public streets as part of efforts to become more visitor-friendly ahead of this year's World Expo. Around 160 countries and regions are participating in Expo 2025, the latest edition of an event held every 5 years in different global locations. Before Monday, smoking was banned in 6 zones, including the area around Osaka Station, and this is expanded to the whole city, and violators face a 1,000 naira yen. And finally, on sports, Galatasaray forward Victor Osimhen has denied allegations that he punched the Turkish journalist, labeling the claims of false and vowed to take necessary steps against the accuser. The Nigerian striker, who was the match winner in Galatasaray's victory over Konyaspor in Turkish Super League on Saturday, expressed his disappointment over the report. Speaking to the press after the match against Konyaspor, Osimhen says he will take the necessary step. The journalist had alleged that Osimhen assaulted him after taking the player's photograph without permission. And Jannik Sinner retained his Australian Open title with an emphatic win over Alexander Zverev on Sunday, breaking new grounds for Italian tennis and leaving his German rival Martin after a third Grand Slam final defeat. The world number 1 became Italy's first player to win 3 Grand Slam crowns, moving past Nicola Pretengli, who won back-to-back main titles at the Roland Garros in 1959 to 1960. A year after moving down Denis Medvedev in 5 sets for his first major trophy, Sinner stabbed the second Melbourne Park final of all drama as he wore down Zverev with suffocating pressure and claimed the match with clinical execution. And that wraps up our bulletin on the news. Many thanks for watching. See you again next time.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Glad to have you join me on the program. I'm Sydney Okafor. We begin the show from a road infrastructure. The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has inaugurated the Abiola Onijemo Link Road and a bridge in Ifako-Ijaya local government area of Lagos State. During the project handover in Ifako-Ijaya, Governor Sanwo-Olu says the completion of the road infrastructure shows that taxpayers' funds are being used effectively across the state and no community will be excluded from the developmental agenda for Lagos State. Meanwhile, some residents we spoke with expressed gratitude to the state government, adding that the edifice built in their community has become a landmark. Please take a look.
da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ga amma da saboda ni na dauka waya kuma ni ne kamar yanzu kamar ana mutai yana cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona amana gurin kiwo ma babu gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi kana tafiya wani gangare in ka shiga ko ka gani ka sai ya tafi da ba kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ma karuwa ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed. Rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadija Nguru wetlands.
ina magana a kan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na daga kwararwa hamada mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo ne har zuwa Gumsi ita ce faru da kuma
jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan dai amma da ta riga ta cika cikin wannan lokacin da ta yi nisa ta ci sosai ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma ɓangaren gwamnati.
The challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan? Akwai. Na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayyana?
Kai kamar 100.
Ok, wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. They move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They will have to move. They will have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While during the rainy season approach, they go north. Since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
To shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin mu anan mun yi da mu da su akan mu kore su. muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarinsa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da ba kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga shiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa
kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
makiyaya kuma sai suka zargo
a cikin gona
sai suka zargo suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran sai na tafi gun yaran fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbinsa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu
adda?
da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa ya yanke itacen kuma ya yanke hannu hannun yanzu haka babu yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi ba zai zama hannu ba
shi ne wannan kibiya ɗin kibiyan kenan?
shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi
kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa
kuma karancin ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba to dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su suka shiga ka zauna kuma abin da sauran shinkafan masu ma rashin kiyawa da mai suka shiga shinkafa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfin mu gaskiya mu na maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing more problems from herders, whose cattle graze on the farms closer to town before harvest is done.
To gaskiya wannan dai inda dai dade da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba.
Kowa ya taka rawa ciki
gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12 da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa yanzu sosai kwa
ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar wani muhimmanci.
Gona biyu haka aka ce gona biyu aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama.
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
They are all affected in the land. We have the only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm.
90%.
Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Okay, kana ka dauka
babu sun ce shanu sun cinye ne yayi mu ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
da can mutu a
cikin su.
To a tsarin mu na uku kare lamba sai mu ya jawo a gaba da wannan. The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani come because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su wayansu manoma duk sun je sun hakkare sun je sun yi shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kare ma an kashe burtali da sauransu. Kuma hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. In suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron hannatar da kayan mutane, kuma ba sa tsoron fada.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement. But that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they are all what they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again?
Seed.
Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga darar mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu hakan nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da rigar da ya samu a cikin kwari.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth, and from there we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and this will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, They're hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain because this is not all about. This is we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like let people say, "Oh, she's a woman, she's doing it." Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. I mean, it's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. I mean, you have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Good day, viewers. You are welcome once again to your favorite program, our favorite program, The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Nelson Ekujumi, and I have with me in the studio Peter Kliba. Peter, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Yes, like we all know, The Conversation is a topical issues program on happenings within Nigeria and in the diaspora. Top of the bill today, we want to look at the resurgence in terrorist attack in Nigeria. Just recently, we have seen a reoccurrence of the attacks by terrorist groups, most especially in the northeast. You talk of Baga in Borno State, where terrorists have continued to cause mayhem. And in response to that, the military spokesman came out and said the reasons that can be adduced for it can be traced to the influx of foreign fighters as well as internal collaborators. And for us here on The Conversation, as much as we agree with the submission, we think it is high time we upscaled the non-kinetic approach, just like we have upscaled the kinetic approach. The influx of fighters, cannot be divorced from our frosty relationship with our West African neighbor, especially the three Sahelian countries, that have had a military intervention, of which Nigeria, as the chairperson of ECOWAS, is encouraging them to return back to democratic rule. But because they have put the interests of the junta first and above the interests of the people of their countries in Mali, in Burkina Faso, and Niger Republic, they have continued, to be breeding grounds. They have continued to be, hideouts for these terrorists, because when these countries were under democratic dispensation, the security temperature there was very good. But now with military junta in place, who don't have the knowledge, who don't have the expertise for governance other than to fight wars, we have seen the security situations in these countries deteriorate. And that deterioration in Niger Republic, Mali, and Burkina Faso is what we are facing here. And the earlier the West African bloc ECOWAS rise to the occasion, the whole of West Africa will be endangered by these countries who have turned recalcitrant in saying they are pulling out of ECOWAS. So for me, I think we need to work more on the non-kind, because this issue of local collaborators has always been with us from time immemorial in any society where you have a security breach. Because like our people say, that I say it in Yoruba, they say, meaning that the ants that is eating the vegetable, kokoro tó ń jẹ ẹ̀fọ́, is inside the vegetable. An ant outside cannot come and eat if the one inside does not allow him. So the greatest threat that, as we discuss this matter now, for me, is the internal collaborators. And we must commend our security agencies for the marvelous work they are doing. They've arrested a lot of internal collaborators, people who are supplying these bandits, terrorists, who are supplying them arms, who are supplying them logistics. So I think it is important for us to upscale the non-kinetic approach, because that is the only way to get to get over this. This war is winnable. For example, you recollect during the President Goodluck Jonathan years, when the fight against terrorism and they were gaining the upper hand, it took the innovation of people in some of these communities to set up the vigilantes, or that is the civilian JTF.
Civilian
yes,
task force. Yeah.
To be able to, because if the people in the communities don't join hands with the security forces, there's little or nothing that the security forces will be able to do. But if the people within those communities become collaborators, they are not only endangering themselves and their families and generations unborn, they are also endangering national security. Because when we send troops there and you give information to terrorists, oh, the troops are moving now. Because I think we still need to rejig our system to get over these recurring terrorist attacks in Nigeria.
You are right. The thing is that maybe served from the northeast and northwest, yes, I'll be led to believe that terrorist attacks have scaled down significantly.
I agree with you.
But right now, like you say, the influx of non-state actors, yeah, from the neighboring countries that are displaced. I know most of those countries are, trading ruinous parts, because of the system of government that is prevalent in those countries. Yeah. You now see that the Sahel countries are fighting endless wars within, and then they now invade our borders. And this brings us to the issue of our borders. Our borders are far too porous in the north. I think Nigeria should seriously start thinking about sealing up our borders in the north, because I think there is no inhibition whatsoever for people to cross over to Nigeria, and they are causing a lot of troubles. Whatever it will cost. Yes, whatever it will cost. Let Nigerian government see the need to secure our borders, especially at the northern frontier. And now it comes down to the local. There should be a rich pool of collaborators, as you have said, local collaborators who have been one way or the other, indoctrinated into this kind of insurgent activities. Maybe for one reason or the other.
It could be for economic reasons.
Yes, they have been greatly disempowered locally in Nigeria. Now with these people coming in, offering them fresh leads of air, they will be very, very eager to team up and fight the system, as they have been doing. So let us find ways of capping our borders, securing our borders, preventing these massive influx of fighters from the displaced countries into the country and causing havoc here. Because unless we do that, this thing will continue. And because most of the leaders, most of these military leaders, fearless, they even will be happy if those...
No, you remember
people,
the
flood into
the
Nigeria
statement of the Niger military leader, who lied that Nigeria was funding
a French base.
When that one was debunked, okay, he also said the Nigerian government was funding Lakwa. What's the name of that group?
Lakaru or whatever.
That to destabilize Niger. And I'm like, is Nigeria the one funding ISWAP?
Irrespective of the claims, everybody knows that these are desperate people who wants to stay in power, because right there in their country they are not finding it easy
at all
staying in power, because
yes.
there is no basis for their stay in leadership.
Yes.
They are fighting various fronts,
yes.
and the fallout is now getting into Nigeria.
Looking for scapegoats.
Now, irrespective of what they say, let Nigeria find a way to tighten the borders, especially at the northern zone, so that this influx we can be able to. Now the local collaborators, if there are no influx of men and arms from these borders, they will be the local collaborators will be helpless, and you will find out that their job will be greatly taken care of.
Yes, that is why the issue of a non-kinetic approach. Looking for ways to empower the locals, such that they will be ready to handle
absolutely what you are saying,
living,
definitely,
and resorting to
definitely, because in the issue of security, I just have this fond saying that you cannot secure a people that are not ready to be secured, who are not willing to be secured. You cannot secure them. The job falls majorly on the local population, either in intelligence or volunteering, to fight alongside our forces to rout out. But where you see them collaborating for one thing or the other, for one reason or the other, and some of them may even be stupid reasons. They feel that these are our brothers, and all those kind of things.
Peter, for some of those communities, you realize that the activities of terrorism and banditry has sagged a lot of communities.
Sure.
If those communities come back, and they can return back to their normal life, with security around them, definitely they will know that if anybody is collaborating with these terrorists, they will return to their former states of being, refugees,
displaced,
being displaced. So I think it is important for government to ensure that these communities are returned back to their homeland, and they can return back to their normal life. Those who want to be involved in agri, such that when the people are, like our people say, devil finds work
with an idle mind.
Somebody who is idle is ready to for then also talking about our borders. I agree with you totally that our borders are porous. And the truth of the matter is that we don't have the personnel to police all our borders. I'm asking, is it too much to deploy technology? Because this ungoverned spaces is what the terrorists are taking advantage of.
Of course.
If we have technology deployed to secure our borders, such that for every movement, they are tracked, and necessary action is taken.
And where possible, there is nothing that stops us from building walls, as America is doing in Mexico,
with the money.
and all those. There's nothing that we cannot just keep it open. People migrate at will, and either in or out. And at the end of the day, they compound the security situation here. Like you rightly pointed out, the government should maybe boost efforts in resettling these communities. And also, like you say, encouraging them to be the watchdog on their particular
take
society.
Charge of their own security.
Resettling them means maybe helping them to find sustainable means of livelihood. Yes, I agree. Definitely. Then nobody will disagree with that. But then, like this, whichever way, either through technology or manually, Nigeria must start looking at the ways of tapping our borders. Because we cannot just allow it, because that means the thing will be going on forever.
It's like a man who has built a house.
And
has no door.
What do you expect?
So
that means,
the moment anybody gets to your door,
you
and not
just
to say who is that?
Yes, now.
The moment your door makes a sound, you know that somebody is there. Who is that?
Sure.
But if
there's no door, everybody
door,
walks in and walks out. And that is compounding the security situation.
I agree with you.
As I said, Nigerian military have been very, very, have done commendable jobs in curtailing insecurity.
Absolutely.
It would have been worse.
Absolutely.
It would have been worse. And let us even say, as we say, we can isolate the rising security situation to the northwest and the northeast. Other sections have insecurity have been curbed.
Even in our neighboring Osun here, some terrorists were arrested before they could before they
you know that they will always have that pockets of
local collaborators.
Action. Remember what happened in the church in Owo?
Yes.
They just came and exploded bomb and killed people.
Yes.
You cannot rule those ones out. But like say, if our security are up and doing, they will be able to detect that they detected the one in Osun State.
I agree with you, Peter. I think we must once again we commend our security agencies, and our position on the conversation has been well enunciated. We just hope that the authorities are listening and they will do the needful to continue to secure the geographical territory of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we want to go on a short break. We'll be right back. Please continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You are still watching the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name remains Nelson Ekudumi. I see with me in the studio Peter Clever Okpara. Peter, just recently on January 15th, we marked the Armed Forces Remembrance Day. And this has been a yearly ritual in which we honor our fallen heroes and we commit ourselves or we dedicate ourselves to ensuring that their labor, what they died for, what they have become incapacitated for, because there are some who are still living, who have become disabled because of trying to secure us all, to dedicate ourselves to ensure that their labor is not in vain. While monitoring developments with regards to the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, I think it is important for us to, I listened to the radio and I heard the widows of our fallen heroes in is in Niger State, complaining that all the funds that is solicited for fallen heroes, that the funds usually go to the Nigerian Legion, which is a body for retired military officers. The widows were complaining that they have been left alone to bear the brunt of the forces of nature and economic activities, and they were advocating that henceforth the government should ensure that the funds that is solicited for the upkeep of our fallen heroes come to the widows. So that is a pointer to the fact that some of these soldiers who died fighting, some of them who are no more with us, that their families, it shows that's what I can glean from it. Shows that we have abandoned them, because these are women who had children for their late husband. So I don't think we'll be doing justice to the memory of these fallen heroes if you can allow their wives to be complaining to us that they find it difficult to feed, that their children are no longer going to school. It means definitely we are turning these children to become menace to the society. And there's no parent who will give birth to a child and want that child, whether you are alive or gone. We always pray that our children will live a better life than we have lived. So I think, for me, I think we should challenge the government at all levels that our fallen heroes, either serving, our fallen heroes and even those who are still in service, we must continue to ensure that we put their welfare first at all times, so that any person who is going to war, who is fighting to keep Nigeria safe, while he's alive, will be rest assured that I can give my all. I know that if I look back, my family is secured.
We pay fitting tributes to those that had died defending the country, and I think that is the reason for the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which comes up on the anniversary of the first military coup in Nigeria. Now, since then, so many things have happened. Many people are still dying today, defending those that fought the Civil War. There are so many of them that died. Now, many people are dying in their line of duty.
Yes.
I think what you gave, the instance you gave of the Niger State widows of Niger State dead soldiers complaining, falls back to the accountability system. Is it you really trusted to give these people what they really deserve? You know, is it so? If it is not so, it behoves on the government. First and foremost, is there a sort of census of the military men who have died in duty? Government should have all those things. Then you talk of their pensions and gratuities. Pensions and gratuities, these are instituted. There should be no stories about that. Those that have died, these are what the government owes them.
Dependents.
Owes them for their dependents to ensure that life continues after them.
Yeah.
Or they cannot just die in battle and just abandon them and forget them. And
you'll be sending a wrong signal to
and
those
other people will be coming in. How will they be devoted to the task of defending the country? So the government has to do a lot of auditing in this regard. First, from those that have been in the army in the 60s, those that fought the Civil War, those that, now let us get a sort of statistics of these soldiers that died for Nigeria. And now, how had they been carrying on? If there have been no provisions so far, the government should start making those provisions for them so that the families will have some cause to, endure the loss of their breadwinners who died in the course of defending this
fatherland.
So it's about, like you say, you talked about money contributed for their upkeep, and which ended up with Nigerian Legion. Nigerian Legion are retired soldiers. They are living on pensions and gratuities.
Absolutely.
If I'm
yes.
Those that have their husbands killed or their family members killed in the course of fighting or defending the cause of Nigeria should be treated under another because
platform.
You are not paying them pensions. There are no way they can be survived. So if funds are now realized for them, you now channel it to Legion, which also have so many other ways they are making money, because the Legion has become a franchise that has been used all over the place. I see a lot of people answering Nigerian Legion who are not soldiers. They engage in private security works and so many other things. So let the government take the bull by the horn, audit the system, make sure that our fallen heroes. Their families are compensated to make life easier for them. Because what you talked about is about misapplication.
Yes.
It could be stopped. Let the government do a proper auditing. When they do a proper auditing, they will get a true fact of who died in the course of defending Nigeria and the compensation that ought to go for them. I think that way is a better way to start.
Yes, I agree with you absolutely that we need to do an audit to be able to identify those who are living and those who are dead.
Yeah.
And what is due to those who are living
and those who are dead.
To those who are dead.
Yes.
Even to their dependents.
Yes.
I think that is the right way to go. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we want to call it a wrap on the conversation today. We've had a wonderful discussion, or a wonderful conversation on the issues that we have, conversed about. Till we come your way again next time, please continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. Till we come your way again, bye-bye and have a great day.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking that maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. Students to excel in their academics. So my theme had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So, as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, all those cerebral palsy, all of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It doesn't give. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books, and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose and say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results. Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's can be very, very tasking. And also, sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that. She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well and is still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids
has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and they'll be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination. It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place. Nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's very it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this community. But maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have been ventured into another aspect of the tourism, but this is just like millions wasted, and there's no way they can retrieve this lost funds, and people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of these, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least, that was 2014, and this is 2024, let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very sport.
Those who fail to plan are planning to fail absolutely, describes my once great country, Nigeria. Reinventing Nigeria. If I ask, how many of you know that pipe-borne water was introduced in the area called Nigeria today in 1910? That's more than 100 years ago, with the establishment of federal water supply and subsequent construction of Iju Water Works. The same Iju Water Works that you know in Lagos was commissioned by Lord Lugard in 1915. And today, even with all the multiple boreholes of various houses, we are still drinking pure water, maybe sachet water. What if I tell you that electricity generation in Nigeria actually began in 1896, as the first Nigerian electrical power plant in the country was built that year, and that as far back as 1886, generators were already being used to provide electricity in Lagos, and that by 1898, electric street lighting was introduced in Lagos, and by March 1899, the electric light was running all night in European quarters in Lagos, even before cities like Munich in Germany. But today, our collective grid, they collapse our national grid like Ogbanje. And when some of us they enjoy 20 hours electricity supply a day, we'll think, say, we dey heaven. Even my little son once asked, why can't we tie all the generators in Nigeria, together so that we can have constant electricity supply? But my son no go understand. Anyway, who do us really? Not many people know that the development of telecommunications in Nigeria began in 1886 when a cable connection, which was established between Lagos and Colonial Office in London. And by 1893, government offices in Lagos were provided with telephone services, which was later extended to Ilorin and Jeba in the hinterland. And by 1920, the first telephone call was made from Nigeria to London, was made by Frederick Lord Lugard. But today, NITE is dead, and they celebrate GSM and fight foreign companies for monopolizing the space. And yet, British telephone is still in existence, despite the fact that they have GSM. At least many of us know this one. The first television station in the world, began broadcasting in 1928 in New York. And by October 31st, 1959, the government of Western Nigeria, broadcasted the first terrestrial television broadcast signal in Nigeria and in Africa through the Western Nigerian Television Services, which later was taken over by NTV in 1977 via a decree. And today, the same national television is struggling to be seen. What a shame. The first aircraft to land in Nigeria touched down in Maiduguri on the 1st of November in 1925. And by 1936, the country opened its first airport, which is the today Aminu Kano International Airport in Kano, followed by the Nigerian College of Aviation, which was established in 1964, and today Fundments for Development are siphoned into private pocket. That's a country that had an airport as far back as 1936. The list plenty. Anyway, how do we know these things when history is no longer seriously taught in our schools? To imagine that the Nigeria of those many firsts is the same country today where money, is celebrated without sustainable means of livelihood. This thing shocked me. Where did we miss it? To the extent that kidnapping is now an occupation and fraud is celebrated in the open, that today you even have association of mothers of Yahoo. Is the problem really with the barber, the hair, or the clipper? Is it the people, the leaders, the followers alike, or the structure or the system of government? But before you answer that question, ask yourself, am I part of the problem or the solution of Nigeria? A lot of our leaders, political, religious, and otherwise, rather than invest in education and build industries as a means of sustaining employment and development, would rather build massive houses in their village these days. And, definitely while they are alive, these houses become some meccas of salt and everybody visit them. But today, when a lot of them are gone, those houses will be occupied by roaches and reptiles. Will take over all of those places. And in some cases, their children, that they are primitively acquiring the asset for, will also be fighting to acquire their own, or in some cases will not even bother. And in other cases, they are lost abroad. So when I see politicians celebrating wealth by building big houses today and throwing monies at parties, I just remember that the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. The ones that came before them did the same thing. And how many people remember their once expensive vehicles and mansions? Today, these vehicles are antiquities. And those expensive houses, those days that we used to look at, are relics of ancient times. Remember, some persons killed to buy 504. But today, the dash you not go take. I will therefore advocate, until we reinvent ourselves, that will in turn reinvent the country, we continue to recycle mediocrity as experts. Our leaders and followers should know that when you steal public funds to build houses, remember that someday the expensive property of today will become worthless tomorrow. But when you invest in building public infrastructure that will outlast your generation, you indirectly invest in people who someday will use this asset to empower themselves and others. Inevitable, even if you don't have kids, your name will not only live forever, but will be written in gold in the sand of time. Imagine 38 years after his demise, whenever we discuss free education in Nigeria, we call the names of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. We talk about the first television station in Africa, we call the same Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Yet, we can hardly remember some names of governors who paraded the landscape of Nigeria in 1999, or even their legacy. So remember, that expensive car that you kidnap or kill a fellow human to buy will someday be worthless. And also, remember, some of these old vehicles where we died to buy those days. Today, if they dash you, no go one take. And then also, that house that you are defrauding someone to buy will someday become a meeting room for reptiles and insects. I don't want to mention names, but you can easily remember there is nobody in Nigeria that you cannot remember one politician who once built a mansion in a village that today is worthless. Those mansions you are collecting tithe and offering to build, in churches, will someday be owned by some different family members. So let us be circumspect, because no matter how you build, you can't build a house for God, because someday another person, another person go take them. We had big names that came before you. Invest in people, invest in your society, build infrastructure, and Nigeria will be better. Anyway, make a hanger here before the story becomes too long. Please, let's have your thought on all our comment sections, on all our various social media platforms shown on your screen. Let's know what you think, whether we are right or not. But always remember, whether you are part of the problem or the solution and choose to be part of the problem or the solution and not the problem. For education is the best legacy any nation can bequeath to its citizens. For if we are all aware and sure that our brains will provide for our mouth, nobody will tolerate a Fulefu style of leadership in Nigeria. See you next week.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
I always say this, that all Bahrainis have pearl diving in their blood. Mainly all the families that moved from the Arabian Gulf or from Iran's coast or Iraq's coast and came to Bahrain to live here were divers. So it was the best place to come work as a diver. So a lot of the families here will always have someone in their family that is either a pearl diver or someone who helped in the pearl diving industry. Bahrain has always been the pearl hub in this region, mainly because it's one of the most shallowest areas. It's an island. Most of the people who resided here were working in the pearl diving industries. Most of our traditions will have to do with the pearl diving industry. For instance, the pearl diving singer, the folk of the pearl diving, this has been passed down for generations. We still sing the same songs. It was mainly done to create morale on the boat.
البحرين مشهورة بصناعة جوا البيت، كانوا يستخدمون حق الغوص حسب المنتنس، يعني إذا أنت تصينها أنت عندك 100 سنة.
هو جلسات البحرين تكلمون عن اللؤلؤ، عن الصيد، عن مصطلح البحر كامل.
المهنة هي طلب رزق مثل ما قلت لك في البداية، لكن أنا بالنسبة أقول الحمد لله، ولكن هي بعد طبعا رزق وفيها حيوية ونشاط وصحة حق الجسم بعد كمان.
In taking out tourists, I always used to ask people, who are you finding the pearl for? And when the answer was, for my mama, the pearl gets bigger for some reason. I'm one of the people who, without having guidance from my parents or my family to fall in love with pearl diving, I wasn't taught by anyone, because the generation before us were not allowed to dive when they were young, because since the oil was discovered, all the jobs moved to the oil industry. The risk of diving and pearl diving was very high, so it was not recommended or not wanted from the parents that you say, I'm going to go work in the sea. It was one of the no-nos for our parents' generations and probably even like our granddads. There was a gap, a very long gap, maybe from the 50s till probably 2010, 12. Since 2017 in particular, when they created the pearl diving license for the pearl divers, a lot of the ones who signed up were people who don't know anything about pearl diving. Now, 7 years down the line, the majority of people in Bahrain have gone back and got in touch with that aspect, and it wasn't handed down by their parents. It was us wanting to create a new system. Even our diving techniques have changed compared to the old ones. Even the way we sell pearls has changed. So the new system is created by the new generation. A lot of Bahrainis are into the pearl diving. There's more than 1,000 divers now registered and pearl diving on a daily basis to create an income for themselves. A lot of people are worried that the new generations are depleting the beds because they have new technology, for instance, scuba diving, and so that people think that they will be able to collect more oysters and find more pearls. It's actually the opposite. Because of us using the scuba diving, and it refines you on a certain time, you're only allowed 3 dives a day due to decompression sickness and other problems that could occur. Hopefully, if God gives me the health, I will definitely try to go back to pearl diving as a regular basis, as it's very fulfilling.
Hello and welcome to the newsroom. I am Victoria Akonde and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The suspected killer of Salome Adaidu, Timileyin Ajayi, has been arraigned at the High Court of Justice Lafayette, the Nasarawa state capital. It was charged with 1 count of culpable homicide punishable by death, contrary to Section 221 of the Penal Code of Northern Nigeria. It was arraigned on Monday by Simon Aboki. Upon arraignment, the suspect pleaded not guilty to the allegation. The State House of Assembly has instructed officials to provide cards to access the premises, signaling a move to tighten security at the complex. The new directive is coming 2 days after the impeachment Muda Ishiro broke his silence, insisting that he remain speaker until the due process was followed. The acting clerk, Taiwo Otun, said in a notice to staff that anyone without a valid ID will be charged, while the Lagos State Police Command has pledged to maintain order at the assembly. Now, the Kwara State Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps (NSCDC) created 7 new area commands and 7 divisions across the 16 local governments of the state. The state commandant Umar Mohammed disclosed that the creation of the new area commands and divisions was approved by the Commanding General Ahmed Abubakar as part of the Corps' ongoing efforts to fulfill its core mandates and statutory responsibilities. Meanwhile, the National Identity Management Commission has said it will roll out an improved multi-purpose biometric identity card soon. The Director General and Chief Executive Officer Abisoye Koka Odusha move is in collaboration with the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System. Koka Odushot has said the new card program aims to address social and economic issues by supporting federal and private sectors interventions with payment functionalities and identity as its foundation. And in the world of business, the Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) has issued a strong warning to Nigerians against investing in Rice Vest Cooperative Multipurpose Society Limited and STEX Multipurpose Cooperative Society, popularly known as STEX. In a circular released over the weekend in Abuja, the SEC stated that neither Rice Vest is registered or authorized to operate in Nigeria's capital market. On the global scene, masses of displaced Palestinians began streaming towards the north of the war-battered Gaza Strip on Monday after Israel and Hamas said they have reached a deal for the release of another 6 hostages. The breakthrough preserves a fragile ceasefire and paves the way for more hostage prisoner swaps under an agreement aimed at ending the more than 15-month conflict which has devastated the Gaza Strip and displaced nearly all its residents. And finally on sports, Son Heung-min slammed Tottenham's lack of focus after Sunday's painful 2-1 defeat against lowly Leicester increased the pressure on the Fireboys. Ang Postecoglou. Tottenham lost their lead after Richarlison's first-half goal, with Vardy equalizing. The defeat leaves Spurs 15th in the Premier League, just 8 points above the relegation zone. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at this moment. We'll keep you updated at the top of the hour.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding and then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago, as the senior prefect of the 1994 said.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
the only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, and then, build it up to lintel level, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. Is it the restroom? Is it the classroom? Is it the offices? Is it the type of furniture there? It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. They were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
Passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can ease the going and coming of the students. So it's in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what they used to say it in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now, I can boast. This is the school I pass out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank the departments for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it would be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section. It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what an old student has done. And then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something. And not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have, been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person, I'm not rich. It cost me so much. And, but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that, people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
China and Africa, advancing together and planting the seeds of their dreams in the vibrant and hopeful landscape of the 21st century, nurturing these seeds with friendship and cultivating them with sincere dedication, setting an example of cooperative partnership grounded in a shared destiny. These are seeds that are bound to grow and bear fruit. Under the same starry sky, and with a vision for the future of all humanity, the people of China and Africa are expanding their horizons and extending their reach, moving forward together toward a future brimming with boundless hope. This is Inkoa Stelgen, an international student from the Republic of the Congo at the University of Jinan. Today's the big day, the day of his PhD dissertation defense.
除了结婚之外的另外一个大任务，所以现在我的心情都很复杂。
Inkoa Stelgen was born in a mountainous village in the northern region of the Republic of the Congo. In 2012, his alma mater, Marienne Ngawabi University, partnered with the University of Jinan to establish a Confucius Institute. Inkoa Stelgen enrolled as one of the institute's first students. 3 years later, he began an 8-year journey as an international student in the University of Jinan.
各位老师、各位同学，大家下午好，我是来自康国部的曹格。然后接下来我可能要用英语开始讲我的 PPT。我还记得我上小学的时候，我天天打仗，就是跟同学，然后他们为了调我，他们也可以模仿我走路的那个样子，对。然后我一看了，我就跟你拼命了。我知道我跟别人长得不一样嘛，只有学习这一条路。
But at the University of Jinan, Inkoa Stelgen didn't just focus on learning Chinese, he chose a more challenging path.
非洲有很多水，但是都是没有把这个水处理好的技术，所以来中国的目的也是把处理水的过程中学好，然后将来回国，哪怕是去别的国家，我就要是给老百姓服务，也给他们一个美好的生活吧。这喝的大家喝干净的水，就不用生病。
答辩委员会经过评议及无记名投票表决，一致同意通过曹格博士学位论文答辩，建议授予公学博士学位。非常感谢。
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Having risen to the challenges he has set himself, Inkoa Stelgen is now heading toward a bright future. Inkoa Stelgen's hometown has also undergone significant changes in recent years. Sino-Congolese cooperation projects like the National Road No. 1, the China-Congo Friendship Hospital, the Kintele Sports Complex, and the Confucius Institute at Marienne Ngawabi University, Inkoa Stelgen's alma mater, have transformed many lives. This summer, to celebrate his graduation, Inkoa Stelgen embarked on a trip. He chose to visit a place he'd long dreamt of visiting.
朋友们，下午好。下午好。听说过刚果共和国吗？非洲。听说过。哦，我作为一个大学生，给小朋友介绍一下我们的康果，好不好？好。OK。2010年，这里曾发生过可怕的大地震。那时候，我的国家没有袖手旁观，康果和中国就是我两个家。遇到困难时，两个家互相帮助，互相支持。生活在两个家的我，真好啊！
After the 2010 Yushu earthquake in Qinghai province, the Republic of the Congo donated 16 million yuan to build the Sino-Congolese Friendship Primary on the roof of the world, despite their own limited financial resources. A gesture of warmth, opening a new chapter in the history of China-Congo friendship.
Bonjour Congo.
Bonjour Congo.
Bonjour la Chine.
Bonjour la Chine.
那先拿你的分。
在这所学校，我最好的朋友是土大公宝，他带我去食堂吃他最喜欢吃的炒土豆，还带我去他的宿舍看他整齐的床铺，还带我去他的圣地，一个神秘壮观的足球场，还带我去他的家。
所以这里边都是猪粪。吃饭，宿舍里带不带？
我让他用相机随便拍一些什么送给我，我会一辈子记住他。
就是这样三舅舅的摩托，4舅舅的小汽车，那是我们的山绳，我的篮板，光果布。
One is an African university student from the heart of the Congo Basin, and the other is a primary school student living on the Qinghai-Xizang Plateau. Despite their vastly different backgrounds and the distance between their homelands, they formed an extraordinary friendship. Standing together to overcome difficulties, this is the friendship between nations, between China and Africa, reflected in individual lives and illuminating a future full of possibilities. Tsavo National Park in Kenya is home to nearly all of Africa's animal species. With its unspoiled culture and diverse wildlife, this captivating land draws countless visitors from around the world. But there's a problem. The hotels within the park have long struggled with power shortages.
And we used to do generator power for just a few hours. So by 10 in the night, we have to switch off the generator. The guests were really inconvenienced. They couldn't charge their phones. They could use the fans in the room. So if it is hot, it is hot.
Fortunately, China-Kenya cooperation is supplying the solution to this and a host of other issues. Now that Kenya has started actively promoting the development of clean energy, solar panels are going up everywhere. The result is a steady supply of electricity pulsing into remote areas, much to the relief of Victor O. Yang and his guests. With a shared vision for the future of all humanity, China and Africa have chosen to join hands on the path of green development. Whether it's howling winds, scorching sun, or ever-flowing rivers, these natural energy resources are being harnessed in China-Africa green energy cooperation projects. The result, clean energy flowing continuously across this beautiful land, lighting up lives and the way to the future. In 2018, in the heart of Morocco, the city of Ouarzazate, known as the Gateway to the Sahara, saw the completion and launch of the world's largest solar thermal power plant, a joint project between China and Morocco. This plant now meets the electricity needs of over 1 million Moroccan households and can even export surplus power to Europe. With this transformation from an electricity importer to an exporter, Morocco, in partnership with China, has strengthened its commitment to developing the renewable energy sector. Omar Hassani, now 37 years old, joined a Chinese new energy company 3 months ago. Today is the day of his evaluation, marking the end of his probation period.
We will invite you to present what you did during your probation period with a PPT, and then we will ask you a few questions.
Actually, I was recruited as a police manager
For my education background, I studied a bachelor degree in aeronautic engineering at Beijing University of Aeronautic and Astronautic, Beihang University.
Success. Omar Hassani has got through his evaluation, a full member of the team at last. The Chinese company he chose, BTR, is Morocco's first new energy company, and it produces lithium-ion battery anode and cathode materials. With years of experience in the automotive industry, Omar believes that electric vehicles hold the key to the future of Morocco's automotive sector. China's leading new energy industry is actively seeking broader development opportunities.
我们到摩洛哥投资的这个工厂应该是我们第5代，所以我们是带来最新的技术，不光是我们自己过来，还顺便会带来我们上下游的配套的供应商、合作伙伴，对摩洛哥汽车产业是一个非常好的补充。
But it's not just a big day for Omar Hassani. Thousands of miles away at the BTR factory in Jiangsu province, China, another important test is underway.
这是扣式电池的循环，应该是提升了接近3个点。
Yannick, the project leader for the Morocco initiative, is overseeing his team as they test the performance of battery materials.
真正在摩洛哥量产的时候，我们一个是要稳定住现有的状态，另外在新一代产品，我们在这个基础上再进一步的再提升一个层次。
This modern production line will soon be fully established in the Tangier Tech City in Morocco.
We will start another.
As a major milestone in the high-quality China-Morocco Belt and Road Initiative, Tangier Tech City has drawn numerous Chinese new energy companies. These companies will introduce world-leading industry chains and clusters in fields such as renewable energy and electric vehicle batteries, helping Morocco build a modern green future and advancing global efforts in sustainable, low-carbon development.
I love the poetry of it, you know, the green mountains, the lucid waters, silver and gold. China's action at home is really important. China's action abroad in this matter is very important. I've referenced renewable energy. It's remarkable that China has made these commitments and is exceeding the commitments on renewable already now.
Ethiopia, situated on the East African plateau at an average altitude of nearly 3,000 meters, is often referred to as the roof of Africa. Southwest of the capital, Addis Ababa, is an export processing industrial park invested in by a Chinese company, which is primarily focused on footwear manufacturing. At 55, Teka Entehabu is a regular visitor to this industrial park. As the former Minister of State at Ethiopia's Ministry of Trade and Industry, he frequently visits industrial parks to assess production conditions. Teka understands that for Ethiopia to thrive, manufacturing must be prioritized.
Our objective, or the policy objective, was to $1 billion export from the textile and garment. But unfortunately, we could not meet the intended result. So I tried to link also the experience of China with our challenges.
In search of solutions to the country's developmental challenges, 3 years ago, Teka Entehabu went to Peking University's Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development to study for his PhD.
This is our flag. You know, this is the Ethiopian flag. Yeah.
Founded in April 2016, the Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development is dedicated to sharing governance experience between China and developing countries, with the goal of cultivating high-level government management talent across the developing world. The institute represents a shift in China's cooperation with South-South countries, moving from financial and infrastructural support to the exchange of development wisdom and ideas, thereby enhancing contributions to global South-South cooperation efforts.
We cannot directly copy the China development model, but we can learn more and we can try to take some lessons, experiences, and we can apply to our country based on the situation, the environment we have in our countries.
Wang Yong, the academic deputy dean at Peking University, is also Teka Entahabu's PhD advisor.
Teka 的话，他原来当过这工业贸易部的这个国部长嘛，所以他对于贸易、对于产业一直是关注的。所以他们是带着问题来，但他是带着国际的比较来的。
To understand China's experience, one must return to the starting point of its development. Before returning to Ethiopia, Teka Entahabu visited Xinjiang. Xinjiang is the birthplace of the Xinjiang experience, a key success story from China's reform and opening up. Teka Entahabu hopes to find answers here for Ethiopia's development. In the past more than 40 years, Chendai town in Xinjiang has seen the emergence of over 7,000 shoe companies and supporting businesses. One company miraculously grew from a small family workshop into a billion-dollar publicly listed enterprise.
It's possible for the textile and garment, you know.
Yeah.
Is
So
that
this is very
picture?
initial picture.
That's 1982?
Yes, it's 1982.
Okay.
So it's not easy.
Yeah,
so
I know.
it's a magic
I know.
for we're
It is.
so proud. Why it's called the Xinjiang experience? Just because a small business, how they can doing their initiatives to create their own advantage and make a success, and then a lot of business can work together to build this local regional economy to become a stronger one, and with the support from the government. Yes.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Xinjiang experience, yeah. So this is a big lesson for us also. We need to work closely with the enterprise to fulfill the common vision, to bring the development of the country.
This summer, 35 students from 19 countries will graduate from the Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development. Over its 8 years, the Institute has trained over 400 high-caliber individuals for the governments of more than 70 developing countries, providing vital intellectual support for the modernization of their national governance systems and capacities.
I'm so keen, to bring some changes in my country. I need to make some differences in my country development. That's the motive of every student in the South-South Cooperation.
In 40 years, China went from being very poor to being a very, very successful, dynamic economy. So I think China has a very big role to play as showing the path of how to achieve rapid development.
South-South Cooperation is a remarkable initiative that promotes collective self-reliance among developing countries. As a leading member of the Global South and the largest developing nation, China remains dedicated to its mission of collaborating with other developing countries. This dedication is why China-Africa cooperation not only endures as a lasting friendship, but also serves as a model for South-South collaboration. With high aspirations, China-Africa cooperation looks to the future, aiming for new heights and endless possibilities.
热带气旋肯尼斯25号登陆莫桑比克北部地区。
In March 2019, tropical cyclones ravaged Africa. Mozambique, among other countries, was especially badly affected, suffering severe flooding. 2 years later, in August 2021, Algeria faced devastating forest fires, resulting in major casualties. But bad as these events were, they could have been much worse were it not for China's meteorological and communication satellites orbiting the Earth. These provided timely and precise disaster warnings and information services to the affected countries, helping rescue teams save countless lives. Additionally, the deepening of China-Africa space technology cooperation has rekindled dreams that once seemed out of reach. On June 13, 2023, at Egypt's Space City in New Cairo, Professor Rafi, who is over 70 years old, is awaiting the result of the electrical performance test for the MISASat-2 flight model.
Of course, Egypt has a dream related to space projects or space activities.
Professor Rafi is an expert in theoretical research and equipment testing in Egypt's space sector. Throughout his 40-year career, he's lamented the absence of a fully independently developed satellite by the Egyptian Space Agency.
Our main dream is to make our own satellite, to develop our own satellite from A to Z.
As early as 1997, Egypt planned to develop its own satellite. However, due to technological barriers, this goal was never achieved. Nowadays, however, the failures that once haunted Professor Rafi are rapidly fading from view, overshadowed by the changes unfolding before him. Cui Yufu, the chief designer from the Chinese team for the MISASat-2 satellite, leads the Chinese testing team in close collaboration with Professor Rafi's team. The MISASat-2 satellite project consists of equal numbers of Chinese and Egyptian engineers at each position.
我们可以看到，埃方的工程师非常详尽地掌握了合作过程的所有的环节。当他们在总结的时候，从他们的脸上可以看到了自豪，看到了收获的满足感。
For Professor Rafi, this moment marks a dream come true. On December 4th, 2023, at 12:10 p.m., the MISASat-2 satellite, developed over 4 years, was successfully launched from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. This represents another landmark achievement in China-Egypt cooperation. It's also a milestone for Egypt, the first African country with full satellite assembly, integration, and testing capabilities. Today, as China steadily advances toward becoming a space power, it warmly invites institutions and scientists from developing countries, including those in Africa, to join in space research, collaboratively cultivate cutting-edge talent, and work together on projects that will shape the future of humanity. Together, they explore boundless hopes for a brighter future within the infinite possibilities of the cosmos. At 6 a.m., while the tranquil town of Carnarvon is still waiting for the morning light, engineers from China and South Africa are already preparing to set out. Their destination is a desert area more than 100 kilometers from the town.
I am Zhang Lei, 来自中国电科54所。我们单位呢在河北省的石家庄，然后我们这个团队呢就是在南非呢，就是负责承建 SKA 天线。
The town of Carnarvon is located in the central Karoo Basin of northern Cape Province, South Africa. 20 years ago, this place was virtually unknown. Today, however, this once quiet town has become a hub for scientists and engineers from around the world, all drawn here by a groundbreaking scientific project. The SKA, or Square Kilometre Array, is a radio telescope with a total receiving area of 1 square kilometre. It is the largest aperture synthesis radio telescope ever constructed by humanity. This is the Meerkat Radio Telescope, which consists of 64 antennas. It is one of the precursor missions to the SKA. South Africa, selected as the site for the SKA, provides both the land and infrastructure needed for its construction. After 5 years of extensive preparation, in 2015, the China Electronics Technology Group Corporation's Network Communication Research Institute emerged victorious in the design competition for the SKA's mid-frequency antennas. Capturing radio waves from the universe requires extremely precise equipment.
如果我们不能够把自己的辐射水平控制在限值以下的话，我们的这个自身设备的辐射会淹没来自外太空的信号。那么可以说 SK 的天线观测就是失败的。
To enable humanity to explore deeper into the night sky, countless individuals are working quietly behind the scenes.
看我从13年到现在，这都已经11年的时间了，我们还在改进呢，还在做验证呢。所以说，你看，就说明这个的要求是世界上独一无二的，是前所未有的难度跟挑战。
The successful development of the SKA antenna represents a significant contribution to world science. China is forging ahead in the development of cutting-edge antennae for the good of all.
The SKA telescopes is to give us a brand new step increase in our ability to see the universe and see things that they've never been able to see before, and possibly understand a little bit better of how we fit and how everything comes together. And that's going to be a very powerful legacy for generations to come.
As scientists gaze at the stars and reach for the edges of the universe, the spirit of science is revitalizing this once neglected town of Carnarvon.
And the game starts in 3, 2, 1, let's go!
The Robotics Schools program, a unique initiative launched by the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, aims to develop and inspire an interest in STEM skills in the schools around the development of the Square Kilometre Array.
The reason that I joined the robotics is because that I want to become an engineer.
My dreams are to be an astronomer. So I like watching the stars and discovering more about planets and other stuff.
I'm looking forward to welcome the next engineer. I'm looking forward to have an astronomer, give them opportunities and make them to realize that nothing is ending in Carnarvon.
Dreams are the preserve of those who never stop looking up at the stars, even if their feet are firmly on the ground and caked in mud. Through all the storms and challenges, China and Africa have consistently stood by each other. They support one another in times of crisis and collaborate for mutual benefit in development. They achieve shared prosperity through exchanges and mutual learning between their civilizations. They are friends, partners, and brothers. Bosom friends make distance disappear. China and Africa are joining hands to advance modernization, create a better future for their people, nurture new hope for the world, and set a strong example in building a community with a shared future for all humanity.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Victoria Akonde, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The founder of the Afe Babalola University, Ado Ekiti Afe Babalola, has accepted to withdraw charges against human rights activist and lawyer Dele Farotimi, who is facing criminal defamation charges. This followed the appeal by foremost Yoruba monarchs, including the Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, and other prominent Ekiti monarchs. They pleaded with the legal icon to drop the charges during a meeting with him at the Abuad campus. And the chairman of the All Progressives Congress APC is still being prosecuted for alleged bribery, misappropriation and diversion of public funds, the Kano State Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission has said. The chairman of the commission, Muiyi Rimigato, during a televised interview on Monday said it won't cower into discontinuing the case against the former Kano governor. Rimigato confirmed that the prosecution of the ex-governor would continue despite his recent arrest, stating that they were prosecuting him in person. Now, the Foundation for Investigative Journalism on Monday released a report detailing how the outcome of the September 21, 2024 Edo State governorship election was allegedly manipulated. The foundation in the report published on its website alleged that the election was manipulated to secure victory for All Progressives Congress APC candidate Monday Okpebholo. The report cited by journalists claimed the election was fraught with irregularities, including voter suppression, violence,
Thank you. You know, you stay the list. Very much.
Glad to have you join me on the program. I'm Sydney Okafor. We begin the show from a road infrastructure. The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has inaugurated the Abiola Onijemo Link Road and a bridge in Ifako-Ijaya local government area of Lagos State. During the project handover in Ifako-Ijaya, Governor Sanwo-Olu says the completion of the road infrastructure shows that taxpayers' funds are being used effectively across the state and no community will be excluded from the developmental agenda for Lagos State. Meanwhile, some residents we spoke with expressed gratitude to the state government, adding that the edifice built in their community has become a landmark. Please take a look.
The grand opening of the Abiola Onijemo Link Road and a bridge in the Ifako-Ijaya local government area of Lagos State by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has triggered a great deal of joy among residents and landlords in the community. The Abiola Onijemo Link Road and bridge provides a strategic connection linking the Abiola, Ajayi, Ogba and Obawole Iju-Ishaga communities, which is separated by a 25-meter swamp belt. During the unveiling, the governor revealed that his administration is committed to addressing the long-standing challenges faced by Lagosians.
I stand here this afternoon truly a proud man because this marks a significant milestone in our collective journey to build sustainable community. We're doing what we call improved connectivity and we're enhancing the quality of life of our citizens. When we came into power, we said governance is about improving the quality of life, improving connectivity, improving sustainability of our communities, and improving the quality of life. This is one other testament. It is therefore with immense pride and joy that I unveiled and I hand over to the citizens and to our people of Abiola Onijemo, the Abiola Onijemo Link Bridge, which both the Honorable Commissioner and the Honorable Member have spoken glowingly about. It's a road with a bridge. It's a vital infrastructure project that links Abiola Street and Onijemo Street. It's which have been separated by decades by a canal which was created and which has divided these two communities. You can actually see the topography of these two communities. We are inside like a valley. Up here is an island, up here is an island, there's a valley in between. And you know how difficult it would have been for these two communities, a journey that now will take them 5 minutes. Hitherto used to take them 1 hour, 45 minutes just to connect these two communities. And you can see that this indeed is purposeful governance. This is promise kept, promise made, and promise kept. This project embodies our administration's commitment to keeping our promises and addressing long-standing challenges that is faced by the people of our two communities. If you recall, during our campaign, we pledged, and the Honorable Member of the House was very right, we did pledge to tackle the issues around this community, issues around inadequate infrastructure, and you also can see that there was persistent flooding in all of this area. This challenge has plunged this area for years into difficulty. But today, we deliver on our promise. Like we keep saying, even if you don't like our face, if you don't like us, you cannot disbelieve or you cannot unlike what we have done. This is real community changing. This is real growth and improvement to the quality of life and to these two communities that are beneficiaries of what we're handing over to them today. Before now, the crossing between Abiola and Onijemo Street were not just difficult, were extremely very unsafe. Pedestrians were told they navigate through wooden bridges. We saw them. You know, when they bring some of these pictures through, I say, this is Lagos, it is totally unacceptable. This cannot be in our state. And it has exposed a lot of our citizens to danger, which has given us all sorts of negative names and it has brought about wrong environmental issues. And we said that these conditions are unacceptable. And this administration recognized the urgency of providing a lasting solution, which of course led to the construction of this modern reinforced concrete bridge, completed with vehicular crossing, as well as a new well-paved link road underneath. You can see that there are link road underneath them, which you can connect and you can turn from either side of the bridge. And we've also seen an extensively upgraded drainage network to prevent flooding.
Today, we celebrate a significant milestone achieved by the administration of Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, which reflects the commitment to infrastructure renewal, urban development, and enhanced connectivity for the benefit of all Lagosians. This project is an essential element of the state's infrastructure master plan, aligned with the Teams Plus agenda, particularly in transportation and traffic management. The journey of this project has been long and transformative. Initially, this link between communities relied on a simple wooden bridge, a precarious structure that presented both health and safety risks for those who used it. Back in March 2012, the project was initially awarded but was later terminated due to non-performance by the original contractor. However, in May 2022, under the visionary leadership of Mr. Governor and Mr. Deputy Governor, the project was re-awarded, demonstrating this administration's commitment to ensuring that no project is abandoned. The Abiola Onijemo Link Road with Bridge is more than just a physical connection. It is a lifeline for multiple communities.
The project covers a total length of 643 meters, including a 135-meter reinforced concrete bridge with retaining walls. Members of the State House of Assembly at the unveiling said it's a great achievement, pledging more support for the governor in providing dividend of democracy for Lagos residents.
The House of Assembly is poised at making sure that we support you head-on in all your programs, because we have seen that your programs are not only to save businesses, to save lives, to make every part of Lagos feel the impact of democracy and the dividends of democracy. We are also here to share our love to everyone, to show them that the government of Lagos State is indeed interested with your welfare.
The sufferings of our people for the past 14 years has been brought to abrupt stop. I welcome you to the new Ikoyi of Lagos State, Ifako-Ijaye, the fastest developing local government in Nigeria. Mr. Governor, I'm only here to thank you for the hard times I've given you, the tough times I've given you. I thank you and I say I'm sorry. And I would not stop until we turn Ifako-Ijaye to Victoria Island.
This project, alongside numerous others, underscores your administration at commitment to inclusive governance and equitable distribution of developmental projects across Lagos State. Significance of the Abiola Onijemo Link Road with Bridge. The Abiola Onijemo Link Road with Bridge is yet another transformational project under your administration. This landmark project has opened access to major communities while linking Ifako-Ijaye with other areas in Ojodu LCDA. It will also bridge the gap between isolated neighborhoods and alleviate traffic congestion and improve accessibility.
The infrastructure was designed with a 7.3-meter wide carriageways alongside slip roads, walkways and solar-powered street lighting tailored to meet the needs of the people residing in the community. Before now, crossing between the Abiola and Onijemo streets was both difficult and unsafe. But now, residents are grateful to the governor, noting that the nightmare of connecting Abiola to Onijemo has been resolved.
The place was an errand before when I stayed here. They never developed like now, to say the fact. It's just like new site that time. I left here around 2004. So since then I lived here. I have a friend here. They call him Baba Junior. So sometimes if I go and visit him now, I see the way Obawole is. To see the fact, he develops. Obawole develop. He tried here, he developed. But still yet, understand me, there is still a lot to do in everywhere, not in only Obawole. There are a lot of improvement that will come to the area because they have done it fine now. So many people will like to come and invest, shops, selling, do many things there, you understand? So whatever that is not good, if government do the place, they know themselves that good thing will come to the area.
Lagos State is wide, and the only thing I say about the governments are trying, but the only thing I see is that to maintain things, truly they can do it. If you can go further now to GRA Ikeja, you can see there is a good look in the road-wise this in development. You can even see how they develop the place. But the only thing is that when the place is getting bad, how are they going to be maintaining it? Maintenance culture, we don't have it. That's the only thing. That's it. And then the only thing that I want us to know is that I'm talking about the maintenance. They have to base on that maintenance, because when you do something, you don't maintain it. Look at the camera you are using, look at the equipment you are using. If you don't maintain it, you will not be able to use them.
Meanwhile, the governor also unveiled the Alakpere pedestrian bridge to reduce traffic congestion in the axis, adding that 36 new roads and bridges will soon be opened. Sanwo-Olu called on Lagos residents, particularly the people of Abiola and Onijemo streets, to take ownership of the infrastructure built by the state government.
Welcome back. Lagos residents have seen the essence of tax payment. Now, the next story is about complaints and at the same time pleading of landlords and residents of Ijikoyeje and Olabisi Omolaje Street under the Itire Ikati LCDA in Surulere area, who have called on the state government over the abandoned rehabilitation of their inner roads that began since February 2022. According to them, the project was supposed to start and finish within 12 months. But since the project began, some of the inner road has been done, but they don't understand why others were left unattended to. This has made residents to reroute whenever they are going out of the community. Meanwhile, let's take a listen to what they have to say.
This deplorable road that is covered in a pile of sand that has now become an obstruction for motorists and residents residing in the area was not done deliberately. Rather, it was a result of an abandoned road rehabilitation project for residents of Olabisi Omolaja and Ijikoyeje Street under Itire Ikate LCDA, Surulere, that was designed to be completed in 12 months. Now, the project is running into 3 years without completion, that is since 2022, causing nightmare for the residents and crippling business activities in the area.
I've been here since 2016. So, government have been trying to construct the road. Sometimes when they will come and measure, we will not see them again. Unfortunately, on 2022, that should be February, they now came with their everything and their instruments. That shows that there is improvement of what they have been trying to do since. So since then, the road have been going on construction, but there is a lot of delay. I don't know, is it from the government who give to the construction or from the construction company? But all I know is that there is a lot of delay. The work is not going faster as people are expected. That maybe before by now, this place has been supposed to be tied up so that people will feel more comfortable as it's supposed to be.
It's not encouraging because we thought within 1 month, 1 year, like they said, it will work out. But for 2 years, going to 3 years running now, the pace is so slow. The pace of work there is so slow. They come about 3 months. The next 6 months, we don't see anything happening, and it has not been easy. Ijikoyeje Omolaja would have been an access road to so many people. So most of us, to go out, we keep going around to access or to go out of this place. which is not really encouraging now. So we wish that the pace of work be increased.
It's really affecting everybody as a whole residential here. Because one, when they know they are not ready to do this street, I don't think it's okay for them to just break all the gutters like this, because it's not okay at all. Because it's really affecting me. Even with my business, it's affecting me. Because people are sitting on top of the gutter, which is not right. So
what do you have to say to government?
Then they came, they did meeting with us, as if the following week or the following month they are coming. That's what they said, that they are coming the following month, that they will start doing the streets, which we all agree on. But not knowing that all they all said is just lies. So we are just appealing to them. They should come and start what they started.
Residents are fed up that the project has taken longer than anticipated, despite the engineers leaving all of their equipment and materials in their community.
Actually, the road Ijikwejo Street and Omolaja Street, which we are at the houses here, has been under reconstruction since 2022 February, and I was told, or we are told, that it's going to be a program of 1 year, but up to now it's almost 3 years, and it's like a kind of locomotive slow system that is being operated here. So I believe, like we have told them, I believe up to now they're supposed to have finished Ijikwejo now. Then maybe by next year they'll be embarking on Omolaja Street to finish the half of the remaining Omolaja Street. But up to now, I don't think they are going to finish Ijikwejo this year. And it's a very, very disturbing issue, because this is a state program, and I've talked to the facilitator of this project, Honorable in the House of Assembly, Lagos State, Honorable Shangodara. She sent someone, one of the constituency manager of ours, was sent down here, Honorable Awo Yellow or something. So they were here, we discussed. And up to now, although we only saw improvement, but we need the completion of this road. Because the laudable program which the government has embarked, and we believe in the government of the state government of Sanwo-Olu, but the lackadaisical attitude of the project is what is another thing. Because we have seen a lot of roads that has been done, even within us, with the environs. Under less than 1 year, they finish it. Look at Ogunsami. Ogunsami is just barely 1 year. They are finished. The street over there, Okunla and Sanusi, just less than 1 year it has. They have completed it. But why Ijikwejo and Omolaja? And you have a lot of things happening here. People falling into the drainages and getting wounded. Thereby some lost their life. And it's a pity we are having such a thing at this era. And I believe the government of Lagos State is a listening government, and I believe they should do something concerning this. They should do something so that the road will be facilitated.
At first, when the project was, launched, we were happy to see that at least our community is going to be part of the developing, community. And the project is supposed to be a 1 year project, which is fine. But along the line, the project started dragging. And when we saw that this project that's supposed to be a year project, it has extended more than 1 year, going to 2 years. So we thought within ourselves that we should do something about it. So immediately we call on our representative, House of Assembly, Honorable Shangodara, and eventually he sent one of his, PA or something, in person of Honorable Awuyelu. We went around the entire street, Omolaja, Ijikwejo, and on getting to the end of the street, we made him to understand that There are some things we don't really like the way they are doing it. We complained to him, and he said, in fact, we took some pictures and even gave to him. So eventually he said he will relate our message to the Honorable House of Assembly, which for me, I think he did. But eventually, though we have seen him after that time to ask what is the answer to our complaint and what are you guys doing about it, he said he has related this question, our complaint and our demand to the House of Assembly, and they are actually working to make sure the project is actually moving faster than how it has been going on. So ever since then, we have been on it. We have met on several fora to discuss about this project. All they kept telling us is they are on top of the matter and they are working on it up till now. Ever since the representative sent personnel to come, since then we've not seen anybody again, despite that we complained. And though they are telling us we should be patient, they are working on it. And also, then when you talk about the strategy, this is a very strategic road, like you can see. You can move, there is nowhere you cannot link from this road. You are going to Aguda. You can follow this road to Aguda. You are going to Lawansin, Ojuelegba, Aziz. You can also take this route to wherever you are going. In fact, most of the streets in this our vicinity, they are interlinking to each other, where you can move from one spot to another. But unfortunately, here we are. First and foremost, I want to appreciate the governor of the state, Governor Sanwo-Olu. He's a listening governor, and we've been seeing his antecedents, all he has been doing all over Lagos State, and which it is recommended. We really appreciate him. And so, this project being a state project, we also want to appeal to him to help us to quickly finish the road so that our people can have relief. Then talking about what measures we, the community, are putting in place. If you look at down the street, recently, the contractor actually wanted to block the entire road from allowing some other people to, go out and come in. But we intervened with the, intervention of the CDA executives, especially my chairman, who was around us at that point. And eventually, we were able to find a solution where instead of you blocking some set of people, we can look for alternative route, which is what we have done as we speak now, temporarily.
While also appreciating the government for fixing Mogaji Street, a nearby street in the same local government area of the state, they appealed to the government to do the same for Labisi Omolaja and Ijikoijo streets that are still unfinished.
I expect if somebody wants to do anything for a community like this, it's not supposed to take a longer period of time. But it's a pity that when they started this, so we discovered they put sand with the hope that they are starting work on that very day, because based on the seriousness. But we later discover so many lapses which break our heart, let me just use. So at the end of the day, we cannot easily migrate from one street to other. We have to follow one way. And you know what that means in all these kind of small streets, for car to be forcing itself to turn. So it's a minus on our side. Even if somebody wants to help you, so at least we are not happy. We are not happy. We are out of no choice, because if I'm a millionaire, I can say, let me do that. But the shoe I'm wearing, I'm patching it. So how do you want me to do that? So I have to follow, I have to keep enduring. But too long enduring is not good for me. That's what I'm just trying to tell the people in charge.
I'm in Latirelu Street, and I could see that the road is being blocked by the granite and the sands. And I just want to appeal to the MHR, Honorable Lanre Okonla, on behalf of the community, especially the people of Sanusi CDA and the resident of Latirelu Street. that out of the 52 roads that you embark on, Latirelu is one of the streets that they have not started. They only came, drop granite and the sands. Although they excavate the one side of the drainage. But I want to appeal to you, sir, that we should call on the contractors. I know the year is already going. We only have some days in the month of December. I just want you to appeal to the contractor to come to our aid, because this area you are seeing is a waterlogged area. If there is any rain now, the drainage will be blocked. So I just want you to use your power of office, as you have already highlighted the street of Latirelu to be counted among the 52 streets of which you want to embark on the construction. I know you are doing a laudable program. We believe in you, and my people also believe in you. We just want you to help us in facilitating the construction of this road.
We at Sanusi Street, we thank the state government, Governor Sanwo-Olu. We really give thanks to Senator Eshilokun, then the council chairman. We thank you for facilitating our streets, Sanusi Street. But what I have to say for the other streets that they did not do is that they should please come to Itire Ikate and look for other streets like Osila, Ijikoye Ijo that have been there since for some years. They did not finish it. They should try and finish it up and give us. Then Sanusi Street needs street lights because they did the road, but they did not give us street lights. There are some other streets that they gave street lights, so we need it. If they do the street for us, they should at least give us street lights.
The Landlord Association revealed that the chairman in charge of the LGA at the state level has sent a representative to visit and assess the project and promised to return, but up to date, nothing is forthcoming.
Welcome back. I just want to believe that there is an explanation for the abandoning of this project. Well, a project meant to last for 12 months and now it's running into 3 years. Well, the Lagos state government is a government that listens to Lagosians' plight. However, I'm also using this medium to call on the government to kindly help the people of Olabisi Omolaje and Ijikoye Street under Itire Ikate LCDA Surulere area to complete the project that began since February 2022. All right, that's all we have for you on today's episode of Lagos Voices. Bye for now. I'll see you next time.
Akinola Olunowade is one of the big yam farmers in Kapam community. He grows his yam tubers in sacks and has 5 of such farms in the community. But all the farms are now gone, destroyed by the toxic pollutant of August 28.
I don't have any other thing to do now. I borrow money in the bank to do this project, sir. I cannot lie to you. I need help. I have 3 children in the university. presently as you are looking at me, and I need to pay their school fees, what will I do? What will I do? So I don't know what to do. That's why I'm pleading to the world. If anybody who can assist me to come up again, that you try and do it. And that you do it directly to me, not through any third party.
I am retired Lieutenant Colonel Dubagari. I retired to 2014 and I bought this place. Bought it 5 plots.
The retired Lieutenant Colonel grows grain and ginger in his 5-plot farm. But the farm is now decimated by the pollutant.
As you can see, this is ginger. The ginger was very greenish. It's not turning yellow. That means the chemical has affected it. Look at my corn. Like Guinea corn now, you can see no one is surviving. All of them inside, they have dried up. Only the maize now is drying gradually. The granite there completely was gone. We have to remove it to plant beans. And so many things inside. I have a garden inside where I planted a lot of things. That is, I just have passion in farming. All my things are gone. Nothing to fall on now. We are supposed to be eating corn now, but look at the corn has gone to another thing. We have nothing to eat.
It's the same story for organic fertilizer producer and farmer Sunday Beth, whose 1-hectare grain farm is more or less now dead.
I am crying for the people who can assist us, because up to now, I've not seen the refinery people to come and see what the level of damage they damage our crop. So that is why I am crying for the assistance. Anybody that can assist us, so that we'll get what will feed the family and also see how we can revive the business.
The devastation goes beyond farmland. The residents say many of their livestock are dead, and many people in the community are now falling sick.
Many animals died. Chicken died. Even I have part of it on my phone here that I can show you if you want to see. So even the health implication, since that day, no day that I don't buy milk for my family to take. Because many of them have been complaining of chest pain, mouth bitterness, and the rest of it. I have bought roughly 1 carton of milk in my house to give to them.
The management of the refinery is yet to issue any official statement on the actual cause of the pollution. But the National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency, NESRIA, says it may have been caused by ruptured pipes conveying hydrogen chloride. But one of the residents of the community, who is a retired environmental geologist, thinks he knows the exact cause of the pollution.
Greenhouse gas was released into the atmosphere that carry a lot of poisonous gases, chlorofluorocarbon, carbon monoxide, methane gas. They were all released into the atmosphere that came down as acid rain. That's what we call it in geology, acid rain, that descended on the community, which affected even human beings. Some of the residents here, their body started scratching. Some had a respiratory problem. They had to rush their children and wife to the hospital. Then in the morning, we noticed a lot of itching. And on the 3rd day, we noticed that some of the livestock, like goat, chicken, they started dying. So we saw the toxicity, which even made the women to go and block the road to protect to the refinery, because they approached the management and it seemed that there was lip service.
This is a chemical substances that have entered, we inhale it and it has gone into the body. It's not something that you just, it go like, as you can see, it's killing this crop gradually. That is how it's killing human beings gradually.
The residents say their lives have now been badly impacted and that they would need help as soon as possible. They say the sooner the help they are seeking comes, the better for them and their community. But there's no question that full recovery for Kapam community will take a very long time.
Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayetoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayetoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shenkor Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing corruption coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have been expressing the Sea Church.
I'm shooting. That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally. Because Ayetoro community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayetoro. And over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayetoro community is known to be a self-developed community on its own, without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge, as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore, is destroying our land. Up till now, we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn
ohun àlùmọ́nì wa àwọn ohun tí a ní ilé ohun ẹrù wa ìmí gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys. Trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do you do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female, so that they can drive their fishes, because the Atlantic breeze is, it's coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women, so that their kitchen can be downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun, Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu, you have the information house or the glass house, as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's some months already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people coming just like you came now. All the information you buy your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back. So it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, there too, all of them have gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building. The church street and the church building is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very important. Community. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojai. Then after Olowojai, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone.
It's gone.
So we have after Olowojai, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omogbenwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then you have, after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the what's called the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated.
and it has been eroded.
Just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where
yes.
the female side might be affected.
Yes.
So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So Oyetomi is the only one that you see out. Then from the downside where you have the
and this broad street is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn chọ́ọ̀chì wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land we gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people have to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayeto community. That the only challenge is that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the community technical college. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plant. It has been affected, greatly affected by the ocean surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into extinction. We don't want that, because Ayeto community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine, because when Ayeto was having a technical school, the Ayeto community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayeto community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those beauty boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within a space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue. so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè chọ́ọ̀chì, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 7 years, about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
Welcome back to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The Ogun State Police Command has arrested 2 suspects, Emmanuel Costad and Ayomide Damilare, for allegedly stealing items valued at 800,000 naira in the Shagamu area of the state. The suspects were apprehended on 24th January 2025 after the theft of several items from a site reported, including a block molding machine, 2 metal tables, all worth 800,000 naira. Confirming the arrest, the spokesperson for the State Police Command, Omolola Odutola, said the first suspect confessed that the second suspect had sold the items to him. And the National Emergency Management Agency and Niger State Emergency Management Agency are working together to respond to the dynamite explosion that occurred in the residential area of Sabompegi, Mashegu local government area of Niger State. This was disclosed in a press statement by NEMA on Monday. The incident was said to have occurred in the early hours of Sunday at about 7:30 a.m. The state government, under the leadership of Governor Ahmed Aliyu, has announced the immediate implementation of the new 70,000 naira national minimum wage for all state civil servants, local government employees, and the Local Government Education Authority. The policy takes effect on Monday. In a statement issued by the governor's press secretary, Abubakar Bawa, Aliyu described the implementation of the revised minimum wage as a demonstration of his administration's commitment to improving workers' welfare. And the chairman of the All Progressive Congress is still being prosecuted for alleged bribery, misappropriation, and diversion of public funds, the Kano State Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission has disclosed. The chairman of the commission, Muhiyi Rimingado, said on Monday that he will not cower into discontinuing the case against the former Kano State governor. And on business, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority has commenced the rollout of gas licenses to qualified players in the sector following frequent collapse of the national grid. The grid has so far recorded 1 collapse in 2025 after more than 10 incidents in 2024 has plunged several parts of the country into hours of total darkness. And on the foreign scene, Turkish authorities have arrested 19 people as part of an investigation into a fire at a ski resort hotel that killed 78 people, state news agency reported on Monday. Those detained include a deputy mayor of the town responsible for the Katankaya resort, a deputy fire chief, and the head of another establishment belonging to the hotel owner, the agency disclosed. The investigation into the January 21st disaster has focused on the hotel management and the actions of the emergency services and authorities in the town of Bolu. And finally, on sport, former Nigeria defender Joseph Yobo has been selected as one of the draw assistants for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations final draw. Yobo, who captained the Super Eagles to victory at AFCON 2013 in South Africa, will be joined by African legends Mustafa Haji, Serge Aurier, and Aliou Cisse. The quartet will not only pull the balls from the pot, but also provide their insights into the groups for the tournament. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring you more updates at the top of the hour.
Welcome to the program. I'm Okpeyemi Owoseni. We begin with business news. Nigeria's total debt service cost, including external and domestic obligations, rose in the third quarter of 2024, reflecting the combined impact of increased external debt service payment and currency depreciation. The total debt service cost for the third quarter of 2024 reached an estimated 3.57 trillion naira, marking a quarter-on-quarter increase of 60 billion naira from the 3.51 trillion naira recorded in the second quarter of the year. Data from the Debt Management Office show that external debt service payments in the third quarter amounted to $1.34 billion, which translated to 2.14 trillion naira when converted at a September 2024 exchange rate of 1,601 naira 3 kobo per dollar. This reflected 29.70% increase in naira terms, primarily driven by the naira's depreciation and a higher dollar obligation. And Nigeria's Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, says despite the pivotal contribution his ministry makes to the economy, budgetary allocations to the ministry has been very poor. Tijani spoke while defending the 2025 budget of his ministry before the Joint National Assembly Committee on ICT, where he elaborated on various initiatives designed to enhance the sector, while also shedding light on the significant challenges hindering its progress. There are details in this next report. 12 billion naira was allocated to the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy in the 2025 budget. But the minister told lawmakers here that the amount is insufficient, adding that without funding from international donors like the World Bank, his ministry may not be able to achieve much.
This ministry is unable to deliver its mandate if we continue to fund it the way it's been funded. In fact, to achieve what we've achieved so far, we've had to look for money from outside of government to get work done. A lot of the international trips that we've made to secure opportunities for this sector and the nation were funded from outside of government's pocket.
The lack of strong oversight mechanisms for the sector has led to the duplication of resources and inefficient spending across multiple ministries, departments and agencies on ICT.
And every MDA in the land has strong budgets for ICT that we have no contribution to. And the call for us to have stronger policies and measures for demanding engagement is not just so that we can control this budget, it's to help the country save money.
The minister emphasized that while international partners like the European Union have allocated substantial funds to Nigeria's digital economy, only a fraction of these funds have been accessed, highlighting inefficiencies in resource utilization.
The statement here is to call our attention to the fact that even our own budget is not up to 20% of what the EU has budgeted for our sector. So we still have significant shortage in this sector. Now the biggest challenge we have as a sector is actually the fact that every MDA in the land has strong budgets for ICT that we have no contribution to. And the call for us to have stronger policies and measures for demanding engagement is not just so that we can control this budget, it's to help the country save money.
To close the funding gap, the ministry has turned to public-private partnerships. Notably, private sector contributions have surpassed capital appropriations in some instances, such as the 60,000 youth support initiative funded by private entities.
We had to resort to private sector and donor organizations. I use the example of the 3MTT project that we have trained 160,000 youth, and the support for that came from private sector organizations who contributed 2.5 billion, which was more than the entire capital appropriation for your ministry.
The minister further explained that the government is planning to invest 6 billion naira to deploy 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable, expanding the country's capacity from 35,000 kilometers to 125,000 kilometers.
This will help us create new small businesses that will be responsible for laying 90,000 kilometers of fiber network. This will help us create nothing less than 10,000 jobs of young men and women that will drive the deployment of this cable all over our country. The 90,000 kilometers cable will be everywhere in the country. This is the plan that has been made by the broadband plan that has been there from the previous administration that we've also reassessed, and we've seen the need to execute on this.
The chairman of the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity then referred the matter to the Senate Committee on Appropriations to review the budget of the Ministry of Communications to allow them operate effectively.
The Appropriation Committee is hereby requested to properly review the allocations to Federal Ministry of Communication, Information and Digital Economy in 2025 budget. Those who are in support of this motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it.
The digital economy presents a transformative opportunity for Nigeria, but addressing the challenges of funding, policy coordination and infrastructure development is critical. With the right investment and strategic partnerships, the sector can significantly contribute to economic growth, job creation and national security. We'll take a break now and be back with company news. Welcome back. Oando PLC, Nigeria's indigenous energy solutions provider, listed on both the Nigerian Exchange Limited and Johannesburg Stock Exchange, said its upstream subsidiary Oando Energy Resources has been awarded operationship of Block KON-13 in Angola's onshore Kwanza Basin. A statement by the company's secretary Ayotola Jagun said this followed a competitive bidding process organized by the Angolan National Agency for Petroleum, Gas and Biofuels. She disclosed that the block had 2 exploration wells previously drilled to a target depth of 3,000 meters, with oil and gas observed across various depths. Meanwhile, the Eco Electricity Distribution Company has issued a public advisory urging its customers to be more vigilant and proactive in safeguarding themselves against the rising wave of cyber threats. In a statement issued by the company and signed by the EKEDC General Manager, Corporate Communications, Babatunde Lasaki, the company said with the increasing reliance on digital platforms for transaction and communications, cyber attackers have devised sophisticated techniques to exploit vulnerabilities, making cyber security awareness necessary for everyone. He urged customers to always double-check the authenticity of emails, SMS, or calls claiming to be from EKEDC, adding that official communications from the company would never request sensitive information like passwords or PINs. We'll take a break now, but when Money Matters return, we'll be discussing the CBN approving the release of the Nigerian Foreign Exchange Code. I'll bring you details after this break.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the go-to app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other Paper Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. The Central Bank of Nigeria has approved the release of the Nigerian Foreign Exchange Code. The Apex Bank also announced that the code will be formally launched in Abuja. According to the CBN in a statement, the code serves as a guideline to the banking industry to promote the ethical conduct of authorized dealers on the country's FX market. The bank will formally launch the code at the CBN Head Office Auditorium in Abuja on January 28, 2025. Now let's discuss the significant development further. Economist Akin Ogushola now joins me on the program. Thank you for your time, sir. Now, to start with, can you help us understand the purpose of the Nigerian Foreign Exchange Code and why you think the central bank has decided to introduce the code at this particular point in time?
All right, thank you very much for having me. You recall that sometime in 2024, the central bank also issued an electronic foreign exchange matching system. This matching system is to ensure the transparency and the accountability of those that are, they receive the unction of the US dollars from the CBN, so that they can easily track whether they are actually genuine traders or they are using the FX for, other wrong market reasons. So the code that is about to be launched is a consolidation of this electronic foreign exchange matching system that the central bank has released in 2024. The code is going to be assigned to each trader so that they can monitor the ethical situations on the market. They can be able to monitor and trace those that are actually trading. And then even if they take it to the parallel market, yes, they can trace those that are, trading from the CBN window to the parallel market. So it's a kind of code that will bring about transparency in trading of the forex and also to bring stabilization into our naira. So that's what the code is about to do.
So one of the things the code plans to do is to promote ethical conduct among authorized dealers. What would you say are some of the unethical practices currently affecting Nigeria's foreign exchange market? And how do you think this code will be able to address all of these issues?
One of the unethical practices that we all know before now, we know that there's been a gap between the rates, the exchange rates on the I&A window and the rates in the parallel market. So some of these traders, they go to the I&A window, get this forex cheaply, and then they take it to the parallel market and make exorbitant gains, thereby making our naira to continue to fall. It will now appear as if demand is actually high, whereas some persons are doing some sharp practices, to make some gains from the trading of the naira between the I&A window and the parallel market. So this code will monitor those that are, benefiting from the I&A window, the CBN window, to get this forex and how they are also being traded on the parallel market. So all those sharp practices, sharp gain, exorbitant gains, they are going to be eroded with the code because each one will have an identity in the market. Just like I said, is an addition, to the electronic foreign exchange matching system. So they are going to be matching each trader with that code that will be assigned to each trader. It's just like having a TIN number, so that when you are going to the central bank to place an order, you will have your own code that you will use to actually place a demand. And then CBN can monitor who that person is. They can have all the information of that person. And then it will bring about a lot of transparency and ethical practice in the market.
So one of the stated goals of the FX code, according to the Apex Bank, is to ensure transparency and improve confidence in the market. Now, how significant is this for attracting foreign investment and stabilizing the naira?
Oh, it's very significant because foreign investors have, withdrawn their investment as a result of the naira being unstable. The naira has been fluctuating. Today, in fact, you don't know what price you will actually get the naira. So the instability and the frequent fluctuation in the naira has made investors to withdraw. But when the investors begin to see that the naira is stabilized and there is transparency in the market, you can actually say, okay, naira will continue to be within the range of 1,500 or 1,600 within the next 6 months. Investors can come in and put their funds because they can actually predict how much they are going to gain, or if the naira is even going to be, to fall, they can predict how much they are going to lose. Unlike before that, the difference was so much and some people were hoarding the FX and so many other unethical practices. So this will actually bring about a lot of transparency, and investors will have that confidence in a transparent market to actually invest.
So, sir, you just mentioned Odin. Now, many Nigerians and businesses face challenges accessing Forex code to operate their businesses effectively. Now, do you think the implementation of this code will serve a positive impact on the availability and allocation of Forex to businesses in the country?
Yeah, just like you know, the central bank actually issue Forex to commercial banks and also to the BDCs, so that they can use that to defend the Naira. Now, when CBN is issuing this Forex, they want to monitor who are those that are actually benefiting from this Forex and what are they using it for. Are they business persons? Are they investors? Or what business are they into? So the code is going to give them a unified identification for the electronic foreign exchange matching system. So that's how the code will work with the electronic Forex matching system that's been designed. So the Forex will be available. Now, the central bank is having a lot, our foreign reserve is actually over $40 billion now. So we can be getting some funds from there to defend the Naira. So the central bank wants to monitor how the Naira will be traded, the level of transparency. So the availability is not a problem. The Forex is actually available. But there's need to track those that are actually collecting this Forex and also to know what they're actually using it for. So that's why the code is coming.
So the CBN has mentioned that this particular code aligns with global best practices. But then can you share insights on how Nigeria's FX code compares to similar frameworks in other countries?
Yeah, like for example now in Dubai, the BDCs and those that need Forex, they actually register. They have code that they use in logging into, requests for Forex through their commercial banks from their central bank. So in Dubai, for example, it's not just, anybody cannot just go and begin to place demand for Forex from the commercial banks. You must have your own identity. They call their own Forex identification code. So you must have your own Forex identification code for you to be able to access Forex from the government. So the trend is what is happening in other climes, and we are trying to adapt it to our system to ensure transparency and accountability and ethical ethical trading system for our own market. So it's the way to go in order to defend the Naira. The sharp fall that the Naira has actually experienced in the past due to the floating of the Naira has actually made the Naira to get weak. So we are trying to see how to stabilize the Naira and also how to see that the value of the Naira is actually improved upon. So these are the things that this code will help us to do. So the code is a welcome idea. It's a good development, especially matching it together with the electronic Forex matching system, so that as they are matching, they see how the Forex is moving. Nobody gets to hoard. We have a lot of hoarding, which are part of the unethical practices in the Forex market. People get to hoard the dollars, with anticipating a fall so that they can go and change it and make some profit. All those will no longer be there. You don't have any reason to hoard the dollars, because it's going to be stable. So if you're just holding it, you're just holding it for nothing. It's like keeping your money in the bank. So the code and the matching system is the way to go. It's good for us. And we started seeing stability in our Forex markets. The stability in the Naira is actually encouraging. And I think foreign investors are watching and they are ready to invest as soon as they have enough trust that there is no longer unethical trading or unethical practice, sharp practice. They will be willing to, turn in their investments into the country. So the central bank, I think they are in the right direction.
All right, over time, we've seen the Apex Bank introduce several policies into the country, but then one of the issues we have is implementation. Now, speaking of implementation, what challenges do you foresee, especially for smaller financial institutions or businesses operating within the FX market?
Has actually been the problem, right from, just like you said, right from the time we have policy, other policies that the central bank have turned out, but the strategies that are being put in place to implement them are being faulty. Now, what do I mean by the strategy? Now, the central bank has introduced the electronic foreign exchange matching system, and this matching system needs identification code of those that are in the market trading so that they can be able to identify those. So this code will ensure that there is transparency and ethical practices are carried out. The problem here in the implementation is the monitoring. If there is effective monitoring, that there is no bypassing of the system, ensuring that all commercial banks, all BDCs pass through this system, not that some persons will, go behind the system and begin to have access to forex. So most times is the CBN's override of systems that actually causes or weakens implementation. So if there is strict adherence to system rules, strict adherence to policies, it will definitely, but once politics begin to come in, some persons can bypass the system, have access to it. That's where the problem will be. So CBN, we need to ensure strict adherence to implementation of the policy.
Okay, so speaking of strict adherence to implementation of policies, how exactly do you think this will be achievable by the Central Bank of Nigeria?
Yeah, it's achievable when the central bank ensures that, and that's why the code is very important. Everyone has a code. So with the code, you cannot bypass. The code is linked to your own bank account, it's linked to your own domiciliary account. So it is with that code that you can, trade, whether you want to buy or you want to sell. It is with that code that you can trade. So without the code, you're able to trade on. So the code is a unified identity kind of for those that will be trading. So they have a code to do trading. It will be difficult for people to bypass the system or override. And that's why we're applauding the CBN for this code. The code is good. It will ensure that unethical practices are eroded from our system. Everybody will follow due process in assessing the forex, and there will be no, prediction that the naira will fall or, hoarding for exorbitant gains. All those things will be eroded, and it will be good for us, to be good for our economy, and it will be good for the forex of Nigeria.
Now, briefly, sir, let's talk about the bigger picture. Do you think this FX code alone is enough to address the structural issues in Nigeria's FX market? Or do you think the additional reforms you'd recommend to the Central Bank of Nigeria?
Yeah, the code is adequate for now because we don't need to overload the system with reforms. A lot of reforms at the same time will be the CBN needs to be injecting these reforms, because the market is actually dynamic. We cannot really say this is the way to go and we just follow strictly. Market is a dynamic market. So for now, the code is enough. Let us introduce the code as a corroboration to the matching system, the FX matching system that we also have. So we begin to now monitor trading that is going on these platforms. And those are actually having the codes and using the code to trade on the matching system that has also been launched. So we'll be studying that for now. And then when we begin to see how things are going, we can now consider, possibly the CBN can consider another policy.
Well, economist Akin Gushola, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program. And like you said, we'll keep monitoring to see if this will adequately address the issues we have as regards to FX in the country. Thank you for your time once again, sir. Well, that's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpeyemi Owosheni. See you next time.
inspecting his ruined ginger farm. Elisha Handan is one of the big ginger farmers in the Sarbon Serki area of Jaba local government area of Kaduna State in northwest Nigeria. Virtually all the ginger in his 4-hectare land here have been hit by a strange disease which is causing the leaves of the ginger plant to turn brown, dry up and then die.
I planted ginger here this year, early April. The ginger was doing well, germinated well, doing well. When I applied the first fertilizer or the first application of fertilizer, the ginger grew very effectively and very well. Suddenly, I started to spot out some symptoms of disease. I thought that it's a normal, maybe shortage of rain. I never knew there's a menace. Before I know, the whole farm was affected. And not only this farm, but all of my farms, out of about 4, all of them were affected. And you can see the effect of the disease all over. That's where, anywhere you go now, you see all of the farms. They are looking like this.
It's the same story for Joseph Jatu, another ginger farmer in Jama'a local government area of the state. His entire ginger farm has caught the same disease, sparing only the vegetable he planted within the farm.
Both the leaves dry and the rhizome inside the ground also get rotten. So we are suffering a lot of loss, especially in this particular part of the world where we produce a lot of ginger. That is the mainstay of our economy, is now nowhere to be found. That the sustainable aspect of it is ruined by this infection. You can see we have abandoned this farm. We are not within it anymore. You can see the grass because we are discouraged.
Nigeria ranks among the largest producers of ginger in the world, and southern Kaduna accounts for the bulk of Nigeria's fresh ginger production. Almost every farmer in the region of the country grows ginger on a commercial scale. The current ginger disease will therefore seriously impact the local economy of the area, as this year's harvest is already affected.
We are pleading for an intervention. If there is any preventive method or measure that the government will take, please, they should intervene. We have tried all that within our own. I've tried all that within my own end. I've applied fungicide, all the measures that one would do. I've done it, but to no effect.
And what we are asking for is that both government at all level and as well as even the international community should come to our help, because this is more than disaster. When disaster occurs, you find out that ready material will be sent down there. This is a disaster, economic disaster. And we need help from within the government and within the international community.
This outbreak is already posing a lot of threat on the continuity of the ginger cultivation, because a lot of farms have gone down. So the hope of having seedlings for future cultivation is actually a major concern. So it calls for a state of emergency for intervention from all spheres of government, individuals of goodwill, and international community.
When an incident happened like this, there will be rapid response strategy adopted by all relevant agencies to cope the situation, identify the challenge, and not leave it in the hands of the poor farmer or just an association to tackle it. We have worked hand in gloves with almost all the relevant agencies to address these matters. But most of the efforts we are doing now is mostly on our own.
At the Institute for Agricultural Research in the state, scientists are hard at work trying to understand the disease and come up with a solution. But there's no definitive breakthrough.
Actually, the organisms we are suspecting, like most fungi, when the environment is moist, there is high relative humidity, low temperature, the organisms are favored. And we are suspecting there are multiple fungi, as I showed you here. So, but the specific one was still on. So that is what we are doing. From the interview and from what we saw, we gave them some suggestions on what to do to remedy the rhizomes that are in the soil. And possibly we are planning, or if we get opportunity, of course we have to train them or explain to them what measures we should take against the next season. We are likely having the organism to belong to the family Humaceae, what we call water mold. Those are what, among the fungi, you know, they are in the categories. They are the water lovers. They multiply very fast when you have low temperature and high relative humidity. So, and most of them, they seem to be more sensitive to the metalaxyl group and some other groups. So we suggested those ones for them. But as we said, there are some other organisms there. It's like complex issue. So we suggested if they get metalaxyl containing fungicides along with carbendazim or tobaconazole, that one can work. So these are some of the suggestions we gave them. So from the infected plants, the rhizomes also are carrying the inoculum. And because everybody is into production, the source of seed or rhizome for next season is usually from the previous year's harvest. You harvest part of it, sell it and get the money, keep the other one to become seed for the following season. And the organisms, by the time the crop is off or the season is off, during the dry season, they go produce surviving structures. These are the structures they are able to survive under unfavorable conditions. The dry season, they don't have the host. There's no plant growing. So, and those ones are now left in the soil. So if you bring your crop next year to plant, they will now infect it. And as I told you, almost every piece of land in that ginger growing area is subjected to ginger. Even if it's not 100% ginger, that is, they will plant ginger, and as the season goes on, they will go and intercept few stands of maize or a few stands of other crop. But the main crop has been ginger, and year in, year out. So both the soils and the rhizome are already a source of inoculum. So that is most likely what had happened. And so that's why we said we have to tackle it both ways, both in the soil, both in the seed. And of course, the simpler one for us is the seed. You can manage by handling the seed, because it will be difficult for you either to drench 10 hectares with fungicides. It will be so costly. So it's easier to address or treat the rhizome before you go to the field with it. So that is what, and then as I said, the pathogen is, one of them is an Humaceae, which is polycyclic. That is what we are saying polycyclic is during the season, apart from the inoculum that started infection at the beginning of the season, as the leaves are growing, the organism is producing more and more and more and more of the inoculum, which we call secondary inoculum. And those ones are spread to other healthy plants around by air, rain splash, when it rains, blows it up and down. And so you see that the disease multiply very rapidly during the rainy season. Even if the initial inoculum was small, but because it's a polycyclic disease, it multiplies very fast. Before you reach half the season, a lot of fields have been infected.
Of course, a lot of damage has been done. We visited some of the fields and we discovered that the leaves and the rhizomes, the ginger underground, was so devastated that the damage was so severe. And our target, of course, is to preserve the little harvest, whatever is still remaining, against next season. But like I said, in the interim, we made suggestions to farmers where the incidence was not very severe, and the farmers applied our management measures that we gave them, and they reported, some of them reported to us that they were getting good result from the management of the disease on their crop. Now, our target now is to protect the harvest against next season. But this problem has actually been available, it has been around at a lower magnitude. It is this year that it reached epidemic, most likely because of continuous production on the same area of land. Most diseases of agricultural crops are best managed culturally by rotating the crops on the fields. If you grow one crop on a particular field year in, year out, there is a build-up of the disease inoculum that will get to a level that it explodes. In other words, it causes a severe damage on the crop. So the Kaduna State government is making arrangement to sensitize or train the farmers on how to manage their fields. So one of the major ways is to practice crop rotation. And when the fields are waterlogged, when there is poor drainage, it enhances the activities of this disease-causing organism, and therefore the incidence gets so high, and there will be a high level of damage. So at the sensitizing workshop or the training that will be mounted by sponsored by the state government, we intend to create this awareness to farmers so that they will know how to manage it, and then other measures in which they can preserve the planting materials so that they remain healthy until the planting season.
If you go to your farm and you discover that all your ginger is healthy, the leaves, nothing is happening to them, will you suspect that something is wrong with it?
As they wait for a definitive pronouncement from the Institute for Agricultural Research, the farmers are now getting some helpful information on the likely cause of the disease.
Our date research confirms that these bacterial webs, they are bacteriums. They are pathogenic bacteriums that actually attack the ginger. It's not something you can see with your eyes. If you don't know the signs, you won't know when to take action. And that's why some of you, when you saw it, some of you call ants, soldier ants and things like that. And you did not take action on time. And when they started giving you interventions, some of you came to us and started complaining.
One of the big corporate farmers in the area has been holding special sessions like this one to further train and enlighten the farmers of best farming practices to prevent the disease.
What we are trying to achieve is how to sensitize other farmers from the large scale to the large scale farmers to medium and small scale farmers on how to manage the situation on ground in order to have a possible way to salvage the remnant of what is left in their farms in order to preserve seed against next farming season.
Well, I have never heard of government intervention yet. I never heard it. So we at our own level, we are working with farmers. So this is our own level, this is our own efforts of trying to intervene, bringing farmers together, sensitizing them on some of the mistakes, of course, that they had made before, and some of the practices that have been practicing before that led to this outbreak. Ignorantly, they don't know honestly. So because when we interview, when we're discussing with them, some of them never knew at all whether it is a disease or anything. They were just imagining what has come about this. But when we now put them together in this training, we sat them down and we told them, this is how it has all started, that we have come to this point. So now that we have, come together, bring farmers together, and we have discussed with them, I want to believe that federal government is hearing. And so at our own level, yes, we have made our impact, but we believe that when federal government hears of this and hears the level of intervention at which at least Remark Guarantee Network is doing, they can now come in as a father. And so we want to believe that their intervention will save this situation because they have the muscles to do it. Now, when we went around the farm, we discovered that because some farmers don't have so much land, some of them even grow ginger year in, year out. Under good recommendation, you don't grow ginger like that. And so if you are growing it year in, year out, you are going to aggravate the development of those diseases. And that is why it has happened to this level. And because you understand, many people now are conscious of investing in agriculture. And so the level of ginger cultivation in southern Kaduna this year is far more than every other year you would think of. So everybody has gone in, but they are using old seeds. Old seeds that have been sold for years, carrying diseases, not treated. The seeds are not treated, the soil is not treated. And so when they plant this, it leads to the outbreak of this fungal and bacterial disease that we are seeing.
If you check ginger production in southern Kaduna, we were not using chemical fertilizer from onset to a larger extent early 90s. We were not using chemical fertilizer. It's either we use cattle dung, or we use goat manure, or we use waste, or we use poultry compost and things like that. And the beneficial insects were not being disturbed. When these beneficial insects are not disturbed, then they have the power to deal with these fungi that destroy crops and so forth. But now that since early 90s to this time, even this years, where much of chemical fertilizer is poured into the farm, if you see the application, it's no matter of that they follow recommendation. No, they don't follow recommendation. All they want is that the more fertilizer they put, they feel that will bring them the more ginger. And so therefore, this chemical fertilizer begin to destroy this beneficial insect and rendering the other the fungicide and bacteria that are meant to attack our crop to have more strength, multiply, become powerful soldiers that said, well, now we are ready. We are now a brigade of soldiers. We can now deal with this ginger and things like that, nothing to stop us.
So what we would have to do, the reality, is to, of course, sensitize the farmers on the inputs they use. Now that this has been activated, next year, it will still happen again. The best solution to this, the truth, if wishes were horses, is to abandon that land for 2-3 years. That is the best. 2-3 years, don't do anything on that land. That would be the best. Then come back in the 4th year and do it.
The farmers are hoping that what they learned from this seminar, in addition to advice from the Institute for Agricultural Research, will help them overcome their current challenge.
By the grace of God, we are almost losing hope. But with this workshop, we really appreciate God. That is why I'm very highly expected, and I give God all the glory for attending this very wonderful workshop. we are always losing hope, thinking that all hope lost, we can't even move forward. But with this workshop today, we are picking up.
In fact, I really appreciate it, and I equally gain much about this lecture, because I learned where we, the farmers, have come short in the planting of the ginger. First of all, we have to clean the ginger before farming it. Then we should look for compound manure. We should not put ourselves much in these chemicals. So I really get more from the lecture today.
Ginger to southern Kaduna means a lot because it's the major cash crop of the southern Kaduna people. There are other crops southern Kaduna people cultivate, but predominantly they cultivate those crops for food, for their own personal consumption. But when it comes to ginger is actually the major cash crop, meaning that it is the economic booster and the sustainer of the people of southern Kaduna. As agric is actually the only industry that provide a space for everyone, both the learned and the unlearned. So ginger is actually a major cash crop that actually help a lot of families and individuals in southern Kaduna to be sustained economically.
If the whole of ginger is destroyed, it's going to affect the GDP of the country. It will go to affect the income of farmers. It will increase poverty. So it's a matter of really urgent interest that needs to be addressed, because I can tell you that more than 90% of ginger growing in southern Kaduna has been infested. And so it means that by next year, the farmers will not have enough seeds to plant. So it's going to affect their income.
Nigeria's ginger output is sure to take a dip this year and will sure hit the farmers hard. They're hoping that the remedial measures they've been taught to apply will work before a final solution comes from the Institute for Agricultural Research, which is racing against time to find a final fix to the problem.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion.
Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues
and the problems of those in need.
and welcome to another exciting episode. TV360 is back with more exciting content than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing you the latest in the world of entertainment, movies, comedy, music, food, anything you can think of entertainment. I got you covered. So normally we know what we do every time. Let's take the latest in the world of entertainment. First on the list, we have our Nigerian artists, musical artists are all set to release their songs and albums, likes of Odumudu Black, Olamide, and also Ruga. Ruga is even partnering with, collaborating with Zlatan, and trust me, I'm really happy because they said they promised to bring fire this 2025, and they're actually warming up our set. So I think everyone should look out for their songs and their new albums to be released anytime soon. So second on the list, we have I think that's Mr. Nigeria. He has been trending so far because he made a comment about the reason why our own rich kid, that's DJ Copy, that's Otedola's daughter, why she is single is because she doesn't check her DMs. And it's actually very fun because we know that so many guys must have been shooting their shots, and she's actually not getting young again. Like, she's not getting any young and everything. And I think her younger sister is already married to Mr. Easy. So it's like, check your DM. There are so many men there maybe trying to ask you out or maybe invite you on a date or something. And when she replied on the comment, she was like, okay, let me go check my DM. Well, maybe that's the reason why I am still single and everything, because she's rich, she's intelligent. Like, why are you not married yet and everything? But trust Nigerians to actually just talk and talk and talk. So he was actually just trending just because of that. So last on the list for today, we have our own comedian A.Y. Makun. A.Y. Makun's movie, that is The Waiter, has grossed 300 million naira in the box office, and it's a good time at this point in time because I think his movie came out when other movies were trending, likes of Everyone Loves Jennifer, Alakada by Toyin Abraham. We have The Thin Line by Mercy Aibe. So like, his movie actually still made it, like still made money in the midst of the market, like the competitors and everybody's out there. So I'm really happy because I don't know if it's his first movie, but I think I really want to see this movie. We have likes of Regina Daniels in it and other people in it, and I think it's going to be interesting. So you guys should all go out and watch this movie. So today we'll be diving into the world of reggae and dancehall music. So let's groove to the rhythm and feel the vibes. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Jetro Lion, yeah.
Evoke music.
Them they ask me, say, them they ask me, say, mama, them they ask me, say, them they ask me, say, mama, them they ask me, Rasta, where you come from? They want to know why me keep the fire burn. Man, Rastafari son, no boy can put me on a run. They wanna know why nobody can con me. Why no Babylon boy them surround me? I was lost but Jaja done found me. Unu fi hear what I say. He say, I come from Indy. He say, oh, I come from Indy. He say, I come from Indy. He say, I come from Indy. He say, oh, I come from Indy.
Hey. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. So getting me in the studio is Jetro Lion, who is a reggae dancehall artist, a songwriter, and a music producer, born in Imo State but grew up in Lagos. He started music right from church as a church boy, playing drums and keyboard in church, and he started producing music for other artists before he started releasing his own songs. Here with me in the studio is Jetro Lion. Hello.
Yeah, man.
Hi. I love that song.
Yeah, man.
He say, I come from Mbise.
Oh,
it's good to be here, you know.
Yes, Mbise is a part of Imo State.
Imo State, yeah.
I think I know that place and all. So how's music been? When did you start and all?
Yeah, music has been fun. First of all, I want to say it's good to be here. Thank you guys for having me.
You're welcome.
Music has been for me a calling.
Oh.
You know, so it's something I started from when I was a kid, you know, in primary school, playing drums for the band,
church
in assemblies,
like
then playing drums in church, playing keyboard in church. Then, you know, with the help of my mom, she took me to a studio where I learned how to produce music.
Okay.
You know, mixing and mastering and all that. So
that's good.
then I took it to the next level to start producing myself and writing my own songs. So it's been a journey from I was just a kid, you know.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good. So now let's talk about the journey you actually choose to follow. That's the reggae and dancehall. Why that? Is it where you flow better and all?
Yeah, that's where my spirit is more connected to. Not that I don't do like this particular song we just watched now. It's a little bit of Nigerian.
Yeah,
element,
Afrobeat, yeah.
You know, but still I still have my own reggae dancehall element to it. You know,
Okay.
but reggae music is something that I love. Like, I'm a reggae head.
Oh, I can see now the dreads are in line with it and everything.
You know, I'm a reggae head, so I love reggae music.
Okay,
dancehall
so
music as well.
oh, that's good. So where did you start? Like, if we can talk about like the official year, you actually started producing your own songs.
I released my first single as an artist 2015.
Okay.
Yeah, 2015. Then the journey started 2016. I also released singles. 2018 I released singles, and just like that, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, can you tell us about the process? Now, let's get into you said you're a music director and you're an artist. You sing. You write your own songs here too.
Yeah.
So, like, how's the journey been so far from you getting to write your scripts and producing it and everything? Just tell us about your journey so far in your field, your own journey.
It's interesting. You know, music is fun. You know, the process of making music is actually the fun part of it.
Oh.
Where the stress is in terms of the promotion. You have to be here, you have to be there. But
true.
when in the studio, just writing or making beats, that's where I enjoy myself the most.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's been fun.
That's good. So is anyone like you look up to that gives you this vibe, or maybe any known artist that you just get like inspiration from or you look up to and all?
Yeah, you know, the whole thing started from Bob Marley's like my role model.
Oh,
you know, I have
good.
I listen to a lot of Jamaican music.
Okay.
You know, like, you know, Sizzla, Caputon, Busy Signal,
Wow.
especially a lot of old music.
Okay.
You know, I love old sounds a lot.
Better than
You know, so they
wow.
inspire me as well. Then in Nigeria, yeah, you know, the Plantation Boys, like the three of them.
Okay.
Growing up listening to their songs, you know, was a massive inspiration for me as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we know like you've been in the music since, like you said, since 2015.
Yeah.
So now, where do you see yourself like in the next 15 years or 5 or 10 years? No, let's not, 15 is far. Let's just say 5 years to come. Is there like a plan or like a dream you're trying to pursue and everything?
Well, at this point, I would just say I'm just taking it easier. But I see myself, God is faithful, you know.
Definitely.
So where God has destined that I'm going to be, He will take me there.
Okay.
So sometimes we plan and it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
So I just want to kick back and just, you know, do my thing and see where God takes it to be, you know.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now can you explain your own kind of music? What will you say if they ask you, okay, why Jethro Lion, why this kind of genre, and why? Like, because why I mean why I'm talking about, most people want to just do rap music or Afrobeats, but yours is different.
Yes.
So why
Yeah,
that?
because reggae music kind of enable me to come up with the kind of story that I want to in my music.
Okay.
You know,
so
like
the story you try to convey.
if you listen to some of my old songs, which are reggae music, they are mostly conscious music.
Okay.
You know, and you know, the rhythm, the tempo, and everything combined just enables me to express myself
Better.
Yeah, better. But still, I'm a very versatile artist, though. You know, Afrobeat. I'm a producer now. I'm a Nigerian boy. So even before I started writing my own, I don't produce for people. If not Makosa, if not gospel, if not Afrobeat, if not, you know. So I'm quite versatile. But as an artist, I just gear more towards reggae music, dancehall music.
Okay, so now do you create your beats as well?
Yes, I make my
So
beats.
how do you get inspiration from that? Like, you just one or two things? I really just want to get myself involved in the whole music production now. So like, how do you get your beats? From maybe somewhere, or you just create yours yourself?
You know,
Because now inspiration is different.
It comes in different ways.
Okay.
There are sometimes I can be sleeping and I'll just wake up and I'll start hearing a sound.
Yeah.
Sometimes I might be maybe in a beach and they're playing a sound and I'm like, oh, okay. And
Makes
something I'm
sense.
getting up some ideas from it.
Yeah.
You understand? Then sometimes I might just be in the studio and I'm just creating something from scratch.
Okay.
Sometimes I feel the pig bean safe, make the pig bean say I won't cook.
Yeah.
And I'll just start singing something.
Okay.
So inspiration doesn't have one particular method
Okay.
at which it comes through.
So should we include that in also to your lyrics as well? Like, it comes in.
Yeah, sometimes the melody comes, we record it, then you start arranging the lyrics.
Yeah, so like imagine you're like in a meeting or somewhere and just get one inspiration. So you like quickly just write it down and
the voice note now. I'll just put it down in the voice note.
So you forget that everything.
Exactly. So when I get home, I work on it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
So now, is there any artist or you look forward to collaborating with in the future? Let's just put now all Nigerian artists. Anyone you feel you would like to let's just say collab or something. I think I have one person in mind, so let me just keep quiet.
There's a lot of artists I really admire, you know, and I'll just say let the will of God be done.
Okay, so now let's talk about one. What do you say, what about Burna Boy? I think, I feel, now me getting to know you, I feel I can link you maybe to Burna Boy a bit because of the way he carries himself and the way his music is and everything. His own is actually a bit different from regular Davido and maybe Wizkid.
Yeah.
So like, do you see yourself collaborating with him and all like that?
If it's the will of God, I'm open, man. You know, Burna Boy actually passed through the University of Reggae Dancehall too.
Oh yes, because I think that's his own style.
He's a reggae head too.
Yes.
So he's a great artist, and you know he makes good music.
Okay.
So if I have the opportunity to collab with him, I won't say no, of course.
Okay.
You know, I won't
that's
say
good.
No. Yeah.
So your first single was titled what?
It was titled "Can't Crucify."
Okay, why?
They can't crucify at all. yeah. Do your best and stand strong. So it's a song to just motivate people not to give up on their struggle, not to give up on their hustle.
Okay, what came the inspiration behind the title of the song?
I think then I was down with malaria, I think.
For real?
I just this to do my body just a shit somehow.
I know, so now you can get inspiration from anything.
Anyway, yeah. So the thing just came. Sometimes I cannot explain. You know, when you are wired to do certain things, you cannot explain how it comes. Sure. You get me? So it's just the grace of God.
So that was the one that was released in 2015.
2015 and Sweet Reggae Music.
Oh,
I released 2 debut singles at the same day. Yeah, 2 songs at the same day.
That's good. I like the feeling and everything.
Yeah.
The energy is like there.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back.
All
right. So guys, let's go on a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Evoke music.
Obi chikolobi obi nana. Obi chikolobi obi nana. Obi chikolobi obi nana. Obi chikolobi obi nana. It's your groove, baby. Let's waste no time. Baby, let's waste no time. It's your groove. I'm on you sweet past wine. I'm on you sweet past wine. It's your groove, girl. You dey bust my mind. You dey bust my mind. It's your groove. I'ma get see you fine. I'ma get see you fine. So me say yo yo yo, make we dey carry dey go. I dey feel your flow. You make me want spend my dough. As you see me so, I don't hide no. Don't let my mama know. Leave my black they go. Yeah, baby girl, now you dey make the Rasta craze. You dey make me want to sing Amazing Grace. I would love to go below your waist, and I love the way you smile your pretty face. Baby girl, you know this scam, you know deceiver, and you like it to the give, not just receiver. And you make me lose my mind, you make me shiver. Yeah, girl, you is a leader. Baby, let's waste no time. Baby, let's waste no time. It's your groove. I'm on you sweet past wine. I'm on you sweet past wine.
One of J3 Lion's song, that is Ezioko. So now let's talk about Ezioko. Now, what inspired you to the title? I love the song. I like the music video, the beats, the dancers and everything. So what inspired you about the name of the song, the title? Yeah,
I actually wanted to do something danceable for my Nigerian people.
Oh, and it's good.
Yeah.
So something a bit different from like your regular.
I just wanted to make people know say I'm a Nigerian.
Sure, definitely. Because if you don't do one Nigerian Afrobeat, definitely you're like, who is this person? Are you Nigerian? Yeah. Oh, makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so now, which is your favorite song so far? Maybe the song that inspired you the most, and maybe the journey, the creative process and everything really felt you had like a strong connection with it. Which is your favorite song?
Of my song?
Yes.
It's difficult to tell you, man.
Well, you should definitely have one.
I'm the seller of the music, so if I can't tell you which one my favorite.
True, but I know like one or two.
The songs that actually speak to me very well is I'm Blessed. Them say J3 Lion na born throw away, but I'm living large and living okay. Father God, I bless me every day. Me there and me feeling irate. When them come here with them jazz and them spray. Me no fret and me no run, cause me no fear. Father God, I guide I every day. That one you are the truth and the reggae. Boom! I'm blessed. Yes, I'm blessed.
We are blessed.
In the west and in the east, and we are the best. Queen, you are blessed.
Oh.
Yes, you are blessed.
Yes.
So the song speaks to me because it's more like a prophecy, you know.
And it's good. I like it.
Yeah.
Now I know like it's not something that you just learn. It comes within. Like you just flow and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so now tell us something new. Is there like a new project you're working on? Maybe we just want small secrets. We don't mind. We don't mind.
Yeah,
We won't tell everybody.
I'm always in the studio recording though.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So is there something like a new project you're working on?
Yeah,
Oh.
definitely.
Okay. And where do we get to watch it from, and how long do we wait for it to be out?
There is no time frame yet.
Okay.
You know, but my fans can look out. People who don't know me, who are just knowing me now, can look out. I have my social media pages and everywhere on
Okay.
Jethro Lion, you know. But big things coming still, you know. Stage shows, you know, touring and all that, you know.
Good. So now let's talk about one or two challenges you must have had as an artist, upcoming artist and everything. So now when you started, and how have you been able to manage so far, like the challenges you get to face in the society? Can you just tell us like one of it?
Okay, first of all, while I released my first single in 2015 as a reggae artist, you know, reggae is like a universal
song,
generally accepted song all over the world.
Everywhere,
in every radio station in the world, there's always a segment for reggae music, right?
True.
So when I released those songs, like, I'll just email DJs abroad, DJs who are not Nigerians, and they love it. And the only thing they ask me is, do a jingle for me, man, I love your song.
Okay.
So when I play, people know I know you, so it gives me more rep.
Oh,
you know, so
good.
there was a lot of that, people just playing your song for the love of the music.
Okay.
You know, but when I started working with a record label, you know, and you know when a record label signs you, you have to start, especially if they are marketing your music from Nigeria.
Sure.
You have to actually do what the people want here.
Yeah.
You know, then I realized I was a culture shock. Say, I'm on Nigerian people, if you don't give them money, they play.
Definitely. It now looks like
if you
that.
don't give them money, they so I'm like, wow, but that's what they do. You know, but the challenges, a lot of challenges though, you know, but the way the music is now really expensive.
Okay.
You know, it's not really fair to those who really have this talent.
Oh, good.
You know, it's just make music and play music, man. If I have to start paying and all that,
it
becomes shaky, you know?
True.
Yeah, so
now you mentioned like a record label. Now I think let's just ask like different question from like what we have to do today. So now we know like in the Nigerian music industry we have all these issues of record label, maybe one artist breaking out from one or the other. What do you have to say about it, as you have been in a record label? Like you said, you have to actually stop doing what you want to do and actually listen to what they want, because they are the ones marketing your songs and everything. Do you think it's like a good idea for maybe anyone to just get into a record label? And the issues we'll be having, likes of, let's just talk about let's just say Mohbad, some people that have had one or two personal issues with record labels and everything. What do you have to say about that?
You know, the record label thing, how I see it is like, it's a means to an end. If you're an independent artist and you don't have the money and the funds to push yourself, anyone who is coming to invest in you, is what he wants is what you're gonna do.
Okay.
You know, so but the best things you could do for yourself is make sure you pay attention to what is written in the contract. Most times we get excited. Even me, I made those mistakes too.
Okay.
You know, you get excited and oh, they want to help me, but when the thing starts, they'll come change them for me. You know, so I'll just you know, focus on your contract, you know, and try, if you sign a deal, try to be faithful to it.
Okay, so more like people do take advantage of some people.
Yeah, it's natural.
Definitely.
Yeah, it comes with it.
Oh, that's sad.
It comes with it.
Okay, now let's talk about one thing, funding. I know like music, definitely, once you create your music or produce your music, you have to like push it to the market. That's another stage entirely, like totally different. You get to get influencers or top musical guys there to actually push the music. So how have you been able to do that so far?
Oh, well, you know, when I'm actually under a label.
Okay.
Although my time is about to be over.
Okay.
You know, but sometimes when you're with labels, you don't, as an artist, you are not doing those things for yourself.
Oh, so they are the ones
it is
doing.
good for you as an artist to start thinking like a businessman, knowing how to market yourself, knowing how streaming works, knowing how licensing works, knowing how these things work, so that you can know how your music can be exploited. Because sometimes when you don't know it and people who signs you know these things, they can cheat you and dribble you.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah, so just know how to handle your business, and as well as an artist, try to learn how to play instruments.
Oh, nice.
You know,
Yeah,
don't
it helps.
Yeah, because if you try this one, it no work for you. Does it mean say if you no sing song, you go hungry?
True.
You get me? So you can even operate as a songwriter. You can operate as a producer.
Like you did, yeah. You were writing for people.
Yeah, and I
Makes
still
sense.
do.
Oh,
You
that's
get
good.
me? So there are many offices within the music, many branches that you can make money from. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is there any memorable event you've had so far? Maybe why create your music and everything? Anyone that sticks to your head till now? Just share something.
Let me remember now. Let me remember.
Or memorable
There's a lot.
achievements like you didn't expect to get this more popularity.
Yeah,
at
the first time
point in
I got a visa to go to England to play a show, I felt really good.
Oh, that was
You
good.
know, seeing that my talent, putting me on
Recognized.
the plane, you know, yeah, it was. I felt special. You know, and I took my music serious from there. I started taking my talent serious.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So now let's do something not new, yeah? So like just give us some beats and song from maybe your song collection. Just give us something. Let's just entertain ourselves.
Okay, let me give you a different freestyle. Though.
Okay.
Because I humble and calm. No go try this Rastaman, he dey touch for my head, oh. Oh, he dey touch for my head, oh. Want me sing, I they keep my calm. Them never know say me bad like.
Well, it's good. It's good. Definitely, we know you can sing from like everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go on a quick break.
All right.
We'll be right back. Welcome back, guys. So, Jethro Lion, before we round up, I'd like us to play a short game for just 10 seconds rather.
Okay.
No, 30, I think one of them. So, favorite celebrity couple? Just gave in and asking you, because we have a time.
Well, to be honest with you, I have to think because I don't know all these celebrity couples and
Okay.
celebrity couples, I don't really have one.
Okay, so most outstanding day of your life?
Anytime I make music, I'm happy, man.
Okay.
Anytime I'm holding the mic on stage, I'm happy.
Okay, so football, basketball?
Oh, football, man. I love football.
Favorite relaxation spot?
I love to just go to the garden or go to the beach, relax.
Good. I see now you connect with nature more, like you like it.
Yeah,
So movies or novels?
movies.
Definitely. Favorite city you like to be in? I say Jamaica.
Kingston. I love Kingston, actually.
Okay,
Yeah, Jamaica, yeah.
good. So favorite indoor sport?
I love to play PS.
Okay,
Yeah,
so favorite food?
Beans and bread. Then swallow.
Oh, good. That's literally like a man food. So mention something in your bucket list you like to take.
I would love to establish, by special grace of God, like a music school in Nigeria, where I can properly mentor young artists, train them in instruments, singing, and all that.
Beautiful. Yeah. So the last one now, if you were given $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment without anybody, no internet, just you, I mean, there's good food.
As long as there's food, there's music. One for how many? How long?
No, for like a month.
$10,000. 10,000 bell. Now. Where the indoors? Where the place? Carry me go the indoors first.
Straight up.
Take the phone. Take off the internet safe.
So thank you so much for coming on this show.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Really appreciate.
It's
We
my
look
pleasure.
forward to seeing Jethro Lion, more music.
By God's grace.
Stay in the reggae, dancehall
By God's
genre.
grace. Yeah.
Okay.
By God's
So
grace.
anything you want to say?
Yeah, you stay out of drugs, stay out of trouble.
Okay.
Honor your father and your mother so that your days can be long.
That's a major commandment there. Thank you so much. So guys, that's all we can take for this episode. Thank you so much for staying with us. And before we end this, I'll leave you one of his songs so you get entertained and dance up. See you next time.
Yeah. Plead my cause, O Jah, and fight against those that fight against me. Yeah. It's Jethro Lion, the melody maker.
Evoke music.
From afar we are looking at them. They want to cause problem. They want to destroy all your children. Tell them to move and go away. From afar we are looking at them. They want to cause problem. They want destroy your children. Tell them if you move and go away. How could you run them down? All my enemies, run them down. Run them down. Yeah. How could you run them down? All my enemies, run them down. All my enemies, run them down. Yeah. Ciao. To all my enemies, me no like them. Me no send them, no man I go friend them. Anywhere me see them, man I go greet them. And anywhere me buck them, man I go heal them. They wanna use me, they wanna accuse me, they wanna reduce me, they wanna confuse me, they wanna abuse me, cause y'all don't choose me. They wanna watch out, dirty Babylon, listen my song. Man a champion, man a lion, man a judge son, so me no fear none. All the spice in all these guys me say fireball. They want to run my race, what a disgrace. They want to hide me glory, what a time waste. What are the paper chase, I know they look face. From afar we are looking at them. They want to cause problem. They want to destroy all your children. Tell them if you move and go away. From afar we are looking at them. They want to cause problem. They want to destroy all your children. Tell them if you move and go away. How could you run them down? All my enemies, run them down. All my enemies, run them down. Yeah. How could you run them down? All my enemies, run them down. All my enemies, run them down. Yeah.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayetoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayetoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here. Both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shepherd Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing corruption coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have expressing the Sea Church.
I'm shooting. That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally. Because Ayetoro community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayetoro. And over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayetoro community is known to be a self-developed community on its own, without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge, as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore, is destroying our land. Up till now, we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn
ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní, ilé, ohun ẹrù wa, ìmí gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys. Trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastating. We need the support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female, so that they can dry their fishes, because the Atlantic breeze is, it's coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women, so that their kitchen can be the downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun, Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu you have the information house, or the glass house as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's surmount already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people coming just like you came now. All the information you buy your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back. So it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, there too, all of them have gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building. The church street and the church building is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very important. Community. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojai. Then after Olowojai, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. So we have after Olowojai, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenyiwa. Then after Omogbenyiwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's called.
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the what's called the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated.
and it has been eroded.
Just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where
Yes.
the female side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their
watching
wives.
with their wives.
Their wives. So the Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
And this broad street is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn chọ́ọ̀chì wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land we gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayato community. That the only challenges that the fishermen, because Ayato is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the community technical college. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris, has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plants. It has been affected, greatly affected by the ocean surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into extinction. We don't want that, because Ayato community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine, because when Ayato was having a technical school, the Ayato community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayato community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those beauty boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken, within a space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ̀ọ́ kàn má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè church, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Simisola Atiku. The drug epidemic in Nigeria has become a ticking time bomb set to explode, with a report that over 14.3 Nigerians are now victims of drug abuse. The Director General of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, Mojisola Adeyeye, made this assertion during the agency's youth program inaugural ceremony at the government school in Rumo Quarter, Port Harcourt, the River State capital. According to her, research findings show that 1 out of every 4 high-risk drug users has been arrested for drug-related offenses. The NAFDAC boss noted that the arrests include 73% for drug possession, 12% for theft, 5% for sex work, 4% for burglary, and 2% for shoplifting. She said that the negative effect of drug abuse on families and societies affect the nation's socio-economic development. Adeyeye explained that these coordinated and intensive program aimed at reducing the prevalence of drug abuse among secondary school students in the country. Recent findings from epidemiological studies on drug abuse in Nigeria have also demonstrated that the burden of drug abuse is still high despite the existing drug laws, policies, and strategies for prevention. Let's discuss this drug problem in Nigeria with the Director, Media and Advocacy at the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Mr. Femi Babafemi, who joins from Abuja. Thank you for your time, sir. Now, the NDLEA has been at the forefront of the fight against drug trafficking in Nigeria. It's evident that the agency is not giving drug traffickers any breathing space at all. Now, what's your response to this recent report disclosed by the NAFDAC Director General that 14.3 million Nigerians are victims of drug abuse?
Actually, that information is not something new. It's something that came out of the National Drug Use Survey, which report was published in 2018. In that report, it was expressly stated that indeed those Nigerians who had abused illicit substances other than alcohol and tobacco the previous year, between the ages 15 and 64, there were 14.3 million, meaning that that puts the prevalence rate in Nigeria at 14%, which is almost 3 times the global prevalence average of 5.6 prevalence rate. That's the average globally. So that was exactly, so it's not something new, it's something that it came out as a result of the National Drug Use Survey conducted sometime in 2016, 2017, which was published in 2018 years now. So meaning that we're due for another report. Really, that's after 5 years, and there is another process in the offing. There is another, the stakeholders are already of conducting another drug use survey. So we would be, when that is done, then we would be in a position to know indeed whether the efforts, the concerted efforts of led or coordinated by the NDLA in the last 4 years, what impact that have made on the drug use situation in Nigeria and all of that. So we'll be able to have fresh information and fresh facts on the situation in Nigeria.
Now, this NAFDAC report is no doubt quite disturbing. Now, it appears that there is a new trend in the types of drugs abused by secondary students, the youth in the country. And what are the commonly used illicit drugs used by youth and young people in Nigeria?
The most commonly abused illicit substances by our youths in Nigeria, I'll tell you, number one on the list is cannabis. And again, I'll take you back to the 2018 report that I mentioned earlier. That survey was actually conducted with the help of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, along with other partners like National Bureau of Statistics and some other stakeholders, the Federal Ministry of Health, and so on and so forth. So still on that report, from that report, it was indeed, out of the 40.3 million Nigerians, that report shows were abusing illicit substances or had abused illicit substances. 10.6 million of them actually abused cannabis, meaning that cannabis is actually the most commonly abused psychoactive substance in Nigeria. So that would also surface in this case, in this instance, to answer your question. Indeed, it's cannabis that is the most commonly abused by our youths in Nigeria at the moment. And apart from next to cannabis is the opioids. The opioids, talking of tramadol, especially codeine-based syrup. That's the syrup that people use in the treatment of cough or the cough symptoms, cold symptoms. So you also have other opioids. These are pharmaceutical drugs that are actually for medical uses, but unfortunately have been abused for as social social drugs. So that's we did not list all of them for some other reasons, just to limit so that some of our youths probably who don't even know some of these things will not start. By the time they are watching this, ideas don't enter their head, and they start thinking of how to experiment with the new names they are hearing for the first time. But then, indeed, like I said, cannabis is number one, and you have different variants of that, like Colorado, Loud. From even the local ones, the locally grown one in Nigeria, the cannabis sativa. You have they do a lot of things with it, so that makes cannabis the most commonly abused. And like I said, the next is the opioids, especially tramadol, codeine-based syrup, Molly, Rofinol, and all of that.
Mr. Femi Babafemi will take a short break here, and the conversation will continue afterwards. Please stay with us. We'll return shortly. Welcome back. We're still discussing the alarming report disclosed by the Director General of NAFDAC that 14.3 million Nigerians are victims of drug abuse. And my guest is still the Director, Media and Advocacy of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Femi Babafemi. Thank you for staying with us. So now, the rate of drug abuse is constantly changing. That's the rate of drug abuse in the country, constantly changing. The numbers are never static. Thousands of people abuse drugs every day. What are the root causes of the high rate of illicit drug use among young people in Nigeria?
That's a good one. Quite a lot of factors, quite a lot of predisposing factors, quite a lot of causative factors that are responsible for drug use among our youth. I'll tell you, starting from the family, which is the smallest unit of our society. Right from the home, you discover that a lot of parents themselves are drug users. And so when parents are themselves drug users, there is the possibility is high that their kids are likely to also abuse. One, two, also still within the family unit, you also find situations where send their kids or their wards to buy, even starting from the gateway drugs like alcohol and cigarettes, because they are socially allowed and they are socially permitted. So a lot of people don't see this, or they don't regard it as drugs. But then indeed they have psychoactive substances. They are drugs. They intoxicate, and so they are treated as and regarded and classified as drugs. So a lot of parents, right in their homes, they send their kids, young people, down the streets to go and get these things for them. From beer parlor or restaurants, and they bring these things home. The kids bring these things home, and right in their living room, you see them relaxing or taking these things in the presence of their kids or their wards. And by the time they are done, they still invite these young people to come and pack, to take the remnants away, to go and dispose of the remnants, the bottles, the sticks of the cigarettes, whatever is left of that. And then the kids who have seen their parents take pleasure in taking these things, who have seen their parents enjoy this. So right in the corner of their kitchen where they are supposed to dispose of this, they find remnants of the alcohol in the bottle. They have a sip, they find remnants of the cigarettes left in the plate, and they want to have a taste of it, and that's how it starts. The experimentation starts from there, and then you see these kids trying to look for money to buy their own, and that's the beginning of the nexus between substance abuse and crime, because by the time these young people, they are already tasted, they already experimented with this, so they need their own money they need money to go and buy their own, and so they are not working, they are not earning any salary. So the next thing is to start looking for where to steal within their home or in their neighbor's apartment. So that's one. That's another factor. But beyond the family unit, again, there is the environmental factor. For instance, you have some environments that are not that are prone to this. For instance, the area, where you can virtually touch or feel poverty, where you have most of the people, where you have the downtrodden in the society, like the ghettos, the neighborhoods that you really don't find a lot of good infrastructure, or that you really don't find a lot of people having something tangible to do. So those poor neighborhoods, there is also that environment also breeds things like these. Kids or young people brought up in such environments are most likely to abuse, because these things are common in such environments. So, and kids brought up in such environments are most likely going to abuse or take to these things because they see them every day. They see them like they grew up with them, even right in the atmosphere there. They are inhaling all these things, and they see people who have nowhere to go, who all they wake up to do is to drink alcohol or to smoke cigarettes or to even abuse other illicit substances. So when they see these things every day right in their faces every day, they are most likely to go into such things. So that's an environmental factor. Beyond, even when you come to the neighborhoods or areas or in families where they are well to do, even when they are okay, they don't have other issues. There is also, when you also have young people in such neighborhoods, when you have young people who also spend a lot of their time on the internet, on social media, they copy those, they see how some of their celebrities or role models, so to say, or the influencers glamorize or glorify the abuse of illicit substances. And so these young people think that is how these guys get popular. This is what this is how to be. These are the things you do to be able to get popular, to be able to get the kind of money these their celebrities make. So they are misled through the activities of these stars or the music artists or the influencers or celebrities, who invariably are doing these things to promote their business rather than, for any other, may not even be they may not even be deriving some pleasure from it, but because they want to promote their content, they want to promote their business through this, because they know the young people are very inquisitive. They want to see what is happening on their page and all of this. And so, the activities, the things they post on their handles or their pages mislead quite a lot of these young people who spend a lot of their time and who are basically internet kids, internet children, especially the Gen Z, the Gen Alpha, the Gen Beta, and even some of our millennials. So that's another factor. Again, I will also tell you again, I skipped something at the level of the family unit or the home, and that is parents that are no longer intentional. When somebody like, I don't know your age, but then when quite a lot of us were growing up, we were brought up by parents who are intentional, who pay attention to what we do, the friends we keep, and our life pattern. We have parents, who pay attention to all of those things. But these days, it's very unfortunate that we don't have such intentional parents. Again, we just have people, we just have parents that just give birth to children and just allow them to do whatever they like for whatever reason. And so, whether lack of time or giving them too much freedom, all of those things. So this also, it's a great factor, because kids, when they are not, when parents don't really look out for them, when parents don't really show them the kind of love they should show them, they tend to go outside. And that leads me to another factor, and that is peer pressure. Because again, when these kids go out, they meet with other kids from other backgrounds outside, and so the pressure, the contact they have with these other kids or other young people outside also have impact on their lives. For instance, if the other kids they are mixing with outside, if they are those that have been abusing illicit substances, there is the tendency for those ones to make them want to feel inferior, to want them to make them want to act differently, because those ones, I mean, to get to a point, they will start, they will want to, they will have to make them feel they don't understand what is happening. They are not part of the trend, and so for these ones to want to feel they belong, or they are also it's also their time, so they come under pressure, and before you know it, they succumb to the pressure from their peers, and they also start experimenting and then getting into it, abusing illicit substances. That's another factor. And then another issue is it's medical, and that's for medical reasons. A lot of people also abuse get into substance abuse as a result of medical conditions. For instance, people who are treated and are given medication, certain drugs for, especially the opioids, for certain ailments to treat certain medical condition. And before you know it, some people, even after they have exhausted or they are done with the prescription given to them by a medical doctor, because of certain feelings they derive from that particular drug, they tend to go back to it, to buy it on their own, and then they start taking it, even when no doctor has prescribed it for them.
We see that the NDLEA has been active in the monitoring of the import and the export of narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances into the country. There's also the Intervention Service and the War Against Drug Abuse, the WADA program run by the agency. And what other measures is the NDLEA implementing, to combat the high drug abuse rate among Nigerian youth, to ensure that there's a reduced number of drug abusers in Nigeria?
I'll tell you, indeed, there are quite a lot that the agency is doing in response to this. First is the sensitization, raising awareness, letting people know about the dangers of abusing these illicit substances. And I remember, indeed, when the current chairman chief executive of the NDLA came in January 2021, that's Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Mara retired. When he came in January 2021, one of the first things he did was to initiate a process, a campaign, an initiative, a social advocacy initiative called War Against Drug Abuse Advocacy. That's WADA. And what WADA is all about is to mobilize the citizens to buy in and take ownership of the fight against substance abuse, to raise awareness about substance abuse for every citizen, to take advantage of their sphere of influence, to raise awareness within the family fold, within the community, within our worship places, in workplaces, and all of that across the country, so that people, and we're glad indeed, 4 years of doing that, because every week our commands, our formations across the country work with civil society organizations, non-governmental organizations, to take the awareness, sensitization lectures and what have you to schools, for those in schools across both primary, secondary, tertiary institutions, all of that. You see our commands every week, they have that task, I'll tell you. And then apart from that, again, for those out of school children, those in motor parks, those in marketplaces, they go there to also address them, to tell them about this, to raise awareness. They also go to churches, mosques, to also talk to them about this. They also work with the leadership of those of the worship centers to also ensure that they make the drug use issue as part of their sermons, either in churches on Sunday or in mosques on Friday. That's another thing. So sensitization, that is aimed at prevention. because the first thing is, for instance, let's say we are a country of over 200 million people. That as at that 2018, when that report was published, the report says that 14.3 million Nigerians, meaning that we still have over 180 million people who are not abusing illicit substances. So we have a responsibility to make sure that we prevent those that are not abusing yet from going into substance abuse. And how do we do that? That is by raising awareness, by sensitizing the people. And we are glad that across the country today, people are well aware of the dangers of abusing illicit substances. And for those perhaps that have gone into substance abuse, another thing the agency has done is to ensure that we bring help, we bring support to them early enough. And one of the things we have also done was to also launch the Save Our Families, also social advocacy campaign. The Save Our Families, what it drives is the drug integrity test initiative, which is to make available test kits, drug test kits available to families at homes, to workplaces, to employers, and across every strata of our society. What this does is first preventive. When, for instance, in the family, where your kids know that you have test kits at home, when they go out and they come in, you may want to invite them for a drug test. Then that would make them to be very careful, not to compromise, not to go into substance abuse. And then the second thing is to bring them, to place a mechanism for early detection and treatment. So first, prevention, two, detection and treatment. So when you detect early, then you provide support. In fact, the agency has a number on its drug test series available in all our commands across the country, through which people right from the comfort of their homes can get help from our call center, where we have experts like counselors, clinical psychologists, psychotherapists, and even psychiatric doctors that will attend to people via telephone line, and it's the line available for people to reach at our call center is toll free. The bill is on us, it's not for the caller. So that's another thing, providing support for those that might have had contact with substance abuse. And again, that is on the side of drug demand reduction and our drug supply reduction, where you actually cut access and availability to these illicit substances. I'll tell you that indeed, last year alone, that's 2024 alone, we made over 2.7 million kilograms of assorted illicit substances seized across the country. So that's taking out, mopping all of these things from our streets, from our communities, to ensure that we cut access and availability to these illicit substances. In addition to that, we also go after those who are distributing and selling all of these things, and that is, in last year alone, we made over 17,762 arrests. That is the offenders, including 23 drug barons. So, and again, within the same space, we had more than almost 4,000 convictions of the drug dealers. So all of these are being done to address the demand reduction, that is to cut down on the demand by the young people, and also the availability, which is the supply reduction leg of it.
Well then, Mr. Femi Babafemi, Director, Media and Advocacy at the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us, for coming on the program. We appreciate your insight. That's all we have on this episode of the program. We'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
I always say this, that all Bahrainians have pearl diving in their blood. Mainly all the families that moved from the Arabian Gulf or from Iran's coast or Iraq's coast and came to Bahrain to live here were divers. So it was the best place to come work as a diver. So a lot of the families here will always have someone in their family that is either a pearl diver or someone who helped in the pearl diving industry. Bahrain has always been the pearl hub in this region, mainly because it's one of the most shallowest areas. It's an island. Most of the people who resided here were working in the pearl diving industries. Most of our traditions will have to do with the pearl diving industry. For instance, the pearl diving singer, the folk of the pearl diving, this has been passed down for generations. We still sing the same songs. It was mainly done to create morale on the boat.
البحرين مشهورة بصناعة جوا البيت، كانوا يستخدمون حق الغوص حسب المنتنس، يعني إذا أنت تصينها أنت عندك 100 سنة.
هو جلسات البحائر تكلمون عن اللؤلؤ، عن الصيد، عن مصطلح البحر كامل.
المهنة هي طلب رزق مثل ما قلت لك في البداية، لكن أنا بالنسبة أقول الحمد لله، ولكن هي بعد طبعا رزق وفيها حيوية ونشاط وصحة حق الجسم بعد كمان.
In taking out tourists, I always used to ask people, who are you finding the pearl for? And when the answer was, for my mama, the pearl gets bigger for some reason. I'm one of the people who, without having guidance from my parents or my family to fall in love with pearl diving, I wasn't taught by anyone, because the generation before us were not allowed to dive when they were young, because since the oil was discovered, all the jobs moved to the oil industry. The risk of diving and pearl diving was very high, so it was not recommended or not wanted from the parents that you say, I'm going to go work in the sea. It was one of the no-nos for our parents' generations and probably even like our granddads. There was a gap, a very long gap, maybe from the 50s till probably 2010, 12. Since 2017 in particular, when they created the pearl diving license for the pearl divers, a lot of the ones who signed up were people who don't know anything about pearl diving. Now, 7 years down the line, the majority of people in Bahrain have gone back and got in touch with that aspect, and it wasn't handed down by their parents. It was us wanting to create a new system. Even our diving techniques have changed compared to the old ones. Even the way we sell pearls has changed. So the new system is created by the new generation. A lot of Bahrainis are into the pearl diving. There's more than 1,000 divers now registered and pearl diving on a daily basis to create an income for themselves. A lot of people are worried that the new generations are depleting the beds because they have new technology, for instance, scuba diving, and so that people think that they will be able to collect more oysters and find more pearls. It's actually the opposite. Because of us using the scuba diving, and it refines you on a certain time, you're only allowed 3 dives a day due to decompression sickness and other problems that could occur. Hopefully, if God gives me the health, I will definitely try to go back to pearl diving as a regular basis, as it's very fulfilling.
Good day and welcome to another fantastic moment on the show, 360 Sport. My name is Mudashir Shitu, and I'll be anchoring in the next few minutes as we look at something interesting in the world of sport. As usual, we know that we don't just talk about football or one of the popular sports across the globe. We go dive a little bit and look at sport that has been making waves across the continent of Africa, not just Africa and Europe. And today we're talking about fencing. And not better person that we talk about fencing in British and also in Africa than the president of British fencing, that's Patricia Ayenuro, who has been doing so well for fencing in British and also in Africa. It's good to have you on the show, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's good to be here.
Last year, October, you were appointed by the British Fencing Federation as the president of British fencing. Let's start. What does that mean to you? Because it seems that this is the first time we see a black woman, I can use that word, a black woman, at the ends of affair of a sport federation in Europe. How true is that, and tell us more about it?
I'm very proud to be the first black woman, actually head of president of any sort of federation. I think not just in fencing, but in other sports as well. I feel very proud, and I think if I can do it, it shows that there is room there for all of us to achieve it. I've been involved in fencing for a long time, for more than 20 years, and I'm very passionate about the sport. And I think anybody that is passionate about sport, can make this journey to get there.
Well, I tried to check a bit of your profile. Something was a bit missing, and you not clarified for the rest of the world watching us. How did you come across fencing? Were you a fencer? Or what brought you about fencing and you climbed to the top of the ladder in the sport?
I wasn't. I have fenced. I didn't start as a fencer. Actually, my route is a very different route. My son was a fencer, and he fenced for Great Britain, and he was actually Commonwealth Junior champion when he was fencing. But as we know, fencing is not a sport where, in Europe, where there are very many black people involved. And when my son started fencing, I took an interest. I've always been interested in sports and sport development. That's always been my background. And so when he started fencing, I got really interested and decided to take up the sport of fencing myself. And so I fenced for about 8 years. And then I decided to start traveling with the team. I thought, very passionate about the sport and trying to get more people of color involved in fencing as well, because I realized when we went to competitions, there were hardly any people that looked like myself or my son, not many black people. So I opened up a club as well in London, and the club is doing very well. And we're one of the few clubs that is very dominated by minorities, and I wanted to prove that we are very good. Fencing has always been seen as a very elitist sport, but it's not. It should be for everybody. So that was how I got involved in fencing.
Well said. I was already engrossed with that part of the story, but let's look a bit into fencing in British, and that's the evolution of British fencing. I bet you have to tell us and to confirm whether British is one of the top fencing countries in the world, because we know that you see a lot of Asian countries into fencing, and they've done so well from themselves. How can you really put British fencing in compared to other parts of the world when it comes to fencing?
I think fencing. There are a few countries where fencing is their main sport. I'd say, for example, Italy. They have a very huge background in fencing. Hungary. It's sort of like France, national sport. The Olympics were in France this year, and it was a huge spectacle, but a very good event. And I think it was the best fencing, sort of Olympic fencing in history. Britain now, I think we're improving. We have had Olympians in the past, and so I would say we're sort of, I wouldn't say we're the top fencing nation because fencing is not our main sport. I think, as you know, soccer is probably one of the main sports, and athletics we do very well. But fencing, I think we're getting there. I'm quite excited because I've been involved with the team for the actual sports and the athletes for the last 10, 15 years. And there are a lot of them coming through, and we've had quite a few medals this season from the youngsters. So actually that's quite exciting for the next Olympic Games. So I'm really looking forward to LA, as I'll be president up until at least up until LA. And I'm working with Team GB to try and get some of our fences there. So I think if you're looking at the younger fences coming through, I'd say yes, we are actually at the top at the moment because this season we've already won quite a number of medals. But I wouldn't want to say something untrue. But the fencing nations, as you said, are like the Koreans, the Japanese. You know, where fencing is far more people fence. America, but in Europe, I'd say we're holding our own, and things are getting better as well.
Okay, I want to ask this question, and it really boils down to the fact that it seems difficult. We might sojourn as a sport journalist or media personality. It's difficult to get people into fencing in this part of our world, and it's not very attractive. But I know that that's not the same in British. How do you get people involved in fencing in British? Or let me use in Britain.
Yeah, I think one of the things is changing the narrative, because I think in Britain at first fencing used to be a sport that you had to be very wealthy, but actually that isn't the case. One of the barriers I think of fencing is obviously it can be quite expensive because of the equipment. So we're trying to level the playing field so that we're making fencing accessible. So at the grassroots level, we're getting people in at grassroots level, making it fun. Fencing is one of those sports where it's not just physical, it's also a very mental sport. So it attracts a lot of people who are, a lot of the thinkers in sport. So it's not just physical, it's very tactical. So it's almost like I call it physical chess. So it attracts another sort of generation of people. So I think one of the barriers has been maybe the cost issue, that people think it's expensive. But I think now that in Britain, we've made so many programs to make it accessible to everybody. And I think that's the key, is making sure that people know that, buying the equipment, if you can join clubs are the most important thing. Is the only way to grow a sport is to have more and more clubs, to make it accessible through clubs, through schools. I think if we can get it into schools, there are many schools now, whether they're state schools or private schools, where fencing is included as a normal curricular sport that people can do, not just football and athletics, but now fencing is getting into a lot of schools. So I think if you start off at the school level, at the grassroots level, making it more popular that way, where, in Nigeria, for example, we're very talented in sport. So therefore, I think if it's available in school, we will definitely find talented fencers. But you have to make it accessible to those at the grassroots level, and to make it affordable so that people can take it up and enjoy it.
Okay, well said. Well said. I'm sure we are hoping that Nigeria will one day, or any African country, will be at par with it. Now that you are at the ends of affair of British fencing, for every leader that takes a position, he or she perhaps might see something that needs to be done that has not been done, or maybe to consolidate what has been done already. From our point of view, I'll probably be thinking that there's nothing to be done in British fencing, because where I stand from as an African, there's a lot still needs to be done. So you are not aiding an African country's fencing where there's a lot of things that needs to be done, a lot. But obviously, a lot probably must have been done in British fencing, even if I'm not going to take example or going into details. at the ends of affair, what are the things that you think that still also need to be done from your own standpoint of view? Because I'm wishing that British Fencing, Nigerian Fencing Federation is like the British Fencing Federation. But now tell us what needs to be done also in British fencing to take it to the next level.
There is, I think, in every single federation, even the top fencing countries, there's always a lot of work to be done. I think in the UK, one of the things I want to work on is increasing the membership, because even though we have lots of fences, we can always have more. And the more fences you have, then the more popular the sport becomes. So one of the remits that I have at the moment, I think, is making sport more accessible, getting more people involved. We've got various programs. We're doing Muslim Women Fence. We're doing, This Girl Can Fence, to get more women into fencing, more young girls into fencing, just more people increasing the membership, because I always believe that if you increase the membership, fencing is not just about, there's a competitive side, but there are lots of other benefits. The benefits, like I said, it's not just physical, it's mental benefits. It's about empowering people. It's about physical activity in the UK, trying to get more people physical. And some of this outdoor sports are not for everybody. So it's promoting a lot of indoor sports. So there's a lot of work to be done still, but also there's a lot of minorities that live in the UK, trying to get them involved in sport, but also, improving our competitive and elite squad to try and win medals. And, ultimately in a lot of sport, especially like fencing, the Olympics is the pinnacle that everybody strives to reach. So trying to give more athletes opportunities and experience to improve our coaching, our referee structure. There's a lot of things to do. And we can learn internationally. I mean, part of my role is an international role, and is trying to make links with different fencing confederations around the world. But because we can learn from each other and we can improve by collaboration. So that's another big part of my job, is to improve the collaboration between other fencing countries.
Yeah, well said. Before we go to the next question, and before we go on this quick break, we've not seen so much of the special needs in fencing. I mean, in every sport, there's a special needs people. And I've not seen, perhaps I've seen, I've forgotten, but I'm not so clear at the point of view right now. But when do you want to start seeing more of collaboration, even in British fencing? Because we are concentrating in the first half of the program on British fencing. How do we encourage? Is it practicable? Do we see more special needs on wheelchairs with doing fencing?
Yes, we're also doing quite well in wheelchair fencing. We have a very, very good wheelchair fencing program, and so that's another part of the role. I'm really glad that you brought that up. We're developing resources to make wheelchair fencing a lot more affordable, because obviously you have to have specially adapted wheelchairs to fence. And we've just developed something called the sword seat, which is a seat that people can use in clubs to practice if they're in a wheelchair, so that they don't need to have an expensive high-end wheelchair to fence. We do very well in our wheelchair fencing program as well, because we have a program. We have an elite center, and actually at the Paralympics we have a two-time Paralympic champion. So we have quite a few Paralympians. So we do, So World Ability Sport, that's the governing body for wheelchair fencing. We have quite a good relationship with them, and quite a few British officials that help out with World Ability Sport. So that's one of the things that I think we also can improve on. There's also a new project with autism as well, and fencing, because it's the sort of sport that we found that people who are on the autistic spectrum can do. So there are a lot of special needs projects, and I tell you what, the wheelchair fences are some of the best fences I've seen, because their reflexes are so fast. And so I think, in fencing, in British fencing, we are doing a lot to encourage wheelchair fencing and other disabilities as well.
Well said. We also want to ask this before that a question just came to my mind. I want to know, as a great nation, British great nation, what has the British fencing done to help lesser countries about fencing? I mean, I know the nation, Britain, British, you know, they've done so well for the rest of other countries in other ways. Now, let's streamline that to fencing. What has British fencing done to other countries to make them develop?
So at the moment, I've had links with other countries, with Nigerian fencing, with other Ghana fencing, to try and help offer, if they want to come and train, and try and help them, to give them training opportunities. On a European level, we have been involved in something called the Solidarity Project, where we've been given some of our skills, like we're very good in referee development, for example. So we've held seminars with smaller European countries to enable them to train their referees in safeguarding, which is really important in sport. Actually, Britain lead the way really in safeguarding, and we've developed lots of programs within fencing, and we've gone to other smaller fencing countries to develop safeguarding in sport and then train people so that they can deliver the program. So we've started out actually helping the smaller fencing countries within the UK through the European Fencing Confederation. And now, under my leadership, I'm hoping now that we can expand that not just to the European countries, but now to start to help African fencing, where I think globally, if you help the countries and more people fence, then it's good for everybody. So I think so far we've been doing a lot of good governance as well, helping smaller countries with their governance of the sport, because that's all important. If you want to have a professional setup or a sport that does really well, it's really important to have good governance, as well as good coaches, good referees, good athletes. So I think we're just sharing some of our knowledge with other smaller European countries, and hopefully to extend that more globally to African countries as well.
Thank you very much. We'll still go on a quick break. We'll come back to you. And when we come back, we'll now look at Nigeria as a case study in fencing. I mean, Nigeria is one of the top nations in West Africa, definitely one of the top 5 in the whole of the continent. So when we come back, we'll look more closely to that. Don't go away. Welcome back. I'm sure you've been enjoying yourself. We've been talking about a sport that one of the young boys or girls watching us right now will probably want to be part of it, and that's fencing. It has always been a pause for a lot of people to see, was the helmet, was that a sword, is that a wrist sword, was that string drawing them? Yeah, the right place to talk about that. And we still have the president of British Fencing talking to us. And let's look at Nigeria, fencing Africa, Nigeria as a second topic of the day. Nigeria as a case study for fencing. One of the biggest fencing events in Africa happened late last year, where I met the president of British Fencing, Pat Ayeniro. Tell us the role British fencing played in having that World Cup in Nigeria.
Together with the Nigerian Fencing Confederation, Nigerian Fencing Federation and British Fencing, because I've come along to a couple of events, smaller events that they hosted before, and just to help them through how to organize a competition. So I think we started this a few years ago when Nigeria hosted the African Junior and Cadet Championships. And then the year before that, we hosted a satellite, which is a smaller version. It's an FIE competition, but it was what we call a satellite. And so proving that we could do those competitions together, then the FIE, which is the International Federation, could see that actually, Nigeria, we can host these competitions and we can do a good job in hosting the competitions and bringing people to West Africa. So so I think because we've done all of that work beforehand, and there's a lot of work that the Nigerian Federation had to go through to put all of that together. And then we got the World Cup, which we hosted in December, which was very, very successful. And I was very proud to be part of that. But I have to give credit to the Nigerian Fencing Federation for that. I mean, I was there as to assist them and to help them. But I'd say the president, Mr. Adeyinka Samuel, was very much a big part of that. And pulling all the moving parts together, he did a great job. So I think, the credit, has to be given to the Federation, but also for them reaching out to ask for assistance and not being afraid to ask for help, because they know that once they have this knowledge and they learn, then they can be a force to be reckoned with. I mean, they will be holding the Senior African Championships in June, July this year, which is another big event hosted by by Nigerian Fencing, where all these senior athletes in Africa should be attending. And that's another big competition that the International Federation has given Nigeria to host. And I believe the Commonwealth as well. So there's a lot of competitions that we will be hosting in the next few years. But that's all the hard work that Nigerian Fencing has put into making themselves that power. I think traditionally a lot of the events have gone to the North Africa and one or two in South Africa, but never in West Africa. So I think we've started that, and we're going to continue to do that. And I'm hopefully will always be collaborating with Nigerian Fencing to do the good work that they're doing and to continue the good work.
The tournament, what do you think? Nigeria, because most times the problem of Nigeria is always the problem of many African countries. And what do you think, how satisfied are you with the competition, and what do you think Nigerian fencing needs right now? I know you have a very good relationship with the president, but now tell us what Nigerian fencing, have they done so much, how satisfied are you? Because in saying this is when we know the reality of what is on ground.
I think even in the UK, if we're hosting any competitions, we need funding is always a huge issue. And without sponsors and sponsorship, it's so difficult to be able to provide the standards that other countries or other competitions that they provide. So I think having support, whether it's from government or whether it's from private sponsorship, is quite key to being able to deliver a quality event. I think on what they had, they did a great job, but there's always room for improvement. And I think you find that globally, not just in Nigeria or in Africa, I think funding is becoming an issue, and it is affecting sport and the delivery of sport. And we're seeing that a lot of sport is going towards some of the countries that can afford to host them. So therefore, we need to work hard on getting sponsorship to be able to fund the events, because it's really important for our athletes and our athletes of the future to see us hosting those events within our countries. It makes it cheaper for our own athletes who can't afford to maybe travel around the world, because within fencing, if you want to qualify and improve your ranking, you have to go to competitions globally. So we're actually saving our fencers of the future money if we can host one or two of these events within our country. So I think funding is one of the big issues. I think it's in all sports, but in fencing, which is one of those, it's not such a big event as, soccer or athletics. So therefore, I think trying to get funding and sponsors is quite important.
Okay. Thank you very much, Patricia Eyenuo. We appreciate your time. Hopefully, we'll have you talk to us more extensively on the next part of our program. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thanks for having me. Thank you very much.
Yeah. We hope we extend. That's been the president of British Fencing. And this is another moment on the show today. It's time to draw the curtain as we go into another part of the program on the show. So these are draw the curtain for today. Same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sport. I'm Muda Shivshitu. Bye for now.
even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications,
Hello and welcome. Now, after 2 decades of total abandonment of oil exploration and production operations in Ogoniland, President Bola Tinubu is set to begin oil production in that area. He's directed the National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu to immediately begin the coordination of negotiations with all stakeholders within Ogoniland with a view to resuming oil production in the oil-rich community in Rivers State in Nigeria's Niger Delta region. The president, who gave the directive in Abuja when he met with Ogoni leaders, including Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara and Minister of the Federal Capital Territory Nyesom Wike at the presidential villa, promised that his administration would prioritize peace, justice, and sustainable development of the region. He directed the ministers in charge of petroleum and gas, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, and the Rivers State government now to cooperate with the Office of the National Security Advisor to achieve the mandate. In response, the Ogoni leaders expressed their community's readiness now to commence the process of finding lasting solutions to the lingering challenges in Ogoni land. However, some activists and environmentalists have opposed the government's plan to resume oil production in Ogoni, urging the government to halt the plan until meaningful talks with local communities are complete. Now, oil production in Ogoniland ceased in 1993 due to local and international protest, primarily led by the Movement for the Survival of the Ogoni People, MOSOP, causing Shell Petroleum, a development company now, to suspend operations in the region. In fact, Shell hasn't pumped oil from most of its wells now there since then. Shell, by the way, has been blamed for the massive pollution of Ogoniland, and there is an ongoing cleanup of the environment there, which by some estimates has actually gulped up to $1 billion with some people saying, well, there isn't much to show for the expense. But then the hydrocarbon pollution remediation project, HYPREP, which is carrying out the cleanup, says it has attained 75% restoration of 560 hectares of oil-degraded mangroves in Ogoni. It also says the shoreline cleanup in the area has progressed to a 20% completion rate, and that the soil and groundwater remediation of the medium-risk complex sites has advanced substantially. Well, let's discuss all of this some more. I'm now being joined on the program by legal practitioner Kwe Barino-Paul, who joins us from Port Harcourt. Also joining us from Akwa Ibom State is, of course, an environmentalist. That is Mfon Edet. She joins us, as I said, from Akwa Ibom State. Thank you very much for coming on the program. Let me start with you, Kwe Barino-Paul. What do you make of this plan by the government to resume oil production in Ogoni? It's not as if it's starting right away, but then here you have the government beginning the process in terms of negotiation and all of that so that oil production can resume there.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Deji, for having me on the show. Oil resumption in Ogoni is actually, oil exploration resumption in Ogoni is actually a very sensitive issue. It is one that touches, the chords of our very existence as a people, particularly as the agitations against oil companies, which led to the stop of the oil exploration in Ogoniland, actually resulted in the loss of the lives of illustrious Ogoni sons, including Tensarua and others, about 13 others, even more than as recorded. So do Ogoni people really want oil exploration to resume in Ogoni? Of course, the answer is, it's two-sided. The answer is two-sided. There is a class of people who believe that oil exploration should resume in Ogoni land in order to bring back economic activities. They believe that oil resumption will provide jobs. We create jobs opportunities for the teeming youth and also create economic activities within Ogoni. And there is the class who believe that nothing should be done to touch the oil beneath the earth until everything is resolved concerning, remediation of the environment. Until remediation is concluded, nothing should be done to resume oil exploration. And there are those who believe, who hinge, their terms on the Ogoni Bill of Rights. They insist that the terms and conditions outlined in the Ogoni Bill of Rights are met before we can discuss oil exploration. Of course, for me personally, I believe that Ogoni, the discussion, the commencement of discussion is actually ripe. Ogoni is ripe for the commencement of for this discussion. Like, it's not oil exploration yet, right? It's to discuss the path to oil, to resumption of oil exploration.
That's true.
So I don't think it's, yeah.
And let me just add that you are also the founder of Ogoni Rant. So obviously you're from Ogoni community. You would know what you're talking about. But I'm going to come to you, Kwe. Let me go to Mfonedet. Mfon, you're an environmentalist, and I know how bad, environmentalists like you feel about the devastation we've seen in Ogoni land and elsewhere. And of course, the controversy surrounding the remediation efforts there. But what do you make of this plan by the current government now? It's not as if they are planning to restart immediately, but they've set in motion the process that the government hopes would eventually lead to the restart of oil exploration in Ogoni land.
Once again, thank you for having me. Like you said, it's a started process. This reconciliation process is not a one-off thing. It's not just going to end there or it's just one. It's a continuous process. And reconciliation helps to build trust, foster cooperation amongst the people and give them that benefit that, yes, what the government wants to do, they will do that. And reconciliation is also a process where all the stakeholders involved, the people in the community, the oil companies and the government agencies would sit down and really sit down and check so many things. Because it's not just about reconciling or just saying they're going to do it, but everything has to be put into consideration. And I also like it that this reconciliation process is sort of a way for the government to acknowledge that, yes, there was a problem, and acknowledge that in the past they didn't do well. And it's an opportunity for them to also put in place modalities that can help to, build not just the trust of the people or get them a formidable sense of living. Because the suffering of the people cannot, the people of that area due to the degradation of their soil and non-compliance to the remediation process. Trust me, the people of that region have suffered a lot. So just reconciling or coming or starting this process, I like it that we started the process, and it's going to take a while. I don't think just since they have started negotiating or want to start oil production, it's not going to be an immediate. It may take time. It may take a while, but it's a process. So it's a step in the right direction because very that majority of the people of the land would want something to start in that region. Because if just abandoning it like that, it's not really going to help. There's a whole lot of damage that has been caused in that region, the soil, the air, the health risk, and so many challenges are facing in that region. So this government's action on getting things to be done there, I'm sorry, to bring a lot of positive activities in that region.
Let me ask you, Mfon, do you think oil production can actually resume while the cleanup of the environment is going on? Can both happen, say, simultaneously?
I don't think so. It won't even be right because you have to carry out certain things like environmental assessment of the area. I mean, what went wrong? How well? What you have to put in modalities.
Sorry to cut you. Sorry to cut in now. The reason I asked you that question is because, as we know, that remediation effort now being carried out by HyPrep is going on there. And, we know it's going to take a long time. There have been some estimates that says it might take up to 30 years, if not more than that. And, of course, you would not expect that, Ogoni. People would have to wait for another 30 years before oil exploration begins. And I would think that's what the president is thinking, this government is thinking. So the question is, can both actions actually take place at the same time? So while you're doing the remediation, oil exploration begins. With that?
I don't think it should, in my opinion, though. Yes, no. Because you have to make it, at least give them something to hold on. You've not cleared or the land or the region that the remediation has not been done fully. You've not done that, and you want to start another one. What's the probability that when you start this, it will not have issues resolving after that or to add to it? Why not resolve one issue first before you start another one? But I think if the government can done in a very short period of time, it's just to put in implement strategies that are achievable. And these are not rocket science, but once put them in place and ensure that they are working, then build the trust of the people. And then you have to carry the people along, not just all the community along, the people in the community itself. You have to carry them along. There have to be environmental sensitization of the people of what is going to happen. You also need time for them to also accept. There are some people that may have been displaced from their homes or from their land. How do you resolve that? And then you want to start another one. There are some people that may have been exposed to that don't even have source of living or livelihood. How do you ensure that they are being compensated for those that still have compensation issues? So all this needs to be resolved, and I'm sure it's going to take some time for that to happen. And once that is done, all exploration, I'm sure, it's just a minor thing for those that do it. So I don't think it should be something that should be immediately. It's a process. They've started the process.
Okay, let me bring Kua here. All right. Let me bring in Kua here. Okay. Kua, you are the man on the ground. You are from that area, so I mean you would know. You obviously you would have seen the elders who met with the president, and those elders have said, well, that they're going to help to talk. They're going to go back to the community, talk with the people. They're going to hold consultation and all of that. What I mean, for you now. How difficult do you think the work of these elders is? How difficult will it be for them, for instance, to convince the people to say, you know what, maybe we should just consider what the government is placing on the table and let oil exploration begin? I mean, considering the fact that, just as you said, the economic activities in that area have been greatly impacted for the length of time now that oil production is not taking place. And we're talking about upward of 30 years.
Okay, so it's actually a very, mountainous task before the elders. And the rate of their success will be determined by how willing the government is to, carry out certain things. Like I said, there are the group of thoughts who actually feel like the terms in the Ogoni Bill of Rights must all be fulfilled before anything exploration can commence. And of course, the Bill of Rights have a lot of terms, and some of them, I don't know, some of them might not be, practicably, met at this point. And if the government wants to, get this thing done, they have to be willing to, do like to come to consensus on very, very key areas. Like, for instance, the exoneration of Ken Saro-Wiwa and the 8 others that were unjustly executed, and also some other key areas that actually touch on the sentiment of the people. It's actually a moral tax, because you have to be able to reconcile the people, who actually are insisting that the Bill of Rights must be met, and the class of people who feel that nothing should be done on the remediation is completed. You have to be able to convince these people to join those who believe that for the sake of economic prosperity, oil resumption should actually recommence in Ogoni.
I know Umfon talked about, the possibility of having another pollution when oil exploration resumes in Ogoni. Is that a fear that the people of Ogoni have? Is that some kind of concern that a number of people in the communities in Ogoni land actually have?
Yes, it's actually one of the fears that the people in Ogoni have. They feel like if you've not cleared up this mess, why start up a process that will provide further mess? So the government should be able to provide, a technical conviction that this oil exploration would not necessarily translate to oil spillage, would not necessarily translate to environmental pollution or degradation as it was in the past. There has to be some technical, expert, knowledge or education. There's need for enlightenment. There's need for enlightenment. I'm a lawyer. I'm not an oil person and all of that. So those within the oil sector should have a better knowledge. I feel, for me personally, I don't think the remediation and the oil exploration cannot go hand in hand, because I feel there are two different processes, and I feel oil exploration can go on without, having an actual spill. However, there is need to show that technically that is possible. If the government can show that, that is possible, both whichever company that is coming to commence the exploration process, if they can show the people that, look, we can do this without further oil spillage, I think that might really address that fear.
Umfon, very quickly, because we're actually out of time, Umfon. But let me ask you this. What challenge do you foresee as the government prepares to get oil production restarted in Ogoni land? What challenge do you foresee, and what changes would you want to see?
For me, I would think that the changes I want to see would be that the government will put in place modalities to ensure that they build the trust up, to ensure that they conduct initial risk, like I said earlier, risk, and if there are risk, and how can they be able to mitigate against this risk. They have to develop robust environmental monitoring systems, and to be able to assess continuously, monitor the water in the area, the air, the soil region should be constantly monitored. And apart from that, there should be, constant consultation with people of the community. And with that, security-wise, I also think that the pool of communities will fall.
Very quickly, Paul, how soon do you expect to see, if it's going to happen, how soon do you expect to see exploration resume in Ogoni?
How soon do I expect to see exploration? I'm not really in the haste to see oil exploration resume in Ogoni. What I want to see is the process of engagement, just like the president gave the directives to the committee that was set up. We want to start seeing town halls at the village level, at the local government levels, and at all necessary levels necessary, to reach out to the grassroots and to be able to discuss these things. Because if oil exploration resumes without resolving these key concerns of the different classes of people, the different group of thoughts, if the government is unable to bring everybody together, to reach a consensus, it might start another round of crisis, avoidable crisis. So I'm looking forward to see the committee begin engagement with the people as soon as possible.
All right. I want to thank you very much for coming on the program. Paul Barano-Paul, who is also the founder of Ogoni Rant, which is an online community that connects Ogoni people both at home and abroad. Thanks a lot for coming on the program, and thanks for your time. And of course, we had Mfonedet, who is an environmentalist based in Akwa Ibom State. Thank you very much for coming on the show, and thanks for your contribution. We'll take a short break now, but we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away. Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people. We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon route, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Welcome back. Now, strong reactions have continued to trail the recent 50% hike in telecoms tariffs in Nigeria. The Nigeria Communications Commission approved the 50% tariff hike as against the 100% requested by telecommunications operators in the country. But while the mobile network operators have welcomed the hike now, even though they did not get the 100% they had actually or initially asked for, a number of subscriber bodies are up in arms against the decision and have vowed to challenge it in court. Even the country's main labor union, the Nigeria Labour Congress, has threatened to mobilize subscribers to boycott telecom services if the hike was not reviewed downwards. Now, prior to the recent approval by the NCC, telcos had been hammering about how an increase in tariffs is essential for the survival of the sector amidst current inflation and other economic challenges in the country. The regulator said the decision considered, quote, ongoing industry reforms that will positively influence sustainability in the country. Now, ahead of February 2025, the 2025 implementation date now for the new tariffs, the NCC says it has mandated operators to implement the tariff adjustments transparently and in a manner that is fair to consumers. Operators are also required to educate and inform the public about the new rates while demonstrating measurable improvements in service delivery. Now, the last time tariffs were actually adjusted in the country was in 2013. All right, joining me now to discuss the tariff hike is Tony Omokbara, who is the president of the National Association of Telecommunications Company of Nigeria, ATCON. Mr. Omokbara, thank you very much for joining us. By the way, he joins us from London. First off, 50% hike, your association and other stakeholders have been asking for 100% hike, but you're getting 50%. Are you satisfied with that?
Not
fully satisfied, but we are willing to go with that, yes.
But are you not worried, for instance, because there are quite a number of groups that have come out to say they're going to challenge this, they're going to take the NCC to court, and that, you know, even if at all there was going to be a hike, it shouldn't be up to 50%. Are you not concerned that, you know, some of your members may even lose subscribers as a result of this hike?
I think it's disingenuous to challenge it, because if you look at the NCC's pronouncement, this was based on a study carried out in 2013, which is over 10 years ago. So it's not even reflective of the current realities, but basically it's based on that study, and we are willing to go with that. I think what the subscribers should be looking at is how service can be improved and how they can get the benefits of whatever increase is coming on to play. The tariffs already in Nigeria are one of the lowest in sub-Saharan Africa. I think as at now, we are about the second or third to the lowest tariffs in sub-Saharan Africa. So already tariffs are extremely low in Nigeria, and they have been that way for several years now. So I think rather than challenge it, what is the need of the consumer? Good service, optimal service, quality service. And I think that is what everybody should be targeting.
And the question then is, what exactly is the guarantee that, you know, going forward with this hike, we're going to see quality service, you know, from your members?
Well, there's a growing desire to continually invest in infrastructure within the country, and this will enable that investment to come into play. So once we have a reasonable tariff and also a reasonable mechanism whereby tariffs can adjust basically almost automatically without having this long protracted period without any increase. The reason why this seems to be a problem is because it was a long time coming, and if it was gradually increased over the years since this study was done, this impact won't be felt so drastically, or it won't seem to be so drastic an increase. But if you have held something down for more than 11, 10, 12 years, and then you want to now make it up, it will be a drastic move, which is what we are seeing right now.
Paint for us a picture of what, you know, telecommunications operators are going through in Nigeria before this hike, because we know you've complained about how the situation is affecting your operational cost and all of that. Just give us a clear picture of what the situation is or was before this hike.
It's very, very, very dire. I mean, to start with, if you check out the last reports from most of the MNOs, they have all declared losses. Okay, and it's not a sustainable thing. We all know how the cost of diesel fuel has increased over the last couple of years. We are seeing cost increase of over 300% to manage the existing infrastructure that we have. I remember being in a meeting about 3 years ago. One operator was just on fiber cuts alone. They spent over 7 billion naira just to repair fiber cuts alone in a year. And that is, if you adjust for inflation today, that's over 20-something billion naira just for fiber cuts alone. We're not even talking about other expenses. So over the years, it's really, really, really a dire situation. Even if something hadn't happened in this quarter and this announcement didn't come, it would have been even worse off. And who will be the ultimate beneficiary or loser? Would have been the consumer as well. Because if communication services are not provided, I mean, you can't even imagine what the issue will be. I mean, communicating with you now is because of the services being rendered by the
Absolutely. Now, we know Nigeria has this ambitious target of achieving 70% broadband penetration by the end of this year. But with this hike, do you think it will be possible to achieve that goal? Because obviously, from what we've heard from subscribers, those who have reacted to this, some of them may be forced to drop their phones, for instance, and not be able to afford to buy data because the cost, of course, would double?
Well, we are still waiting to see the full pronouncement of this. Don't forget, the announcement hasn't said specifically or made specific rates. Everybody is just preemptive and being preemptive. Data rates might not increase that much when it's fully implemented. And don't forget, when you're talking about broadband penetration is actually coverage. How far have you covered the country in terms of penetration of these services? And if people are not investing in the service, there is no coverage. So, and if they cannot generate enough revenue to even sustain their operation, let alone invest, there is no coverage. So, it's a chicken and egg situation. What do we want? Do we want the coverage or not? And this is what we have to do as a country now to ensure that these targets are met. And then we need to stop thinking short term, but medium to long term. And I believe medium to long term, this will pale in comparison to the benefits subscribers will get at the end of the day.
So going forward, in terms of tariff adjustments, because just as you've said, this adjustment was frozen for a very long time, about 12 years. That's actually a long time. But going forward, what exactly do you expect to see?
Well, going forward, there are already mechanisms within the regulator to increase tariffs periodically. It's set even in the act on how this should be done. I think going forward, we should just to implement what we have already as a process in place. Nigeria is very good at having policies and laws and processes, but the challenge has always been the implementation. So once we implement things to the letter, this will not be an issue. The reason why it's an issue right now is just because it had been frozen for such a long time. If it was gradually increased and monitored, it would have been a thing of the past. And I think we need to commend the regulator and even this government, taking decisions that will enable sustainability of sectors, not just kicking things down the road, which has been done in the past. So I think it's commendable that they are taking the bull by the horn and ensuring that the sector remains viable and consumers ultimately will gain from the experience.
So finally now, if you were speaking to subscribers in Nigeria, what exactly would you be saying to them in the face of this hike?
Well, I think I'll be telling them that they should expect an improvement in the quality of service they have been enjoying thus far. We encourage them to also be mindful of user patterns and how they can also manage their services and data more appropriately. There are some little things and little tips. For example, if you have so many apps installed on your phone, they continually update, and these are done in the background. And then at the end of the day, you see your data has consumed, and you say it's the operator that is consuming your data. But you have so many apps installed, and most of them you're not using them. So there are little tips consumers can do. I think we'll start to do some more awareness for consumers to see how they can properly manage their data, so they'll be aware that really and truly the issue is that it's not that anybody's consuming your data, but it's just your usage pattern that is the issue. And I think now that these things come to play, everybody will be very mindful of how they consume data, and I'm sure at the end of the day, everybody will enjoy the service, which is, and we are in business because of the consumer, and if the consumer doesn't consume, there's no business. So I think the consumer should be rest assured that there'll be improved quality of service, there'll be better coverage, and whatever their needs will be fully met.
Tony Amakbara, the president of the Association of Telecommunications Companies of Nigeria, ATCON, thank you very much for coming on the show, and thank you for talking to us.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. I will take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away. Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, like many parts of Nigeria, Anambra State has witnessed a significant rise in criminal activities, impacting the safety and well-being of its residents. Worried by the level of insecurity in the state, Governor Chukwuma Soludo has now unveiled the Anambra Homeland Security Law 2025 and launched a 2,000-men special security operation codenamed Udogachi. The governor also announced the establishment of Agune Chamber, a new vigilante architecture at the community and local government levels, and the deployment of technology, including a best-in-class tracking system, command and control system, and AI-powered surveillance cameras to enhance security management across the state. Now, speaking during the launching, Governor Soludo explains that the Operation Udogachi Special Intervention Force has 2,000 personnel consisting of the police, army, navy, civil defense, DSS, and Agune Chamber to root out criminals from the state. He assured that security and law and order remain pivotal to the attainment of his vision of a safe and prosperous homeland, adding that the massive revolution by his administration is in all sectors must be cemented with a robust security system with zero tolerance for criminality. Joining me now to shed more light on the new security arrangement in Anambra State is Dr. Law Mefo, who is the state's commissioner for information. He joins us from Oka, the Anambra State capital. Doc, thank you very much for joining us, and thanks for making out the time to talk to us. First off, let's start with this Agune Chamber. How is it different from the Bakassi arrangement we had, for instance, under the regime of Governor Mbadinuju? How is this different?
It's totally different. The Bakassi you referred to, first, thank you for hosting me. I think that is the first thing. And let me quickly point out that the Bakassi arrangement under Governor Mbadinuju, as he then was a very an ad hoc arrangement involving about 29 men that operated under very unorthodox methods and conditions. This is different. These Agune Chamber, let me just quickly say, Agune Chamber has been there in a sense, right? It's better organized now. In fact, Agune Chamber is the name the law has given the Anambra Vigilante Group. Soludo never dropped the ball where it came to insecurity, even before the launching of Operation Udogachi, because he created Homeland Ministry. He created a 250-man strike force that operated before now. So the new law, Anambra Homeland Security 2025, is what has given the Anambra Vigilante Group the name Agune Chamber. So the way you have a Motekun in southwest Nigeria is the way you have the Agune Chamber now in Anambra State. That said, we need to also understand that Operation Udogachi is an operation, and it's a joint operation between 6 major or leading security agencies or organizations in Nigeria. One is our own vigilante group, which you now call Agune Chamber. And then, of course, the Army, Air Force, Civil Defense, and the Modern Security Agency, which is the Nigeria Police Force. So Agune Chamber is Anambra Vigilante, and the Operation Udogachi is a joint task force, joint security intervention created by the Soludo administration, and Agune Chamber is only a part of it. They are working together now as we speak, and they are already registering a number of spectacular results. Let me highlight a few key components of the Operation Udogachi, so that we can understand how it is different from the past efforts of the Soludo administration.
But let me ask you this. This Agune Chamber, let me stay on that now. What modalities or what mechanism have you put in place to check any abuse at all by the vigilante group?
There is a committee chaired by the governor himself, and the committee is a supervisory committee, and is a clearing house. So any there is a what we call a terms of reference. The standard operational procedures and modalities for their operations are in place, and any action taken outside the prescribed code of conduct will meet the kind of reprisal. It has to be checked, and that is why governor or his direct appointed representative is chairing the supervisory committee. They will, it doesn't mean that there will not be human errors and all that, but efforts are made to ensure that the operatives do not just begin to act to their own whims and caprices. And that is why they are trained. They don't just give a man a gun and without getting the person to go through the ethics, the standard operational procedures. These things are very, very important. And let me also say that there is a joint operation, and Operation Udogachi, Agune Chamber is part of it. So it's not that Agune Chamber is operating separately. At least for now, they are not operating separately, because there is an ongoing operation until Operation Udogachi runs its full course, which of course I expect is when they have succeeded in ridding Anambra State of insecurity. Before then, they will have to remain in force, and Agune Chamber will remain part of them until the operation is disbanded in months to come. And for now, they are bound by the standard operational procedures of Operation Udogachi. They are not the ones commanding it. You have the army, you have the police. It's not the vigilante that is directing Operation Udogachi. I don't know if I'm making any sense.
I understand your point, and it's very clear. But let me ask you, let's go. I mean, the Anambra State Security, the law now, I've actually seen it. And one area that I want us to talk about is Clause 18, which provides for offenses now on the use of supernatural powers. And I mean, you can see that displayed on the screen there. As you say, subsection 3 now of that clause says, any person who misleads the public by purporting to wield any supernatural powers which he is found not to possess, or who obtains any reward from any person in furtherance thereof, commit an offense and is liable on conviction now to imprisonment for a term of 6 years with an option of fine of 20 million. Let's look at the next one now. That's subsection 4. Subsection 4 says, now, for the purpose of ascertaining whether or not a person possesses the natural powers under subsection 3 of this section, that any such person suspected of misleading the public under subsection 3 of this section shall be at the stage of investigation. That's at the stage of investigation now, shall be subjected to prove that he possesses such powers. Now, the question I want to ask is, what kind of proof now would you require? Because I'm just trying to understand it. Because we know what the problem is. We know the problem of these Okite and Ezenwai. We know, and quite a number of young boys are taking to it, which of course is unfortunate. And we know that it's not painting Anambra State good at all. Now, but how would you be able to prove? How would you be able to subject what they do to any kind of proof? And then you now say, okay, look, you're satisfied, you've been proven to be correct, or you've been proven to be genuine and true, and you have been proven to be false. How will that be done?
I just can't help but laugh. I understand their worries. By their fruits, we shall know them. And let me point out one thing here. This law is not against traditional medicine practice or native doctors.
Yeah.
No. Traditional medicine, alternative medicine, they have been an integral part of Igbo traditional religion. And we know the real people who practice Dibia. We know them. Growing up, we have Dibia in Anambra and in Igbo land. And but there is a new fad now. You mentioned it, Okite. Okite, simply put, is Ogwego, money ritual. That is what it is.
Yes.
Money ritual, money charm. Ogwego in Igbo parlance simply means a charm that is designed to produce wealth. Produce money
out of nothing.
What it means is a charm that is specially made to arrive at wealth or money without work. There is a bigger problem. There is a bigger problem. The issue of sacrifice. We have cause to believe that even human beings are involved in the sacrifice, whole or in part. And that is why you talk about human parts all over the country. And this is evil, it's heinous, and even if it works, no responsive and responsible government should tolerate it. And that is what this law is targeting. Now you ask the question, how can we be sure that we have a method that will show who is fake and who is real? I will answer in two ways. One, the Ministry of Health in Anambra has a registry for traditional medicine men, the people you call the native doctors, Dibia. They have, and there's a why, of course, they have a register in the Ministry of Health. So if you don't register and you're practicing, there's something, you're running away from something. It means that you are fake, and that is why you are afraid of showing your face and registering for us to know that you are a traditional medicine practitioner or Dibia. This is one level. Number two, if you claim that you do this, yes, the investigation can be instituted and of course driven by the Nigeria police. If you can produce, let's see, we can subject it to a scientific process. Let's see how money comes through it. You can prove it. If indeed you do it and money comes, let's see how it happens. Let us see it. And then we'll know that indeed you can manufacture money through rituals. But you and I know that this is not true. This is not just possible. Because the money in circulation is printed by the Central Bank of Nigeria. So which one is Okite producing without work? Exchange of money must go through some kind of a work. You must sell some goods or services. So Okite, where does it draw its own money from? Has the CBN ever reported missing money, or banks reported missing money that simply vanished into the thin air and emerged? So the point is, what is going on in these shrines? What is going on in these shrines where the youth are misled to believe that through sacrifice that they will be able to get to wealth and money without work? It's pure fraud.
But
Criminality.
let me ask you.
To save our youth.
Okay, I get your point. Honestly, I'm happy that something has been done about this, because I don't think it has portrayed Anambra State well at all. There are so many fake Okite practitioners who have come up, and quite young boys. But then the question is, what is Anambra State? What is the government doing to provide jobs for especially young people, so that they don't turn to these Okite guys, to make money?
Let me tell you, the Soludo government, you will count maybe on your fingers the states that have the kind of robust plans on how to empower the youth. I will just mention about 2 or 3. You may have heard of the scheme introduced by Professor Soludo in his administration called One Youth, 2 Skills.
Okay.
Right? The youth are trained, they are empowered, they are given starter packs, they are given funds to practice what they are trained in. That's it. Many of them have become employers of labor today, because the scheme started about 2 to 3 years ago. More than 8,000 youths have benefited from this. This is one. We have what we call Solution Innovation District, SEED. That is where we are training our youths in digital skills, ranging from coding to full-blown digital education, so that you are now not only useful in Anambra, but also you can be employed anywhere in the world. You can live there. How it is done? With your digital skills, you are able to do anything and everything that is digital. And if you can run a check, and discover that the kind of skill I'm talking about in a place like Lagos, you may have to pay up to 3 to 4 million naira to acquire the training. But in Anambra here, we charge nothing. And we don't stop from training you. You are also empowered. You are given starter packs to continue from where government has left off. And there is also a mentoring process. The first batch graduated 25,000 youths. There is a loan scheme in our small and a medium business enterprises. There is a loan that can be accessed to push your business up to 10 million naira. And the loan does not require collateral. The only condition is that you must bring somebody that can guarantee you. So those of them who are going for what you call Okite, is not because they are unemployed. That's the point I make. It's because they are looking for stupendous wealth without work. So the schemes we offer, it cannot give them the kind of money they are looking for. It cannot. They are into Yahoo. They are into Yahoo Plus. Yahoo Plus means Yahoo with a plus sacrifice. That's the point. Yahoo Plus. And this sacrifice can be as bad as human sacrifice.
Yeah.
Of course, you've been seeing ritual murders all around, not just in Anambra, here and there. Everyone can attest that ritual murder has become an issue in Nigerian social cultural life.
Oh, okay.
Of late.
Very quickly now.
What is the ritual
very
murder
quickly,
about?
Commissioner?
Not for money and for protection and for
how
all that.
soon are we going to say, with this law now that you have, the new Anambra State security law, how soon are we going to have quiet in Anambra State? How soon would peace return? When do you have a timeline to say, look, say from next month or probably by March, everywhere will be quiet. You won't have criminal incidents anymore, especially the issue of kidnappings and all of that, killings by unknown gunmen and all of that. Do you have a timeline when you expect that this security law would help you to deal with all of this security challenges that you're confronting in Anambra State?
For me, it may be difficult to put a timeline to this. And that is why I say that Operation Udogachi will have to be there for as long as it takes to really tie this up. Now, but we expect that in a few weeks, there should be results. Because so far, there are already spectacular results. One of the components of the law is that any facility, property that is used for kidnapping will be forfeited to government. And what government does is to pull it down. Any building used for kidnapping goes down. And over a dozen buildings have been pulled down in the last 2-3 weeks.
Have you had any course at all to remove any president general who, because the law, of course, requires the president generals of the various towns now to take active part in the security of their areas? Have you had any course to remove any president general who hasn't performed?
No, not. So the law just came, it came into force barely a week ago, and we need to really give the law some time to run its course. Then we will begin to see the areas where we have lapses. If need be, there will be amendment. And but I believe that the law is robust enough to provide the legal framework that is needed for Operation Udogachi to work excellently well. And they are doing fantastically well already.
And I also know that part of the requirement
will be quiet very soon. Let me put it that way.
Okay, and I also know that the law requires landlords in the state to collect the data of their tenants and all of that and submit to their president generals. You think this is something that the landlords will comply with?
Not only the landlord, hotels will have to tell us those who lodge there, especially for a long time. They have to. We need profiling of the people who live in our houses. So if you are anywhere, because 50% of the Anambra don't live in Anambra. So if you build and you are living in the US, Abuja, Lagos, or Kano, or wherever, you need to know your house. Because if a kidnapper is traced to your house, it will be brought down. So the Anambra need to take this aspect of the law seriously. Because you may not know what is going on in your house, so you need to find out. Constantly, they must go check your house out. Know what is going on in your house. You need to know those who are living in your house. Otherwise, you may lose your building.
All right, Dr. Lomefo, Commissioner for Information, Anambra State, thank you very much for your time and thanks for coming on the show.
The pleasure is mine. Let's do it again.
You will definitely do it again. Thank you very much, sir. All right, that's how much we can take on the program this week. But thank you very much for joining us. See you again next time. Bye-bye.
On the news, Nigeria's military confirms death of 22 soldiers in Northeast operation. National Identity Management Commission NIMC to roll out multi-purpose biometric identity card. And NDLEA intercepts UK-bound illicit drug consignment concealed in duvet at Lagos Airport. Welcome to News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Simisola Atigun. The Nigerian military has confirmed that 22 soldiers have lost their lives during a recent clearance operation against terrorist strongholds in the northeast region, specifically in the notorious Timbuktu Triangle. According to the Defense Headquarters, the operation, conducted of Operation Adinkai, commenced on January 16 and is aimed at dismantling the entrenched presence of insurgents in the Director of Defense Media Operations Ever said the troops killed over 70 terrorists, including some of their commanders, during the operations. Despite the terrorists deploying improvised explosive devices, suicide bombers, as well as suicide bombers and explosive vehicles to ward off troops' advance and attacks. A civil society group, the Arewa Youth Leaders and Professionals Forum, has publicly distanced itself from Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State over his constant attacks on President Bola Tinubu's economic reforms. The group described Mohammed's actions as anti-northern Nigerian and a clear indication of his disdain for the unity and progress of the country. Speaking at a press conference on Monday, the group's national president, Abdullahi Mohammed, said the governor's opposition to President Tinubu's reforms is not rooted in any genuine concern for the nation, but a desperate attempt to cling to corrupt practices of the past that have been self-benefiting.
It's baseless antagonism driven by envy and selfishness. Apparently, they fail to understand the president's vision is for a better Nigeria, a Nigeria where every citizen is. Let us not forget that these individuals were part of the system that brought Nigeria to its knees. They were part of the administration that looted our treasury, that allowed our infrastructure to decay, thereby keeping our people in abject poverty. Furthermore, the present tax reforms are designed to create a sustainable revenue base for the country. This is not just about balancing budget, but about creating opportunities for investment in critical sectors such as education, healthcare, and infrastructure. Those who oppose these reforms are clearly opposed to Nigeria's progress. Indeed, Governor Bala Mohammed and Mala Nasiru El-Rufai's positions are not representative of the true voices of the North. The North is a region built on principle of fairness, justice, and patriotism. The North supports reforms that will lift the nation, even if they require sacrifice. Perhaps it is time to question the motive of these so-called northern leaders. Are they truly concerned about the welfare of the masses, or are they merely seeking to protect their personal interests? These actions suggest the latter. Evidently, these leaders have chosen to exploit the challenges that come with reforms to sow seed, to sow discord and manipulate public sentiment. This divide and rule strategy is not new. But it is one that we as Arewa youth and professionals rejects outrightly. Nevertheless, we acknowledge the president's reforms comes with short-term inconveniences. Change is never easy.
Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has arrived in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, to attend the Mission 300 Africa Energy Summit, which is expected to kick off on January 27. The two-day summit is being hosted by the government of Tanzania, the African Union, the African Development Bank Group, and the World Bank Group. President Tinubu is expected to deliver a national statement reaffirming Nigeria's commitment to achieving universal access to energy and its leadership role in Africa's energy sector. He will also highlight Nigeria's ongoing clean energy initiatives and its strategy to drive integrated energy delivery on the continent. And in a bid to address cases for interventions from the public and private sectors, the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, has announced that an improved multi-purpose biometric identity card will soon be made available. The Director General and Chief Executive Officer of NIMC, Abisoye Koka-Odusote, made the announcement at a media briefing on improving NIN cards in Abuja. According to the NIMC boss, the new card's multiple payment features and identity will serve as a foundation for tackling the nation's social and economic problems in line with the 8-point agenda of President Bola Tinubu. The digital cards with multiple wallets, when unveiled, will allow Nigerians have access to government services in all ministries, departments and agencies of government, and also provide platforms for students to access government loans. The planned improved multi-purpose biometric identity card by NIMC is already generating reactions from Nigerians. Lawyer and public affairs analyst Adewale Ajadi joins me on the news to discuss further. Thank you for your time, sir. Now, what are your thoughts on the introduction of this upgraded multi-purpose biometric identity card by NIMC, the planned introduction, and do you believe that it will improve access to government services and financial inclusion like NIMC has said?
Well, it's good. It's difficult to second guess from this standpoint that there's always improvement in technology, and those improvements in technology might be beneficial, but there are also concerns that have to be considered. Concerns in terms of being biometric. There are always hackers who can gain access, who are constantly finding ways to gain access. And if at any point in time there's access to this kind of biometric information, then there's nothing that can be done to prevent the damage it would do for people taking over the identity of others. But nevertheless, this is the world we live in, and there are always improvements to be considered. It seems that having multiple purpose field ID cards are not necessarily, nobody can compromise them. But if you have one, you might be compromised, and that compromise might be difficult. But these are the challenges that they have to consider in building the opportunity for people. At the same time, they have to think about the costs to the people who are going to upgrade to get these cards. They've gone through a lot to get the NIN. They go through a lot to get all multiple ID cards. And if it's going to be one ID card going forward, why not even put the voters' information on that? If it's that.
Well, Mr. Ajadi. All right, unfortunately, we lost Mr. Ajadi. We'll come back to that report later on in the news. Moving on, in the wake of public backlash over the recent adjustment in telecommunications tariffs caused by network operators in the country, the Concerned Citizens Forum has expressed support for the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, describing the tariff adjustment as a necessary step to sustain the nation's telecom sector and safeguard its long-term viability. Speaking at a press conference in Abuja, the national president of the group, Opialu Fabian, clarified misconceptions about the NCC's role in the tariff increase, emphasizing that the commission acted in accordance with its statutory mandate under the Nigerian Communications Act of 2003.
The NCC has directed operators to offer affordable services, plans tailored to different income levels, ensuring that telecommunication services remain accessible to all Nigerians at all times. Apparently, the Concerned Citizens Forum would like everyone to know that the Nigerian telecommunication industry does not operate in isolation at all. Globally, tariff adjustment are standard regulatory practices used to reflect market realities and sustain industry growth. The NCC's decision isn't an alien one, but that which aligns with international best practices, ensuring that Nigeria has a strong competitive recognition in the international telecommunication landscape. However, a rigorous examination would reveal that the NCC has a clear vision for a robust and inclusive telecoms ecosystem, as seen by the initiative to protect consumers, engage stakeholders, and support the expansion of indigenous firms. The NCC's decision to give the sustainability of the telecoms industry top priority affirms to its dedication to safeguarding Nigeria's connection in the future and making sure that the country continues to lead Africa in digital innovation. Indeed, it is important to commend President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his administration's commitment in creating an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. His administration's focus on economic reforms that helped us upscale digital inclusivity has laid the foundation for the continuous growth of the Nigerian telecom sector.
Operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency have intercepted a shipment of cannabis, also known as loud, concealed in a duvet and packaged for export to the United Kingdom. In a statement released on Sunday, the agency's Director of Media and Advocacy, Femi Babafemi, disclosed that the consignment was intercepted at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Ikeja, Lagos on Tuesday. The consignment is part of various interceptions made by the NDLEA in partnership with sister agencies nationwide. TV360's Ogechukwu Kekwe has details.
The discovery made on Tuesday by the anti-narcotic agencies revealed 6 parcels of the proactive substances weighing a total of 3.5 kilograms cleverly hidden inside the duvet. 2 suspects at Dekole Sunday and Austin Balogu were arrested in connection with the attempted export following extensive investigation. Meanwhile, another raid in the Akala area of Mushi in Lagos on January 19th reportedly led to the seizure of 47 kilogram shunk, a strain of cannabis, and 25.46 kilogram neotic oxide, popularly known as laughing gas. In a separate operation, NDLA operative raided a hangar, leading to the arrest of suspects. 7 liters of a potent psychoactive mixture of blackcurrant, cannabis, and opioids were recovered. Other drug consignments were seized in Ekiti, Kwara, and Kano states, and the suspects were arrested. While commending the officers for seizure in the past week, the Chairman Chief Executive Officer of the NDLEA, retired Brigadier General Buba Mawa, emphasized the agency's commitment to combating drug trafficking and promoting drug abuse prevention in Nigeria. Ogechukwu Kekwe, TV360, Lagos.
The Chinese community in Lagos has hosted celebrations for the 2025 New Year Spring Festival to usher in the Year of the Snake, according to the traditional lunisolar calendar, with activities that reflect the spiritual essence of Chinese culture. This year's event, which was held over the weekend, also included the New Year's Food Festival, where guests and Chinese nationals exchanged intercultural values, capturing the joy and warmth of the season. TV360's Joy Uchejim completes the report.
The Chinese New Year celebration in Lagos, themed One World, One Spring, Guaxin Shines, was a colorful display of cultural dance, music, and cuisines. Traditional troops delivered captivating performances showcasing the rich cultural heritage of both China and Nigeria. For Chinese nationals, the New Year/Spring Festival celebration signifies its deep cultural importance for the Chinese people globally. The celebration also fosters high-level cooperation between both countries.
Nigeria is number 1 economic and population countries in Nigeria, and Lagos also is the number 1 economic city in Nigeria. So I think this year for the celebration in Lagos is very popular.
You know, the Chinese New Year for all of us is the most important festival of the year. It's time for united, it's time for celebration, it's time to be together.
China is we are family stay together, not everybody. We don't know each other, but we are together enjoying for Chinese New Year, for celebrating Chinese New Year. So it's good, very good.
It tells us that, okay, fine, even though we are from different background, different cultural heritage, yes, we can still be friends. We can still enjoy happy time together. Aside work, there is time for this, and that's why we are here.
In her keynote address, the Consulate General of the People's Republic of China in Lagos compliments the cultural bond that deepens people-to-people exchanges between China and Nigeria. Other dignitaries described the annual event as a reflection of the vibrant relationship between Nigeria and the Chinese government.
Chinese President Xi Jinping met with Nigeria President Bola Tinubu and together announced the elevation of China-Nigeria relations to a comprehensive strategic partnership, opening a new chapter in China-Nigeria cooperation.
We are reminded of the rich cultural heritage and traditions that binds the two great nations. The Chinese New Year, a time of renewal and hope, resonate deeply with the values we hold dearly in Nigerian family, unity and prosperity. The relationship between Nigeria and China is built on the foundation of mutual respect, cooperation, and shared aspirations.
Let us carry with us the spirit of unity, compassion, dedication, and determination. Let us strive to build a world where diversity is celebrated, kindness and empathy prevail, and every individual is valued and respected.
A major highlight of the event was the official launch of the Together Fight Against Hunger charity project to finance low-income groups in Nigeria in 2025. The project will contribute to China's efforts towards Nigeria's poverty alleviation and hunger reduction campaigns. Joy Uchejim, TV360, Lagos.
It's time for a short break. Coming up on News Now, Mali, Niger Republic and Burkina Faso insist on withdrawal from ECOWAS bloc on Wednesday, January 29, 2024. Stay with us for details. Welcome back. As a recap of our top stories, the Nigerian military has confirmed that 22 soldiers have lost their lives during a recent clearance operation against terrorist strongholds in the northeast region, specifically in the notorious Timbuktu Triangle. We also told you that in a bid to address cases for interventions from the public and private sectors, the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, has announced that an improved multipurpose biometric identity card will soon be made available. Director General and Chief Executive Officer of NIMC, Abisoye Koka-Odusote, who made the announcement, said the new card's multiple payment features and identity will serve as a foundation for tackling the nation's social and economic problems in line with the 8-point agenda of President Bola Tinubu. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store, on Facebook or at TV360 online. Let's join Joy Uchejim for more updates in the world of business. Over to you, Joy.
Thank you, Simi, and welcome to Business News. Experts in the country have lauded the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, recent announcement of a foreign exchange code, describing it as a positive step towards curbing unethical practices in the forex market and stabilizing the value of the naira. The Apex Bank explained that the FX code is designed to foster transparency and ethical conduct in Nigeria's foreign exchange market, aligning the sector with global best practices. TV360's Tamilore Akinkwoliye has more on the story.
The announcement of a foreign exchange code comes at a critical time when the nation is grappling with severe forex scarcity and the depreciation of the naira amid concerns over unethical behavior in the market. With the introduction of the FX code, the Central Bank of Nigeria aims to address these systematic problems as the guidelines focus on promoting ethical practices among authorized forex dealers and ensuring that forex transactions are carried out with integrity and transparency. For experts, the timing of this initiative is strategic given the current economic pressures facing the country, such as limited foreign inflows and volatile exchange rates.
This matching system is to ensure the transparency and the accountability of those that are, they receive the unction of the US dollars from the CBN, so that they can easily track whether they are actually genuine traders or they are using the FX for other wrong market reasons. So the code that is about to be launched is a consolidation of this electronic foreign exchange matching system that the central bank has released in 2024. The code is going to be assigned to each trader so that they can monitor the ethical situations on the market. They can be able to monitor and trace those that are actually trading. And then even if they take it to the parallel market, yes, they can trace those that are, trading from the CBN window to the parallel market. So it's a kind of code that will bring about transparency in trading of the forex and also to bring stabilization into our naira.
The code specifically targets unethical practices that have plagued the market for years, including round-tripping, hoarding of forex, insider trading, and artificial rate manipulation. Experts agree that these practices have created inefficiencies and hindered access to forex for both businesses and individuals. But despite the positive reception, concerns have been raised about potential implementation challenges.
This code will monitor those that are, benefiting from the INA window, the CBN window, to get this forex and how they are also being traded on the parallel market. So all those sharp practices, sharp gain, exorbitant gains, they are going to be eroded with the code because each one will have an identity in the market. Just like I said, is an addition, to the electronic foreign exchange matching system. So they are going to be matching each trader with that code that will be assigned to each trader. It's just like having a TIN number, so that when you are going to the central bank to place an order, you will have your own code that you will use to actually place a demand. And then CBN can monitor who that person is. They can have all the information of that person. And then it will bring about a lot of transparency and ethical practice in the market.
The FX code is set to be formally launched on January 28, 2025. While the code represents a significant step towards reforming Nigeria's forex market, its ultimate success will depend on effective implementation and the adoption of supporting policies. Tamilore Akinkwoliye, TV360, Lagos.
We will now go on a short break and return with stock market reports. Welcome back. The Nigerian equities market closed the first trading day of the week on a positive note, rising by 0.79% and bringing the market cap to 64.16 trillion naira. A total of 127 NGS-listed equities participated in trading, ending with 38 gainers and 30 losers. Better Glass Company led the gainers with a 9.98% share price appreciation closing at 65 naira per share, followed by RT Briscoe. Now, on the first trading day of the week, 518 million shares in 17,196 deals, corresponding to a market value of 13 billion naira, were traded. Now, when you compare this with the previous NGX trading day, which was Friday, the January 24th, 2025, today's data shows a 10% decline in volume, 48% improvement in turnover, and 49% improvement in deals. Now, switching to the global scene, reverse is the case as two of our selected global equities ended in the bears, as you can see on the chart, ending at 0.072% and 0.92%. Now, in the foreign exchange markets, the naira continued its slide against major currencies, with black market rates reaching 1,650 naira to the dollar, 2,025 naira to the pound, and 1,695 naira to the euro, reflecting ongoing pressure on the local currency. And that's the most business and stock market updates. Back to you, Simi, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Joy. And on the foreign scene, the withdrawal of Mali, Niger Republic, and Burkina Faso from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, will take effect on Wednesday, January 29, after a year of political tensions fracturing the region and leaving the bloc with an uncertain future. On January 29, 2024, the three countries led by military regimes had formally notified ECOWAS of their desire for immediate withdrawal. All three countries have ignored ECOWAS' call to extend the period by 6 months to try to find a solution. Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger Republic are now united in a confederation called the Alliance of Sahel States. And the United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has extended his good wishes for the Year of the Snake to nations and people worldwide celebrating the 2025 Lunar New Year. In a video message, the UN chief also called on the international community to strengthen its commitment to cooperation for peace, fairness, and justice, urging collective determination to build a better future for all.
Happy Lunar New Year. I'm pleased to send my warmest wishes to everyone celebrating Lunar New Year and this Year of the Snake. The snake symbolizes wisdom, resilience, and renewal. In these trying times, let us be guided by these qualities and renew our commitment to peace, equality, and justice. Let us embrace this time of new beginnings with hope and determination to create a better future for all. May the Year of the Snake bring good health, happiness, prosperity, and new beginnings.
And on sports, Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has taken legal action against Turkish journalist Tolga Bozduman, who accused him of assaults when the journalist tried to take pictures of the player after Galatasaray's 3-3 draw against Dynamo Kyiv 2 weeks ago. The 26-year-old Osimhen, who has been in impressive form this season, now faces scrutiny off the pitch amid growing controversy over the alleged incident. It's alleged that Osimhen offered money to have the footage of the altercation deleted, further fueling the controversy. Osimhen has now sued the journalist for defamation, and the hearing is expected to start on Monday. Britain's Emma Raducanu has suffered a disappointing defeat to world number 101 Cristina Boxer of Spain in the opening round of the Singapore Open. The 22-year-old played for the first time since her 6-1, 6-0 third-round loss to Iga Swiatek at the Australian Open. But in a grueling encounter lasting 3 hours and 3 minutes and featuring 17 breaks of service, Boxer came through 5-7, 7-5, 7-5 against the 7th seed in the pair's first meeting. Well, that's it on News Now. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time. Hello viewers and subscribers, welcome to another episode of Startups, and on this episode we'll be looking at fashion in two different perspectives. In the world of e-commerce, few platforms are as dedicated as shaping the future of online shopping, just like Dex Stitches. Since its inception, Dex Stitches has redefined the way Nigerians shop for fashion, focusing not just on convenience but on meeting the real needs of its customers. But with growth comes challenges, particularly when it comes to customer satisfaction, product availability, and navigating the complexities of online retail. In this episode, we explore how Dex Stitches is evolving in this competitive industry and the strategies it uses to prioritize customers' happiness while managing the hurdles of business expansion.
Platform that can cater for basic fashion needs at the time, yes. On average, practically out of 3 Nigerians, 2 must have had a bad experience shopping online. You know, initially it was a phase of there was practically no available, sophisticated online platform for people to shop fashion. We now bridge that gap with so many vendors online doing these fashion businesses across. We have taken upon ourselves to create for every shopper on our platform unparalleled customer satisfaction. My name is Olawale Ismail and I'm the founder of Dex Stitches.
Dex Stitches has quickly emerged as a leader in Nigeria's online fashion space, redefining the e-commerce experience with a keen focus on the customer. Unlike many platforms that simply aim to sell, Dex has tailored its approach to cater to the specific needs of its audience, prioritizing customer demands and preferences above all else.
Basically, the need to actually get what I was trying to shop for back then in the past. So it started as far back as when I was in uni. There's something we call Hall Week back then in school, and we usually do it as for people in the hostel. Sometimes we also have the one for departments, right? So this particular time was one for our department, engineering faculty, metallurgical material department to be precise, and you know, back then you need to look fly and everything. So I was looking out for getting a sneaker, right? So unfortunately for me, back then the whole e-commerce space hasn't been explored as much like we have right now. And the only option we had for the particular sneaker I wanted was to be able to order it from, there's a brand called ASOS back then, it's in UK. So I was happy to have found it online, but trying to access and get it was difficult. At the time, there was nothing like even paying directly. You have to go through someone that has an account in ASOS and buy. So it was so much of difficulty, but I wasn't going to give up on the idea of getting the sneakers. So a friend of mine advised me to, go to the market around in Lagos. At the time, we first went to Julegba, which is quite close to Akoka, which is where Unilag is situated, and we didn't find it. Someone else now advised that, because I wanted to present, so I wanted to look good, right? So someone else now advised that, oh, you can get something like that on the island. So I personally took it upon myself to make that journey. On getting there, my God, I saw like countless versions of the item, and I eventually got to meet someone that actually has the exact. To my utmost surprise, after paying like exorbitant amount at the time, as a student, I knew there's no money, but I had to pay up a lot. I had to waste a lot of my savings to get the sneakers from this person. On the D-Day of the event, after purchasing the sneaker on the island, the sole got turned out. So this bitter experience is going to be feeling like, if I'm feeling like this, definitely a couple of other people are feeling like this. So that's when the whole initial idea came about. Then subsequently, the experience other people have had based on our discussion. Like, obviously when that happened, it was like a fun of the day. Everybody was talking about why they try ordering on it, so it's not possible. It's only when their family members travel abroad that they can get the sneaker they want and everything. So at the time, I now collated like, wow, if I'm having this problem, my friends are having this problem, definitely a lot of people in Nigeria at the time we have the same experience. And that's what brought about finding a platform that can cater for basic fashion needs at the time, yes. For a business that wants to grow, you never feel like there's a pinnacle. You always continue to grow. So, but one of the things that we can majorly point out as milestone is happy customers. To be honest, and I don't know if I mentioned the ratio earlier or the percentage. It's always on average. You have 60% people say, "Oh, I had the problem shopping online. I don't know if I can trust you guys," and stuff like that, which is understandable, because in fact I came out of that experience even though I went to the store in person. So our biggest milestone is the fact that out of these people, 90% of them have been converted from skeptical buyers to customers, to happy customers that even refer their friend. So these people that we look at whenever they come on board, and eventually turn to be happy customers and even give us reviews, those are our actual milestones, and we keep going on them. And our goal is to be able to have, maybe quadruple or times hundreds of the kind of customers, the amount of customers we have that came from skeptical, that are very skeptical about shopping online, to being happy about, wow, fashion shopping can be actually more convenient and be happy, can be an happy experience. Those people is a milestone, and the more we have, the more we feel like we're hitting more milestones, yeah.
The platform relies heavily on communication with its users to track behavior and interests. Using this data, Dex Stitches prioritizes its product it introduces, ensuring that they are always aligned with what customers truly want. The company's product management team works meticulously to onboard only these items to meet these demands, starting with the essentials and moving on to other items.
We try to identify customer needs, and we try to match it with, the current and trending fashion. And when we identify all these needs, we're able to contact our registered brands, to our distributors, and when we do that, we are able to get the products available to our customers. In Dex Stitches, we pride ourselves in customer satisfaction. So we are very, very strict on what we want, and we continuously review our products from our registered and partners. So when we do this, we ensure that there's consistency in quality. So we do this regular checkups with our suppliers, with our distributors, with our brands. Yeah, fashion moves very fast, as you know, and the basic challenge is, having to keep up with the customers' rapidly, changing preference, and, and our brands, and getting the product, because this little phase there is always a little bit of lead time, and we just try to just in our own little way predict, where are we headed, where is this headed, and then we try to predict even ahead of the customer, so that we can make necessary arrangements with our brands and distributors before those things come to place.
Despite this careful planning, challenges remain, particularly when some products underperform. In such cases, the platform response is both dynamic and customer focused.
In the wheel of demand, price is a very huge factor, right? And most times when a particular product is known to have, be selling out, is kind of like underperforming, is sometimes, or 50% times, boils down to price. So for these products, we usually incentivize customers, right? We do things like, 30% off discounts. Sometimes we go as far as giving free delivery in some particular items. And this actually nudges customers to eventually purchase those products. And it's also possible, a product might be a trend, but we don't get carried away with it. A trend today is a trend tomorrow. Dexit is here to stay forever, so we don't like remove them from the platform. They are still there. What we do is add more variety and add newer trends. In this case, backpacks, for example, if Black is no longer selling, we'll nudge them with incentives like, order one, get two for free. We can also say take 20% off. We can also go as far as saying free delivery. If all those strategies is not working, then we know that the problem is not more the price. It's more or less like, people that are seeing this don't want them. Then we start adding more varieties to the products assortment. Yes.
One of the biggest order that Dexit faces, like many e-commerce platforms, is the unpredictability of suppliers and manufacturers. There have been times when a supplier failed to deliver product on time despite high demand. In this situation, Dex ensures that it only partners with brands that have the capacity to meet customers' demand.
Unlike many other platforms, I don't want to mention names, we don't just onboard brands or partners. We go through a stringent process that they align with our process, our principle, which is customer needs first. If while processing onboarding a brand, we realize that they might not have the capacity of what the customer might need, we don't even bother onboarding them. So when they are proven that they have the capacity to deliver, that's when we have them. So you can rest assured that whatever products you see on the platform is always available for the customer needs. However, sometimes maybe in a situation like this, the most realistic predicament that have this kind of situation is kaftans. So this, the kaftans that we wear in Africa, the senators, the agbadas, we have seen a couple times where people want them to get delivered within a day, or they want to get them right away. And the realistic thing is those things are always bespoke. So to even restrict to reduce the situation by a customer needs that, we work on onboarding brands that have ready to wear kaftans. So like I said, needs is the first thing we look out for. If the need for the kaftan is growing over time and we realize that it's getting to the stage that people are always demanding for it and they don't want to wait like 2, 3, 7 days, we onboard more brands that have ready to wear and we give them order suggestions. There's always an alternative to whatever you want to buy. Whatever you want to buy that is within your interest. So it's just that maybe now you're a fan of the brand and you want the brand's products. In that case, we advise you to wait for the available timeline that they've already promised and we have promised on the particular product. And most times we often sort out the situation and they buy and they're happy. The customers are happy.
Dex founder envisions a future where the platform continues to grow and expand, not only in Nigeria but globally. The fashion industry in Nigeria has been transformed by the arrival of platforms like Dexit, which offers a shopping environment tailored to fashion lovers.
The goal is not just to build a shopping platform. It started from being a platform that people can access sneakers and a few things, to realizing that the need is beyond just these items. It goes as far as everything I want to wear all through my lifetime. And we know that there are needs and there are wants. So we prioritize day in, day out on the needs based on different diverse people's interests and onboard the wants. In sort of like, I would say, a descending order. The needs comes first ahead of the wants. So every day we keep uploading and onboarding more needs with the partnership. So for example, if you're partnering with Nike now, considering the fact that we are selling to Nigerians within Nigeria and Nigerians and other people around the world, we prioritize first to Nigerian needs, which is mostly sneakers, backpacks. We won't look at them for things like, they sell football as well. We might not onboard football. In our first onboarding batch, we start with the priority, which is sneakers. Now after sneakers, we move to joggers, we move to maybe backpacks, t-shirts, then we now onboard football. So we divide this uploading needs across our product management team, and we upload in accordance to that. So with that, we focus more on the needs, and that gives us edge ahead of allowing people to have access to what they need ahead of the wants that doesn't really matter at the time.
As the platform grows, Deck Stitches aims to expand its reach, offering even more personalized experiences to its users. The ultimate goal is to turn more skeptical shoppers into loyal and happy customers. Welcome back. Now, the other part we'll be looking at is the decoration industry. Michael Moby, the founder of Mobilette Interior and Exterior Creativity Furniture, is revolutionizing the furniture and interior decoration industry. His company, which is based in Lagos, focuses on creating unique designs for hotels, clubs, and other spaces. Now, beyond furniture production, Mobilette doubles as a training ground for young people, equipping them with valuable technical skills to become independent professionals in the field.
We do creativities such as full hotel creative, clubs. That's why I have it interior and exterior. And extend to that one, I change it to become like a school, so I can empower the youth. All they just have to do to come and learn from certain period of time. My name is Michael X Moby. So the name of the company is Mobilette Interior and Exterior Creativity Furniture.
Michael Moby's journey into the furniture business began as a family tradition. Growing up, he learned the craft from his father, combining his artistic talents and education to innovate in the furniture and interior design sector. While traditional carpenters often focus on basic furniture such as chairs and tables, Michael took a different path by blending creativity and technical skills to produce bespoke designs.
We do creativities such as full hotel creative, clubs. That's why I have it interior and exterior. And extend to that one, I change it to become like a school, so I can empower the youth. All they just have to do to come and learn from certain period of time. After that one, they will be a master on their own.
When asked how he carved a niche for himself in the competitive furniture industry, Michael attributed his success to the quality and uniqueness of his designs.
This actual furniture work is my father's work. So whenever I come back from school, I sit with him and learn from him. But with my education background, I decided to take it from another angle. That is why I find myself in creativity aspects, because actually I can sketch. I'm gifted by drawing. This is eyesore. It's not hidden. The creative in me, by you seeing the kind of product I've made so far, you will know that this boy is creative. I've worked in many places which they don't even believe I can do it, which lead me to this level I am now. For instance, the way back then we build a bed is totally different from today. We can start some bed from scratch. That the finishing, if you see it, you won't believe it's that bed. This one you're seeing here, right here now, is my bed. But when I finish it, you will see how the outcome will look like. Because these days, we use fabric to fabricate the bed, like a hotelian's bed. Why some people like it in their luxury apartment. So the world is moving forward. We can't continue staying that backward. I decided to move forward by adding this so-called technical skill on my work. So I have that creative ability. I can draw building just like the way architect will do it. So I found myself that whenever I draw something, if I want to produce it, I produce it firm. It will not look so unique. And I push on it. I should put more effort. My effort lead me to where I am. But for now, I am now. I have nothing less than 8 boys I've trained. And some are on their own. I was born into this particular work I'm doing. So there's no how I would say I started from so year to so year. If, for instance, if I'm 30 years old, I've been in this work for that 30 years. Why I'm above that? So I've been to the work from my childhood because I met it in the house.
Mobilet isn't just a business, it's a platform for youth empowerment. Despite not initially planning to train others, Michael began mentoring when a persistent boy sought his guidance. That experience inspired him to open his doors to more young people, training them in both manual and machine-assisted techniques.
This my boy would like learn from you. I say, me? I don't have the intention of teaching anybody because I was planning, when we are very small, we'll be thinking of diaspora. So that's all comes to my head. I was like trying to have my passport and find my way out of here. Actually, I'm going for this particular work over there. So along the line, when the woman now brought the boy now insists. And I say, okay, I can't control boy for now. I am very young. But the boy always come to me insisting. And I say, okay, maybe I will be doing this particular work. Whenever I want to travel, I'll put that boy in mind. So whenever I travel, I'll call him to come over. But along the line, we had some challenges, which is normally happen somewhere, everywhere. That's even keep me staying back to this work fully. And the boy, and I see the way the boy is working, he's working with passion. And I say, if I leave this boy like this, I will kill the spirit in him. So I move it forward more and more and more. So now I have the courage, which if the boy himself is a master on his own now. If he do 1 or 2 works for you now, even there, sometimes he will collect a big hotel work from beginning to the end, and he will still call me that, Oga, please, I will need some of your boys. Please, Oga, come and handle this part. The thing is too much for me. Because the kind of technical I used to work my work is totally different from everybody's own. No, you cannot do without the old one now. The old one brought us this new talent. From here, if any one of my children may have interest in it, they will pick it from this level to another level. If I lost the memory of old one, I can't get to here. That is why I'm still teaching them with the manual and the automatic. They can operate machines. They can use the manual work. You can see this work we are doing. The one you came here and saw now is just manual. When we start to be doing the automatic work, that means we all just have to be operating machine all through.
Michael's training model provides a structured environment for apprentices, training live on site during the work week, minimizing distractions and fostering focus.
These days, now when we make a TV board, for instance, a big TV board, there's how we pass lines through it. If you don't know how to do that, how can you come up with that same design? We are having improvement and challenges of work these days. So with that one, they have that opportunity in me. Actually, they can work carpentry work fully. Like all this zinc you see here, me and my boys, we do it on ourselves. We didn't go and call any person outside. We can clamp zinc, actually we can come down, still work. So just like there being a couple of 5 works together, interior, the furniture itself, upholstery. Upholstery is the covering of the chair and all these things included. And the lighting plus the technical ability, which you can be able to arrange a place that will make it look so unique and comfort.
I've been learning here for about 3 years now. It's already 3 years. So my challenges so far is just the shame. The shame to put your shame aside and focus on your goal. That's just the challenges. And my benefits have been a lot. Like I used to be a very shy person. Like how will I even put it? I don't think too far. I'm a lazy type, but since the time I came here, I'm very hardworking. Even from home self, my mom used to testify it. So that's the benefit so far. And my skill so far too has improved.
Running a creative business like Mobilet comes with significant challenges. One major issue is delayed payment from clients.
We have big challenges in our work. first and foremost challenge I could tell you we used to have is that, we don't have backup. Backup in terms of, if you work for someone, for them to pay your balance is the big challenges. After receiving the work, that might be giving you a kind of complaint that I don't have money now, I will pay you, which you can't even know, you end up not collecting anything. That one is the total challenge that is not even giving us morale to forward over it. They don't encourage us by doing it, because once I'm expecting, like, for instance, my balance like 10K, and the person asks me to come back, and other work is there that you can work a day, you will have 3K. That 3K, when you multiply it by that 4 or 5 days as you are waiting, you think that one should be more better than this your handle. So people are not encouraged us in doing the work. In business aspect, there's no how you will not have your challenges. Sometimes you might trying to go to the market and get a material which you expect that the money is cheaper. When you now get there, the money will be more higher. Then I cannot return the money back to the who sent me the work, which is the owner of the work. That shows too low of you, that maybe you are not professional enough. So those are the challenges we spent our money on.
Despite these challenges, Michael views his achievement with pride. After starting the business from his father's home, he has expanded to a larger space, complete with accommodation for trainees.
I've been the one that disencountered myself and my family and some other siblings. Because immediately my father left, the thought that just come on my head is that face this work and start doing it yourself. Then carry your brothers along. And which was what I did. This is not my first place of working. This is part of the achievement I've achieved. I started in my father's house. That was the place we started the company. And all my brothers are there, working all together. Along the line, when the place is no more conducive for us, I decided to go to a bigger place, which I got here. So here now, I think I have a room self for the boys, which they can pass their night, because immediately they come on Monday, they have to return back home on Saturday evening. I don't give them that time of moving around, because the challenge on those boys is even more harder than the real work I'm doing. They don't want to learn these days. They don't just want to learn, but they can give their time for other things. For me, I prefer working from this work. I can create more business. It's not only this work I can depend on. As time goes on, I can still move forward.
For Michael Moby, the ultimate reward lies in the success of those he has trained. His work continues to inspire a new generation of craftsmen, providing the traditional skills. When combined with innovation, it can also lead to remarkable achievements.
And that is all we have on this episode of Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkolye. See you again next time.
Hello and welcome to today's program. I'm Kikwe. Minister and Social Ali Party disclosed that the ministry received only 15.06% of the total capital allocation to the sector in 2024. He stated this while speaking during his 2025 budget defense presentation before the Senate and the House of Representatives Joint Committee on Health. He said the 15.06% amounted to 26.52 billion naira out of the 203.656 billion naira allocated to the ministry for capital projects in the 2024 budget to the utilized. Party, however, committee that the ministry was yet to receive the 7.393 billion naira captured under the multilateral bilateral loan for the capital projects. And as part of efforts to tackle anthrax outbreak, the State Ministry of Health has joined hands with the Ministries of Agriculture and key partners to efforts under the One approach. The Ministry of Development had earlier confirmed the outbreak on a farm in Zamfara State, prompting urgent measures to prevent the disease from spreading. Speaking during a stakeholder meeting at the Public Health Emergency Operations Center, the Commissioner for Health, Nafisa Maridun, outlined the government's approach. Outlined the government's strategies. She emphasized the importance of public awareness and vaccination campaign to curb the outbreak. And the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has recently closed a warehouse in Kaduna for storing expired food and cosmetic products valued at over 75 million naira. NAFDAC explained that the feat was achieved following information gathered from a concerned citizen. Also, the warehouse managing director has been arrested for interrogation. The agency emphasized that the strict regulatory sanction would be imposed upon the conclusion of the investigation. The agency emphasized that no regulated products should be manufactured, imported, exported, sold, or used in Nigeria unless registered under NAFDAC regulation. NAFDAC urged the public to stay vigilant and report suspicious products or activities to the nearest NAFDAC office. We'll take a break now and the program will return shortly. Welcome back. And the U.S. President Donald Trump has signed an executive order kickstarting the process of pulling out the United States from the World Health Organization, WHO. The order was one of the many issued by Trump after his second coming as U.S. President. The order said the U.S. was withdrawing due to the organization's mishandling of the COVID-19 pandemic that arose out of China and other global health crises, its failure to adopt urgently needed reforms, and its inability to demonstrate independence from the inappropriate political influence of WHO member states. The executive order also said WHO required unfairly cumbersome payments from the U.S. that are disproportionate to the sum provided by other large countries such as China. This is the second time Trump has ordered the U.S. pull out of the WHO. While joining me on the program to discuss further is neurophysiotherapy clinical gait analysis, Sam Ibeneme. Thank you for joining us on the program. So the U.S. President Donald Trump has signed an executive order kickstarting the process of pulling out the United States from the WHO. What impacts could the U.S. withdrawal from the WHO have on global health initiatives, particularly in terms of disease control and prevention?
Thank you so much. I want to start by saying that I'm Professor Sam Chidi Beneme, the Dean of Faculty of Health Sciences, David Umahi Federal University of Health Sciences, Uburu, Ebonyi State, and of course, like you said, a neurophysiotherapist. Yes, the current directive of the US President Donald Trump is quite very concerning about to the fact that the US should pull out of the World Health Organization. You may recall that the World Health Organization was established on the 7th of February 1948 as an institution, an arm of the United Nations, in order to help collaborate and then organize a common front, a multilateral institution that helps to organize and synergize efforts in ensuring a healthy population across the world, both in the underserved regions and in developed countries. So it plays a very significant role and was established by 190, currently have a membership of about 198 members, apart from 3 other ones that are also not, solely in that population, but are affiliated, like Cook Island and so on, and has been playing a very significant role in coordinating and organizing, the world efforts towards sustaining health in different parts of the world, and also in addressing the SDGs, that is the Sustainability Development Goals of the United Nations, especially the critical ones that has to do with, reduction in infant mortality and climate-related health issues. So it has been playing a very significant role, and for United States to pull out, of that kind of significant organization, a multilateral institution, we really pose a lot of challenges for the global body and for the global health as a whole. Just to give you an insight, the current budget of the World Health Organization for 2023 is in the region of $6.7 billion. And that of 2024 is about $6.8 billion. As at 2022-2023 biennium, United States contributed $1.3 billion to the WHO. And of course, the budget of the United States of the WHO as of 2024 is at over $400 million that US have contributed to that budget as of 2024. So you can see that America maintains an annual contribution of about 15 to 20% contribution towards the budget of the World Health Organization. And to have the United States pull out at this point will bring a significant disruption of the organization's plans, their ability to and capacity to function and fulfill their mandate. So it is going to have a very severe repercussion. And these repercussions will be felt mainly considering the role the United States play. They play a significant role in providing and shaping the protocols, the treatment protocols and guidelines of the World Health Organization, where they also sit on the table, where these policies are made. And they play a significant role by providing the resources and technical expertise. In fact, in research innovation, currently, you will find out that US institutions are the ones that have the highest amount of money committed into development of research innovations in health sector, clinical trials and so on. And a lot of health initiative of the World Health Organization are driven mainly by the resources provided by the United States in terms of logistics, in terms of expertise, in terms of know-how. And US bodies actually collaborate with the World Health Organization in conducting several innovative researches in vaccine development for diseases like malaria, HIV, tuberculosis, eradication, and so on. And therefore, when such a significant country that plays a significant role in the activities of World Health Organization withdraws from World Health Organization, there will be a significant disruption of the activities of World Health Organization. And there's no doubt about that. So that directive by the new president of the United States does not portend well for the global health. And it will have a very remarkable impact. And when you also begin to look at issues like global equity, in which you try to, mobilize funds and distribute these funds in such a way that they are channeled to underserved areas to support their health institutions and their health facilities and so on. when you withdraw that kind of funding from the World Health Organization, it will not be able to fulfill that mandate. And that will result probably in those countries and some other countries coming in to make contributions in order to beef up the budget. And that would be a significant strain. And where they cannot sustain them, then WHO may have to whittle down its operations. And it may actually lead to, a lot of offices of the World Health Organization are being closed down and their operations actually affected. So it portends a lot of unpleasant consequences and challenges for the global body.
Okay, so what potential health implication for the United States if it withdraws from the WHO?
Well, there are a lot of potential health implications for the United States because the world is a global community.
Okay.
Already you know that the WHO serves a very important and significant role in epidemiological data collection, disease tracking, and all these are very important in real time in integrating this information in order to feed into the surveillance system to monitor the outbreak of pandemics and epidemics, and then to plan ahead of time in order to prevent that. And so when the United States pull out from WHO, it will not have access to those kind of data anymore, and it will be difficult for him to plan ahead. So preparedness for emergency crisis situation like we had with COVID will become very difficult for the United States. And controlling of diseases, spread of diseases, pandemics, and trans-border and transnational disease spread will become quite very challenging. In fact, the United States will be very vulnerable because there won't be any global body like the World Health Organization that will help to articulate the global response to such pandemics. And when there is going to be such a global response, the United States will not be part of it because they will not easily have access to that data that they need to plan and be prepared ahead of time, and to also have have some kind of warning signals about an outbreak likely to occur and to make plans ahead of time. So there will be a lot of delays, even in issues of vaccine development and vaccine deployment and logistics in terms of health resources and so on. It's going to affect them, because once they are out of World Health Organization, it becomes difficult. Like the World Health Organization has an initiative, the COVAX initiative, through which they develop the vaccines and they share these vaccines in an equitable manner. And, to sustain member states in terms of crisis and pandemics or epidemics. Now, when US pulls out, it becomes difficult. They can't leverage the global structure already established by the WHO in order to have, a more prompt and easy and fast, relief they may have, or access to services they need and expertise they need in such situations. And moreover, the World Health Organization provides global standards and it provides global guidelines for treatments and so on. And this is from pool of world experts that they have at their disposal. So if US were to pull out, they won't have access to this global expertise. They won't have access to these global standards that will help to shape their local policies in dealing with issues like that. They will be quite a little bit away from some distance from the global standards in handling issues like this.
So how might this decision impact global health collaboration, particularly during pandemics like COVID-19?
Well, like we saw in the COVID pandemic, you saw that the World Health Organization was able to articulate the protocol that everybody adhered to. So the world seemed to work together in synergy. And so if you pull out a significant country like US is now bound to create its own multilateral relationships, build bilateral relationships with countries, with NGOs and so on. And they may begin to work at crossroads to that of the World Health Organization. And in fact, it may have countries who will be suspicious of the United States because it's going to affect their reputation as a credible partner that has integrity they will see them as having more of parochial interest in addressing domestic needs above the global needs of the world population, and therefore building the necessary synergy and coalition for them to deal with diseases in such situation becomes a challenge. And then, of course, you know that the global body will be fragmented in making its own decisions in such situations like pandemic and epidemics, and galvanizing the world into action like they did during the COVID-19 era. And because they were working across road and possibly competing almost, so to speak, with the United States of America on the sides doing their own thing, that is quite different from the policies of the global body. And that can weaken the coalition of the global communities and the global nations, national organizations in working in tandem, even regional bodies, in working in tandem with World Health Organization in addressing a common issue that relates to pandemic or any health challenges, or global health issues that the World Health Organization may want to focus on. So it's going to be a whole lot of disruption in the activities of the global body and in the coordination of the entire world to have a focus, adopt a common protocol, adopt a common guideline, and stick to them in order to deal with such issues until there's a remission. So it is going to be very counterproductive if this directive of the US president is not reviewed urgently.
The US previous criticism of WHO handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, what improvement could be made within the organization to address concerns without resorting to withdrawal?
Obviously, you see that the World Health Organization is a global body that really has the global interest, that should actually capture the global interest of the human population, so to speak. But in the COVID-19, a lot of challenges were observed, and the US made a lot of complaint about the transparency of the World Health Organization in making timely, decisions, and in bringing to the notice of the world of pending epidemics or pandemics, in some coming from certain regions. And they feel that these delays in releasing information that are vital to make decisions, political decisions, and plan, towards preventing a pandemic or the spread of disease emanating from any region in the world, were significantly influenced by politics. So when they sense that there is a political influence in those delays that were observed during the last COVID pandemic era, and certain countries were speculated to have asserted some political, goodwill that they have with WHO and influenced them to make very delayed and untimely decisions that aggravated that situation. And US also was at the forefront of receiving the brunt because it affected their economy, it affected their society, and they felt that there was lack of transparency. Now, these issues need to be revisited. There should be, a post mortem after every, after every global crisis like this. The WHO should It's always an agreement. We agree. You can't say that and agree. But these are informational. So of agreement among countries, sharing of infrastructure and resources are done under strict agreement and strict protocol and framework. And these frameworks are for those who are members of the global body. And so if US should exit from that global body, it has to now build an alternative relationship, bilateral or regional relationship with different global health bodies in order to have access to their data, which ordinarily they contribute to the central pool of WHO. You have the global regional bodies like the African CDC, and just like also you have in North America and so on. So you now begin to build, US may now have to spend and invest more money in order to build and galvanize relationships that will give them access to data. And of course, a lot of US research institutions are developing vaccines in collaboration with WHO. And WHO team of experts work hand in hand with them in doing so. And so when you now begin to exit WHO, such kind of relationships, research innovative relationships established between WHO and US will be disrupted. And there will be delays in vaccine production and in disease prevention. So it will roll back a lot of efforts already made and sacrifices already made in things like vaccine, malaria vaccine development, HIV vaccine development, maternal and child death prevention, and universal health coverage. These are important areas, where a lot of research work has gone in trying to strengthen the systems across the world. And US researchers are playing critical role, and they will be denied this data. And if they don't have data and opportunity to work with the other member nations, how do they get the data that they require in order to, have an innovative research? So when they now cease to have cooperation of member states, and when they cease also to have access to critical data, to plan for epidemics, to plan for pandemics and so on, and to understand and track diseases in terms of surveillance and so on. These are vital information every nation needs. And if they don't have access, it will become challenging. And for them to also set up a structure that will rival the WHO, that will help them to get such a data, secondary data, so to speak, either from these regional health bodies, it will be quite tough. And if they do, there will be limited amount of data they will have. And you may have member nations who may not want to cooperate with them, who will feel betrayed, who will feel that US is more self-oriented than global, than being concerned about the global community health status, and that may backfire. And so I think that the US have a lot to lose, and it will affect their research and innovation drive in a very remarkable way. So I think that without mincing words, it is not going to be a win-win situation for the US.
Okay, so briefly, given that the US is the largest donor to the WHO, how might this organization, operation, and health program be impacted without the financial support of the US?
Obviously, without finance, the WHO will have limitations because all the activities are budgeted for, and somebody has to pay for them. And without anybody paying for these activities, it means those activities will be wandered. So they have to build a reprioritization of their activities. And this may begin to now affect the underserved regions, the low and middle income countries, diseases that plague them, like we have Ebola, mainly in Africa. You may see that many activities of WHO towards Ebola and such kind of diseases in the tropical region, the neglected tropical diseases, may not have the kind of financial support that they need in terms of research development and activities towards their eradication. And this is quite very critical. And so a lot of regional bodies, a lot of regional offices of WHO may be closed down, may be shut down, and very significant workforce that are a pool of experts they have put together in order to ensure that those activities are sustained. They may be laid off as well. The impact on the global health will definitely be tremendous. And this is something that nobody wants to imagine.
Well, Neurophysiotherapy Clinical Gait Analysis, Professor Sam Ibeneme, thank you for speaking with us on the program.
Thank you so much. You're welcome.
And that wraps up our program for today. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you again next time.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Hey guys, welcome back to your favorite show, your one-stop show for everything you can think in the world of entertainment. It is good to have you guys back on our faces. Alright guys, yeah, in 360 Vibes, you know how we roll. Music, comedy, fashion, yeah, these ladies here got you covered. Anything and all you want to know trending in the world of entertainment, these girls get you covered. And the show can never ever be incomplete without my squad. You know, I can never host the show alone. No.
That's right.
All right, I have them here.
Of course.
Hi.
How are you doing? It's so good to be back. It's so good to be back.
Yes. Hi, Joy. How are you?
I'm fine. It has been a wonderful week. It has been wonderful. I mean, everybody's been buzzing about Donald Trump.
Yes.
And I'm just excited about everything.
That's right.
And everyone is just
You
excited.
feel like they're
excited about it? I'm actually excited about it because it's been working back to back. So all the headlines. So anyway, guys, welcome back to the show. It's your girl Joyoma, Sheen_Joyoma on Instagram. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Of course, it's great to be back here. It's great to be back in your faces. This is Victoria_extra on Instagram. The show promises to be exciting, so do well to fasten your seatbelts before we bring you all the gist. That's right.
Let's go on a short break, and when we are back, we'll give you guys the latest we have today. Don't go anywhere right after this break. Welcome back, guys. Joy, what is the latest in the world of entertainment?
Okay, so we're going to be taking some gists from the entertainment news. And first off, we're starting with our very own Darlington Okoye. You know him as Speed Darlington. He has been released and he's now a free man after 2 months in detention. So now we had something like this before. We discussed about how Cubana Chief Priest said he was going to work on releasing Speed Darlington, and then about 2 weeks after, we're seeing that he's released, even though Cubana Chief Priest has not claimed any credit. Apparently, the lawyer, our celebrity lawyer, activist lawyer Deji Adeyonju has said that they filed a case and finally got Speed Darlington to be arraigned in court, and then he was released. So now we're seeing that, okay, this whole arrest started with when Speed Darlington allegedly defamed Burna Boy by saying he was connected to Sean Diddy Combs, and that led to all this whole saga of him being arrested and in jail for 2 months. So now, guys, what do you think about this? Do you have anything to add to this whole Speed Darlington release and how it's coming out now?
This is just the show. I don't even know. We are not certain if it was actually Cubana Chief Priest that facilitated his release.
Yeah.
But not social media, this industry is just, sometimes it can be very eventful, and I just love how it all plays out when you just want to show, okay, I have power, you have power, I have a name, you have a name, and we can make things work out. So I'm not going to say, maybe now Spinality will just, I know you might have something against someone, or maybe you thought he was catching crews with the old Burna Boy thing. I know that Diddy Combs case it's still a very big case, and you know, you cannot just call out people without having evidence or proof. You're not sure of whatever it is. You know, you can just say you're catching crews on social media and say, oh, this person is involved. Do you know what it does to the person's brand? And I'm really grateful that, although I'm not so in support of the way they went about it, could have just probably sued him to court, you know, now for defamation of character and all of that. But the whole arrest and thing back and forth, I think we need to be teaching people lessons sometimes. That it's not everything you will be saying because you do not have proof. Don't ruin people's source of living or source of income because you just want to trend. It is a no-no for me. And welcome back home. I think they are still going back to court on the 27th.
Yeah, so now
let's just see officially.
To
so I think that is the right thing to do than just to be arrested and just be languishing behind bars. Nothing at all. So whoever was able to pull this card and get him released, thank you. But let's see how the whole court case is going to play out.
Exactly.
All right. So just as Victoria rightfully said, it's good to say what you know. Don't come out to say things you know you don't know, things you know that they are not real, and because you want to maybe pull crowd or you want to make a name, sometimes you want to trend, sometimes they just come out and bring false news. Like most times I ask, how do you feel when you spoil people's name?
But wait, guy, what if there's an element of truth in it? I'm just saying, let's just assume. What if
there is an element of truth?
I'm just like saying, because you know now journalists always want to consider two sides. Okay, what if what Fidelity is saying is true, or what if it's not true? Okay, we're trying to be objective now.
Anything's true.
Is it true?
If you want to go into this Sean Diddy Combs deal,
oh my God, it's a very serious case.
It's spanning
already
decades. And it's dragging different big names.
And so many Hollywood celebrities and Western artists are involved in it. So if you're going to say our very own Burna Boy is involved,
how do you fight this? How do you fight this?
So in as much, that's why I said it's a very big issue, and you don't just come out to say something. So if you are going to even say, accuse him of it, bring proof. Have you seen him in the act? Do you have evidence? Do you have like video evidence or pictorial evidence?
Or audio,
that is just it.
So I think this is a lesson, just as you rightfully said. It will make some persons shut their lips. Like you will know when you want to talk. You will know what you should say. You don't just come out and then you throw people, you throw words to people, and then you hurt people's feelings.
You may be back in our face soon.
Knowing the fact that you don't have evidence.
I feel like it hasn't really helped in any way, because let's say Speed Darlington was arrested 2 months ago, and since then we've still had these social media trolls targeting celebrities. It's as if they never learn, just because of this anonymous nature we have in social media. You're not a celebrity, nobody knows you, nobody cares about you. So people still do this. People still troll people online.
I don't even like the fact that when people get called out for trolling, they now start playing the victim card. No, why would you want to arrest me? Yadi. You're infringing my human rights. You don't know that. So you know that you have human rights.
You went to say
before you started saying
you infringe somebody else's rights.
You're also infringing someone else's rights. Don't you know? Also, defaming another person. You're infringing another person's right too. So what you know you cannot take, my darling.
Do not throw it on people.
Because don't dish it out to people. So still on the entertainment scene, our very own veteran actress, no other person than the Ngozi Ezeonu. She had to call out some people. Apparently, these two ladies, my gender, they went for an audition. You know, Ngozi Ezeonu, she's an actress, so casting calls, to cast actors and actresses for a movie. And these girls, they went with their, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but they went dressing inappropriately. Inappropriately, and she had to call them out, and she made a video and posted it on social media. She made a video of them saying that, okay, that is why they do not take people do not take the entertainment industry serious, because they feel like just anybody can do anything, can dress inappropriately and think that you're going to get the role. And this has resulted in a lot of back and forth on social media. Some people are like, she was not meant to call them out like that. She was not meant to post it on social media, that she's a mother, that she's meant to talk to them privately and not post it on social media. Some people went as far as saying that, okay, those girls are adults and they can choose to dress however they wish to dress. So ladies, what do you think about this? Do you like our approach towards addressing this issue, like putting it on social media to reprimand the ladies?
Okay, if you're going to look at this very objectively, okay, acting, it's a profession, right? It's something you even go to the university to learn. There's theater arts university. So it's a profession, it's a professional job, and you're going there for an audition, which is practically an interview, and you're going there dressed in crop tops without wearing the appropriate things inside, and then you're expecting them to just be like, oh, you're good for the show. Like, what is that? If you're going for a job interview, maybe in a bank, won't you kit up, won't you put on your blazers and your corporate outfits and then dress classic?
Or you want to meet Tinubu or somebody.
Even forget Tinubu, if you're going to meet your governor, even your local government chairman, guy, you still dress properly, but just because it's just an acting, you shouldn't look down on any profession. You know what you're going there to do. So unless, of course, they were going there to play a role where they're supposed to dress in appropriately. Unless that's, nobody asks you to dress in character. It doesn't exactly make sense. But I don't think there's any reason for anyone to start trolling Ngozi in any way. Because even if she posted it online, they knew what they were doing. They were going to act. basically they didn't mind dressing that way on social media, so they shouldn't feel embarrassed.
Why is it a problem that
exactly they obviously don't mind.
If you have ladies that post things like that,
worse things
than that.
Things on that on social media, but people are like saying, oh, their image and the projection and everything, why would she post it like that? Yada, yada, yada.
It's never a bad thing. For me, I'll say she didn't do bad. Now, I don't know why young people just fancy going half naked. And the truth is, no man will love you. Some men will. Okay. Some men will love you for that look. But the truth is, out of 100%, you just find 10% of men that will love you dressed in that look. Now, the 90% will always want to see a decent lady, a corporate lady. Now, I know there are some persons that love their girls, their ladies to dress on that hotty look. But then, it shouldn't be on a day of an interview. You don't dress that way. See, you know that they usually say you're dressed the way the way you want to be addressed. So you cannot go for a job interview dressed that way. Come on, ladies, let's get this fact that I should be properly dressed regardless of how I like to dress. Some persons like to go on this skimpy outfit and all, but then you should dress properly. Going for an interview, this should be a very sensitive thing. Everybody should buy into.
Okay, so we all know that first impression goes a long way. It lasts longer, because I don't know how you want to change that impression of yourself. Like you said, now you're going for a major interview and you're not properly dressed, or probably you have your shirt rumpled. Like your interviewer is like, this person will be a very unserious person. How would you come in a rumpled shirt? So that kind of scenario. But now you said Toyudo. Because I'm just trying not to say that word. You decided to just wear something very revealing to that interview because you feel like it's an audition. No, please. In as much as you might want to dress like that somewhere else, but there are different outfits for different occasions. You can choose what you wear to the beach. Like to the beach is from what you wear to to a lounge. It's from what you wear to church. It's from what you wear to work. So don't make what you wear to the market. Don't turn it to what you wear to work. You can't wear your work outfit to maybe to the beach or something. We have different outfits for different occasions. So you should really, really respect this. Maybe you feel comfortable dressing like that on a normal day when you are going out, but you have different outfits for different occasions. So over to you, Faith.
All right, moving on, guys. Our own veterans in Edo, we all know her. She's an actress, a Nigerian actress. Now she came out and she was sharing her heartfelt, I'll call that an heartfelt, experience during when she wanted to,
on this reality show.
On a reality show, how she had that experience of when she wanted to take in. Like during that process, she went through 6 miscarriages. And then on the long run, after thousands of different ways of tried, she now had to go for a surrogate. So I want to say that when I had that experience, when I watched that video, I felt so emotional because when social media come out to throw tantrums at this set of people, they don't know what they go through. 6 miscarriages. That's a whole lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, we never can tell how she has been going through. And when you go through a miscarriage, you have to go to the hospital. There's a lot. I remember when one of my cousins had that experience, and it took her months before she recovered. Now, this is 6. Like, she went through this. And then people will just come out and say things. We talked about one recently where they were calling her Latif's wife. They called her a barren woman. Now, so social media, you don't know what people go through. These guys are going through a lot. So I feel like let's curtail what we say to these people, because they are humans. They have emotions. They feel what we say to them. When we unleash these words, at the end of the day, they have their their back time. They have time where they cry about these things we say to them. We never can tell, but we just lavish words to them. So ladies, what do you think about this?
You said a lot. You said a lot. When I watched that particular video, because it's on this reality show, is it Young, Rich and African? So the grace with which she spoke, I feel like she has gotten over it, although there'll always be that pain there and all. I know Annie Dibia also shared the experience that she lost. She was pregnant of twins. She was carrying twins and she lost it. And these people will come on TV, you know, act, come produce
Entertain
different things,
people.
entertain people, you know.
They're
Social
going through a
media
lot.
is make-believe. You do not know what's happening in their personal lives. It's whatever they feed you, you get to know. So I'll just say this, just try to extend grace to people, because like Faith said, you do not know what people are going through. Like, that is a lot, and I must really, really commend that. And now people have been coming out recently to share their surrogacy journey, that okay, if one is finding it difficult to take in, like, okay, you can always try
for
other
surrogate.
methods, and you know, than languishing in, you know, despair and everything. And I feel like this is a good thing to know, so that women will not always have to, and their husbands so now always have to suffer the backlash of these things. I'm grateful for the enlightenment that people are now being knowledgeable about these things. That's my take on it.
Exactly, because one thing you notice about this social media of a thing, just like you said, everyone has an opinion. That's the thing about this social media. Everybody has something to say about everything. I mean, if you even look at it, they may not be able to take their own advice, but you see them dishing out advice to people. I mean, someone's even telling Funke Akindele recently that she should get another child in addition to her twins. Like, everyone has an impulse to make about everybody's family. And I personally, I feel if they don't ask for your advice, don't go and give advice. We don't, like, people don't really need you putting your mouth in their businesses. I mean, they're celebrities, yes, they entertain you, they create content. It may be nice watching their whole family, how they do their things, watching how they live, and you feel, okay, you have a better idea of how they should do it, but then it doesn't mean you should start dragging people or causing them pain with the things you say. I mean, these Iniedo and Idibia had to heal before they came out with this. If they had not healed, they would not have told you this. So people are going through different pains, and they won't tell you because it's not really your business. So you don't have to really start digging into this.
What will you even do?
Exactly, you can't help. Your love emojis will not do anything.
Did you just say pity party?
Your love emojis will not do anything.
Do you get?
Because it doesn't make sense that you start dragging somebody over something you have no idea what the details are. So please, if you like what they do, celebrate them, cheer them on. But if you don't like it, you can either keep quiet about it. Don't cause anybody pain. Okay?
So I actually also like to add this, because generally as humans, we are very quick to judge. So you said something earlier that we should not have an opinion about something. You know, we actually, three of us right now, we have opinion about these things. We are actually dishing out our opinions on these things. So humans are very quick to judge, and I think this is one thing I've learned over the years. I just calm down before you go about dishing your opinion about things. Try to know what exactly happened. Try to know the backstory. Try to know everything that happened before you just go and make a mistake sharing your opinion. Like, I should have known. I should have not said anything though. That thing happened. You should have just said that. No, this person is this person is that. Oh, why would you do that? And by the time you hear the whole story, when the whole story unfolds,
you begin to feel bad.
You hear the other person's side of. So maybe two people are in a dispute. That you hear one person's side. You've not even heard the other person's side. Where they started giving advice. As well as the one, I'll do this. But by the time you hear the person, I'm like, no, you should have done this different. So I feel like as humans, we should also always calm down sometimes to hear both parties, basically.
All right, guys, we will quickly go on a short break. When we are back, we'll dive into the rest of the gist. Don't go anywhere right after this break. Welcome back, guys. Victoria, what do you have for us?
Okay, so we are going straight to all this. Will I call it Instagram bans or Instagram? I don't know.
We're gonna change
all these blogs. So there's this woman. She came out to ask for help. She said, "People, help me, come to my aid." Apparently, she's Ijo, and she's married to a Delta Igbo man. I just had to state this thing so that we would know. So according to her mother-in-law wants her to name her child Night Witch in quotes. So I think the surname is Oporoko, and according to her, Oporoko means witch. I don't know. I'm asking you people, the Ijo and Delta Igbos, if this is right, because I am Yoruba. So according to her, Oporoko means witch, and Keme means night. So if you're going to call the child, it will be Keme Okporoko, which means night witch. I beg, the Ijos and Delta Igbos kindly come to her aid. So she's complaining that, okay, this is what the name means to her, and she's saying no, she doesn't want to name her child that way. And her mother-in-law insists that that Keme must be her second name, the child's second name. She just put to bed. And now her husband is also saying, you have to go by my mother's instructions. We have to name the child. And the mother-in-law said she's not going to come for the naming if the lady doesn't name the child Keme. And she's like, okay, what does she want to do? That she loves her husband. Her husband is a good man, but the surname is just the problem, that she even had issues with taking that surname. So you need to see the comment section. Like I had a good laugh. And I also learned a couple of things while going through the comment section. So, ladies, what do you think? Do you think she should go on to name her child according to the mother-in-law? Or she should just stand her ground and no? I gave birth to my child. Guys, I carried her for 9 months. No mother-in-law will tell me anything.
The last time I checked, that name Okporoko means stockfish. Apparently. And Okporoko in the general language in Igbo is stockfish. So I don't know, as you rightfully said, different meaning. But then mother-in-law really, I don't think she has a say, but there is a limit to what she can say to me. Like I got married to your son, so I and your son is already in this picture. So if you're telling me to give him this name, I'm going to pick that name, but then again, before I pick that name, I make sure I know the meaning of that name. See, people of God, know the kind of name you give to your children. Know the kind of name, like find out the meaning, go in details, like go search for the names, because the truth is, name defines people. Names defines your personality. There are some funny names. Some people bear, I don't know. I heard about Sarah. Sarah means serpent. So I'm not again, like I don't have much to say about this. But then, see, I just feel like people should get meaning about those names before you give your child that name. And then mother-in-law, all I'm just gonna say is there is a limit to what you can say in that marriage, in that family.
Okay, I'm just going to add this. There's this thing called, they said knowledge is power. You need to know the meaning of things before you make certain decisions. Now she's saying that this name means, Okporoko means witch in her own language. What does it mean in your husband's language? Let's start from there. Because I'm pretty sure before he got married to the lady, he went to her village and he said, my name is so and so, Okporoko. And the parents did not say, leave the family, he's a witch. The family didn't say anything like that. So apparently their parents had no issue marrying her into the family of Okporoko. So now that she's having issues with the name, I feel like it's long past that time, because you knew what his name meant before you married him, So now that you have the name as Okporoko, now my issue with the second name, which means night. Okay, what does it also mean in your husband people's side? Because, like you said, these names affect people, names follow people, because I know someone that has the name Challenge. Like, why would you name a child Challenge? They literally had to change this child's name, because although he was brilliant, but they're worried about his future. You get? So if you're worried that your child's name means night, okay, night can mean different things. You have to really dig deep. But then if you just look at it, face value, the name means night witch, and you're not comfortable with it, feel free to fight. But then I'm pretty sure your husband has a first name. You don't have to take the husband's surname. You can take his first name. Even people do that too. You just have a communication with your husband. Like, I don't want my child to be Okporoko. Let her bear your first name. Simple as that.
Okay, let's even go back to the beginning. Hey, you people, love is blind, love is blind. But there's some things that open your eyes. I'm sorry. There's some things when you get to just meeting. What's your name? My name is this. My name is maybe Charles Okporoko. Maybe you will run. When you know that, okay. How would you be bearing
for the meaning?
Once you know that you're not comfortable with what the interpretation of his name, why did you still go on to marry him? Didn't you know that you bear his name? Like, were you thinking that the name was going to disappear? Let's be factual. Love is blind, love is blind. Do you think the name was going to disappear? The name would not disappear.
Cover the
I am sorry. The name would not. This was like something you could have addressed. Like, okay, I'm sorry.
At that early
it's
stage.
a big issue for me. I cannot come and be bearing. And it's you are right. If you don't want to bear a particular name, if you don't want to take on a particular name, you have every right not to. Nobody is going to force you. And then I also have like the opinion that, okay, now the deed has been done. Your mother-in-law is involved. They're upset with you. Wisdom is profitable to direct. Okay, collect the name. But you are the one that will know the name you put in your child's birth certificate. You don't have to make noise about it.
Simple.
Period.
True. So, people of God, let us be aware of what we want to dive into. Before you take any decision, do well to find out what you're really going into. Many thanks for joining us on the show. This is all we can take on today's show, guys. See you on our next episode. Bye.
Bye.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
On the news, Nigeria's military confirms death of 22 soldiers in Northeast operation. National Identity Management Commission NIMC to roll out multi-purpose biometric identity card. And NDLEA intercepts UK-bound illicit drug consignment concealed in duvet at Lagos Airport. Welcome to News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Simisola Atikun. The Nigerian military has confirmed that 22 soldiers have lost their lives during a recent clearance operation against terrorist strongholds in the northeast region, specifically in the notorious Timbuktu Triangle. According to the Defense Headquarters, the operation, conducted by troops of Operation Adinkai, commenced on January 16 and is aimed at dismantling the entrenched presence of insurgents in the region. The Director of Defense Media Operations, Edward Buba, however, said the troops killed over 70 terrorists, including some of their commanders, during the operations. Despite the terrorists deploying improvised explosive devices, suicide bombers, as well as suicide bombers and explosive vehicles to ward off troops' advance and attacks. A civil society group, the Arewa Youth Leaders and Professionals Forum, has publicly distanced itself from Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State over his constant attacks on President Bola Tinubu's economic reforms. The group described Mohammed's actions as anti-northern Nigerian and a clear indication of his disdain for the unity and progress of the country. Speaking at a press conference on Monday, the group's national president, Abdullahi Mohammed, said the governor's opposition to President Tinubu's reforms is not rooted in any genuine concern for the nation, but a desperate attempt to cling to corrupt practices of the past that have been self-benefiting.
It's baseless antagonism driven by envy and selfishness. Apparently, they fail to understand the president's vision is for a better Nigeria, a Nigeria where every citizen. Let us not forget that these individuals were part of the system that brought Nigeria to its knees. They were part of the administration that looted our treasury, that allowed our infrastructure to decay, thereby keeping our people in abject poverty. Furthermore, the present tax reforms are designed to create a sustainable revenue base for the country. This is not just about balancing budget, but about creating opportunities for investment in critical sectors such as education, healthcare, and infrastructure. Those who oppose these reforms are clearly opposed to Nigeria's progress. Indeed, Governor Bala Mohammed and Mala Nasiru El-Rufai's positions are not representative of the true voices of the North. The North is a region built on principle of fairness, justice, and patriotism. The North supports reforms that will lift the nation, even if they require sacrifice. Perhaps it is time to question the motive of these so-called Northern leaders. Are they truly concerned about the welfare of the masses, or are they merely seeking to protect their personal interests? These actions suggest the latter. Evidently, these leaders have chosen to exploit the challenges that come with reforms to sow seed, to sow discord and manipulate public sentiment. This divide and rule strategy is not new. But it is one that we as Arewa youth and professionals reject outrightly. Nevertheless, we acknowledge the president's reforms comes with short-term inconveniences. Change is never easy.
Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has arrived in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, to attend the Mission 300 Africa Energy Summit, which is expected to kick off on January 27. The two-day summit is being hosted by the government of Tanzania, the African Union, the African Development Bank Group, and World Bank Group. President Tinubu is expected to deliver a national statement reaffirming Nigeria's commitment to achieving universal access to energy and its leadership role in Africa's energy sector. He will also highlight Nigeria's ongoing clean energy initiatives and its strategy to drive integrated energy delivery on the continent. And in a bid to address cases for interventions from the public and private sectors, the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, has announced that an improved multi-purpose biometric identity card will soon be made available. The Director General and Chief Executive Officer of NIMC, Abisoye Koka Udusote, made the announcement at a media briefing on improving NIN cards in Abuja. According to the NIMC boss, the new card's multiple payment features and identity will serve as a foundation for tackling the nation's social and economic problems in line with the 8-point agenda of President Bola Tinubu. The digital cards with multiple wallets, when unveiled, will allow Nigerians have access to government services in all ministries, departments and agencies of government, and also provide platforms for students to access government loans. The planned improved multi-purpose biometric identity card by NIMC is already generating reactions. Lawyer analyst Jadi joins me on the news to discuss further. Thank you for your time, sir. Now, what are your thoughts on the introduction of this upgraded multi-purpose biometric identity card by NIMC, the planned introduction, and do you believe that it will improve access to government services and financial inclusion like NIMC has said?
Well, it's good. It's difficult to second guess from this standpoint that there's always improvement in technology, and those improvements in technology might be beneficial, but there are also concerns that have to be considered. Concerns in terms of being biometric. There are always hackers who can gain access, who are constantly finding ways to gain access. And if at any point in time there's access to this kind of biometric information, then there's nothing that can be done to prevent the damage it would do for people taking over the identity of others. But nevertheless, this is the world we live in, and there are always improvements to be considered. It seems that having multiple purpose field ID cards are not necessarily, nobody can compromise them. But if you have one, you might be compromised, and that compromise might be difficult. But these are the challenges that they have to consider in building the opportunity for people. At the same time, they have to think about the costs. The cost to the people who are going to upgrade to get these cards. They've gone through a lot to get the NIN. They go through a lot to get all multiple ID cards. And if it's going to be one ID card going forward, why not even put the voters' information on that? If it's that.
Well, Mr. Ajadi, all right, unfortunately we lost Mr. Ajadi. We'll come back to that report later on in the news. Moving on, in the wake of public backlash over the recent adjustments in telecommunications tariffs caused by network operators in the country, the Concerned Citizens Forum has expressed support for the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, describing the tariff adjustment as a necessary step to sustain the nation's telecom sector and safeguard its long-term viability. Speaking at a press conference in Abuja, the national president of the group, Opialu Fabian, clarified misconceptions about the NCC's role in the tariff increase, emphasizing that the commission acted in accordance with its statutory mandate under the Nigerian Communications Act of 2003.
The NCC has directed operators to offer affordable services, plans tailored to different income levels, ensuring that telecommunication services remain accessible to all Nigerians at all times. Apparently, the Concerned Citizens Forum would like everyone to know that the Nigerian telecommunication industry does not operate in isolation at all. Globally, tariff adjustment are standard regulatory practices used to reflect market realities and sustain industry growth. The NCC's decision isn't an alien one, but that which aligns with international best practices, ensuring that Nigeria has a strong competitive recognition in the international telecommunication landscape. However, a rigorous examination would reveal that the NCC has a clear vision for a robust and inclusive telecoms ecosystem, as seen by the initiative to protect consumers, engage stakeholders, and support the expansion of indigenous firms. The NCC's decision to give the sustainability of the telecoms industry top priority affirms to its dedication to safeguarding Nigeria's connection in the future and making sure that the country continues to lead Africa in digital innovation. Indeed, it is important to commend President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his administration's commitment in creating an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. His administration's focus on economic reforms that helped us upscale digital inclusivity has laid the foundation for the continuous growth of the Nigerian telecom sector.
Operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency have intercepted a shipment of cannabis, also known as loud, concealed in a duvet and packaged for export to the United Kingdom. In a statement released on Sunday, the agency's Director of Media and Advocacy, Femi Babafemi, disclosed that the consignment was intercepted at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Ikeja, Lagos on Tuesday. The consignment is part of various interceptions made by the NDLEA in partnership with sister agencies nationwide. TV360's Ogechukwu Kekwe has details.
The discovery made on Tuesday by the anti-narcotic agencies revealed 6 parcels of the proactive substances weighing a total of 3.5 kilograms cleverly hidden inside the duvet. 2 suspects at Dekole Sunday and Austin Balogu were arrested in connection with the attempted export following extensive investigation. Meanwhile, another raid in the Akala area of Mushi in Lagos on January 19th reportedly led to the seizure of 47 kg shunk, a strain of cannabis, and 25.46 kg neotic oxide, popularly known as laughing gas. In a separate operation, NDLA operative raided a hangar, leading to the arrest of suspects. 7 liters of a potent psychoactive mixture of blackcurrant, cannabis, and opioids were recovered. Other drug consignments were seized in Ekiti, Kwara, and Kano states, and the suspects were arrested. While commending the officers for seizure in the past week, the Chairman Chief Executive Officer of the NDLEA, retired Brigadier General Buba Mawa, emphasized the agency's commitment to combating drug trafficking and promoting drug abuse prevention in Nigeria. Ogechukwu Kekwe, TV360, Lagos.
The Chinese community in Lagos has hosted celebrations for the 2025 New Year Spring Festival to usher in the Year of the Snake, according to the traditional lunisolar calendar, with activities that reflect the spiritual essence of Chinese culture. This year's event, which was held over the weekend, also included the New Year's Food Festival, where guests and Chinese nationals exchanged intercultural values, capturing the joy and warmth of the season. TV360's Joy Uchejim completes the report.
The Chinese New Year celebration in Lagos, themed One World, One Spring, Guaxin Shines, was a colorful display of cultural dance, music, and cuisines. Traditional troops delivered captivating performances showcasing the rich cultural heritage of both China and Nigeria. For Chinese nationals, the New Year/Spring Festival celebration signifies its deep cultural importance for the Chinese people globally. The celebration also fosters high-level cooperation between both countries.
Nigeria is number 1 economic and population countries in Nigeria, and Lagos also is the number 1 economic city in Nigeria. So I think this year for the celebration in Lagos is very popular.
You know, the Chinese New Year for all of us is the most important festival of the year. It's time for united, it's time for celebration, it's time to be together.
China is we are family stay together, not everybody. We don't know each other, but we are together enjoying for Chinese New Year, for celebrating Chinese New Year. So it's good, very good.
It tells us that, okay, fine, even though we are from different background, different cultural heritage, yes, we can still be friends, we can still enjoy happy time together. Aside work, there is time for this, and that's why we are here.
In her keynote address, the Consulate General of the People's Republic of China in Lagos compliments the cultural bond that deepens people-to-people exchanges between China and Nigeria. Other dignitaries describe the annual event as a reflection of the vibrant relationship between Nigeria and the Chinese government.
Chinese President Xi Jinping met with Nigeria President Bola Tinubu and together announced the elevation of China-Nigeria relations to a comprehensive strategic partnership, opening a new chapter in China-Nigeria cooperation.
We are reminded of the rich cultural heritage and traditions that binds the two great nations. The Chinese New Year, a time of renewal and hope, resonates deeply with the values we hold dearly in Nigerian family, unity and prosperity. The relationship between Nigeria and China is built on the foundation of mutual respect, cooperation, and shared aspirations.
Let us carry with us the spirit of unity, compassion, dedication, and determination. Let us strive to build a world where diversity is celebrated, kindness and empathy prevail, and every individual is valued and respected.
A major highlight of the event was the official launch of the Together Fight Against Hunger charity project to finance low-income groups in Nigeria in 2025. The project will contribute to China's efforts towards Nigeria's poverty alleviation and hunger reduction campaigns. Joy Uchejim, TV360, Lagos.
It's time for a short break. Coming up on news now, Mali, Niger Republic and Burkina Faso insist on withdrawal from ECOWAS bloc on Wednesday, January 29, 2024. Stay with us for details. Welcome back. As a recap of our top stories, the Nigerian military has confirmed that 22 soldiers have lost their lives during a recent clearance operation against terrorist strongholds in the northeast region, specifically in the notorious Timbuktu Triangle. We also told you that in a bid to address cases for interventions from the public and private sectors, the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, has announced that an improved multipurpose biometric identity card will soon be made available. Director General and Chief Executive Officer of NIMC, Abisoye Koka Odusote, who made the announcement, said the new card's multiple payment features and identity will serve as a foundation for tackling the nation's social and economic problems in line with the 8-point agenda of President Bola Tinubu. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store, on Facebook or at TV360 online. Let's join Joy Uchejim for more updates in the world of business. Over to you, Joy.
Thank you, Simi, and welcome to Business News. Experts in the country have lauded the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, recent announcement of a foreign exchange code, describing it as a positive step towards curbing unethical practices in the forex market and stabilizing the value of the naira. The Apex Bank explained that the FX code is designed to foster transparency and ethical conduct in Nigeria's foreign exchange market, aligning the sector with global best practices. TV360's Tamilori Akinkwoliye has more on the story.
The announcement of a foreign exchange code comes at a critical time when the nation is grappling with severe forex scarcity and the depreciation of the naira amid concerns over unethical behavior in the market. With the introduction of the FX code, the Central Bank of Nigeria aims to address these systematic problems as the guidelines focus on promoting ethical practices among authorized forex dealers and ensuring that forex transactions are carried out with integrity and transparency. For experts, the timing of this initiative is strategic given the current economic pressures facing the country, such as limited foreign inflows and volatile exchange rates.
This matching system is to ensure the transparency and the accountability of those that are, they receive the unction of the US dollars from the CBN, so that they can easily track whether they are actually genuine traders or they are using the FX for, other wrong market reasons. So the code that is about to be launched is a consolidation of this electronic foreign exchange matching system that the central bank has released in 2024. The code is going to be assigned to each trader so that they can monitor the ethical situations on the market. They can be able to monitor and trace those that are actually trading. And then even if they take it to the parallel market, yes, they can trace those that are, trading from the CBN window to the parallel market. So it's a kind of code that will bring about transparency in trading of the forex and also to bring stabilization into our naira.
The code specifically targets unethical practices that have plagued the market for years, including round-tripping, hoarding of forex, insider trading, and artificial rate manipulation. Experts agree that these practices have created inefficiencies and hindered access to forex for both businesses and individuals. But despite the positive reception, concerns have been raised about potential implementation challenges.
This code will monitor those that are, benefiting from the INA window, the CBN window, to get this forex and how they are also being traded on the parallel market. So all those sharp practices, sharp gain, exorbitant gains, they are going to be eroded with the code because each one will have an identity in the market. Just like I said, is an addition, to the electronic foreign exchange matching system. So they are going to be matching each trader with that code that will be assigned to each trader. It's just like having a TIN number, so that when you are going to the central bank to place an order, you will have your own code that you will use to actually place a demand. And then CBN can monitor who that person is. They can have all the information of that person. And then it will bring about a lot of transparency and ethical practice in the market.
The FS code is set to be formally launched on January 28, 2025. While the code represents a significant step towards reforming Nigeria's forex market, its ultimate success will depend on effective implementation and the adoption of supporting policies. Tamilore Akinkolie, TV360, Lagos.
We will now go on a short break and return with stock market reports. Welcome back. The Nigerian equities market closed the first trading day of the week on a positive note, rising by 0.79% and bringing the market cap to 64.16 trillion naira. A total of 127 NGX-listed equities participated in trading, ending with 38 gainers and 30 losers. Better Glass Company led the gainers with a 9.98% share price appreciation, closing at 65 naira per share, followed by RT Briscoe. Now, on the first trading day of the week, 518 million shares in 17,196 deals, corresponding to a market value of 13 billion naira, were traded. Now, when you compare this with the previous NGX trading day, which was Friday, the January 24th, 2025, today's data shows a 10% decline in volume, 48% improvement in turnover, and 49% improvement in deals. Now, switching to the global scene, reverse is the case as two of our selected global equities ended in the bears, as you can see on the chart, ending at 0.072% and 0.92%. Now, in the foreign exchange markets, the naira continued its slide against major currencies, with black market rates reaching 1,650 naira to the dollar, 2,025 naira to the pound, and 1,695 naira to the euro, reflecting ongoing pressure on the local currency. And that's the most business and stock market updates. Back to you, Simi, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Joy. And on the foreign scene, the withdrawal of Mali, Niger Republic, and Burkina Faso from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, will take effect on Wednesday, January 29, after a year of political tensions fracturing the region and leaving the bloc with an uncertain future. On January 29, 2024, the three countries led by military regimes had formally notified ECOWAS of their desire for immediate withdrawal. All three countries have ignored ECOWAS' call to extend the period by 6 months to try to find a solution. Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger Republic are now united in a confederation called the Alliance of Sahel States. And the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has extended his good wishes for the Year of the Snake to nations and people worldwide celebrating the 2025 Lunar New Year. In a video message, the UN chief also called on the international community to strengthen its commitment to cooperation for peace, fairness, and justice, urging collective determination to build a better future for all.
Happy Lunar New Year. I'm pleased to send my warmest wishes to everyone celebrating Lunar New Year and this year of the snake. The snake symbolizes wisdom, resilience and renewal. In these trying times, let us be guided by these qualities and renew our commitment to peace, equality and justice. Let us embrace this time of new beginnings with hope and determination to create a better future for all. May the year of the snake bring good health, happiness, prosperity and new beginnings.
And on sports, Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has taken legal action against Turkish journalist Tolga Bozduman, who accused him of assault when the journalist tried to take pictures of the player after Galatasaray's 3-3 draw against Dynamo Kyiv 2 weeks ago. The 26-year-old Osimhen, who has been in impressive form this season, now faces scrutiny off the pitch amid growing controversy over the alleged incident. Reports allege that Osimhen offered money to have the footage of the altercation deleted, further fueling the controversy. Osimhen has now sued the journalist for defamation, and the hearing is expected to start on Monday. Britain's Ima Raducanu has suffered a disappointing defeat to world number 101 Christina boxer of Spain in the opening round of the Singapore Open. The 22-year-old played for the first time since her 6-1-6-0 third-round loss to Iga Swiatek at the Australian Open. But in a grueling encounter lasting 3 hours and 3 minutes and featuring 17 breaks of service, boxer came through 5-7, 7-5, 7-5 against the 7th seed in the pair's first meeting. Well, that's it on News Now. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time.
I am Seidoa Linus Yemia. I'm a professional artist. I'm a curator as well. But I'm more of the artist now. I studied painting in school, and I paint, and my works actually talk about the contemporary Lagos life, especially as it relates to transportation and the downfall you find around Lagos. I'm trying to tell the downfall story in a new way, in a better way from what I think people have been saying, and I'm trying to create a new sense of understanding or appreciation for this popular culture we all live with in Lagos. So that's why I paint today, and that is what my works basically talk about, Lagos and Lagos downfall. Like so many artists before me would say, like when I was a child, I loved drawing. I used to draw everywhere, and yes, I'm one of them. I did that. I drew a lot on the floor, on the walls. I did a lot of paintings, and I was very fortunate to have a very wonderful father who was always providing art materials for me. So I had the opportunity to explore as much as I could as a child, and I created a lot. Then just having fun. Basically, children who studied art or didn't, they are all doing the same thing. It's just part of a stage of growth for a lot of us who have that part of creativity very high in us. So that was how maybe it started. I grew for so many years. I lost my dad quite early, so I didn't have all the full encouragement, but I still loved this thing. When I got to SS2 or SS3, it wasn't clear what I wanted to do. Like, I wasn't sure at all. Was it going to be art? Was it going to be this? I also love history. Like, I love history a lot. And I was thinking I was going to be an historian. I was saying it that day, I would be an historian. But later, I loved art again. So it was revolving around the two, and eventually I felt like, man, this is me, this is what I like doing, this thing gives me joy, let me do it. So I wasn't fortunate to be in a school that was teaching art at that time, so I have to go to a different school to meet the art teacher. So I was going to his place every evening to learn from him. Like, I took classes, and I wrote it in my WAEC, I wrote it in JAM, and I gained admission into art school. But something happened within the period of my SS classes, or the decision-making time. One of the things that happened was I encountered a book that has a collection of a lot of portraits, and I loved the portraits, like beautiful paintings of so many people. And I was like, oh, I would like to do this too. So it reinforced my love for this thing, and I felt like, oh yeah, this is what I would do. And I decided pretty fast about it, and I got myself into art school, and yet today I am painting and I'm enjoying doing it because it gives me joy. That's the key thing. I wasn't too sure I was going to be painting today immediately, because when I left school, I did not start like right away. I didn't start painting. I didn't start creating artworks right away. But I was studying art. I was creating some kind of stuff, like I paint. I have paintings I did within that period. Like all the time you find yourself painting, or people knew will say, help me do this. I want to do a portrait. I did all of that, but I was not very sure this is the thing I want to do. I wasn't sure because from the system of the schools to what I was seeing in the industry, I was a bit scared if there was a need to practice, because I wanted to do something different from what many people are doing, and I saw so many people doing relatively the same thing, and probably this is what the galleries want, this is what the people want to see, but this is not what I want to do. And since what I want to do is not what everybody's doing, I was a bit reluctant. Like I wasn't painting as such, because then it wasn't going to be what I'm creating now. But I knew I didn't want to do what the majority were doing, so it was a bit difficult to decide if I was going to just be creating the works. I want to tell my story like the cavemen did. They were telling their stories on the walls of the caves like the Egyptian did. So I felt like I want to do my thing, and I really wanted people to see my thing, so I needed to be sure. I dream about some of the concepts I paint, so I really wanted to give myself, if you see my work, it should be telling you something about me. So all of that were the reasons why I was going through a lot of challenges of should I paint, should I not paint. But eventually I saw one young Nigerian man. He's not really young per se, he's older than me, and he was doing something different from what everybody was doing. I was like, this is Nigerian, I love this work. I felt the work was real to him. His name is Bob Nusa. So I was like, I want to be like this person. I sent him a message on Facebook, like, I love your work, like, they're fantastic, this is unique, this is different. I felt this guy was sincere to himself, And eventually we met. I told him I loved what he was doing. And when I saw what he was doing and he spoke with me, I thought he read the same book. He said he didn't read any book, but he has had the conviction in him right from time. So after speaking to him, we became friends. We started talking. I had this encouragement, like the motivation to, yes, you go do your own thing. Don't care about the crowd. Close your ear from them, do your thing, and they will come. And well, we thank God today, we're painting and people are enjoying the works today. One thing was you need to get materials and you need to have funds to get your materials. So it was whatever I was doing that was giving me money. Like not whatever, I used to do graphic designs for people, I do printing, I was working with some event people. So all of that, when I get the money, I buy materials. I also had a couple of colors, like a lot I bought then because I had a project, like a mural project. So we bought close to 15, if not to 20 cups of these colors. So I had plenty of colors. So it helped me to experiment, and I have a lot of works that I did then that eventually they were unable to get to the gallery level, but I had a lot of materials, or I invested into the materials to experiment. So, and nobody needed to tell me paint it like this, paint it like that, but there are a lot of things about the business that I discovered without any formal class. I listen to people a lot, very much. I listen to people, and mostly older colleagues. I read, I'm a lover of YouTube. So I pick from this person, I pick from that person. But the key thing I think most of us never knew in school was that we did not know how to create a brand, because art is basically creating a brand. You can't tell me this today, you tell me that tomorrow. Even if you're telling me this today and telling me that tomorrow, is there a connection between yesterday and today? Are you talking about your time, or you're talking about a time that doesn't concern you? Or even if you're talking about yesterday or maybe 200 years back, are you relating to the people of this time the way they will understand it, or you are relating 200 years ago the way it was represented 200 years ago? In school, you paint it like that. You do a painting of Nefertiti, for instance, you will be depicting it like it's here in the Egyptian era. But I think contemporary art is not that way. It should be something this generation should be able to connect with. If you are remixing, that's what you do in music, you have to sing it like this time. You don't have to sing it like the way it was. You could pick elements from those generations. Like my work has elements from so many artists who have even painted over 100 years ago, but I will represent it, talking about it in this time and in a very different way. Funding and getting your branding right are the key things. Like I know I learned from the whole process of trying to grow up. So I'm a bit different in my practice, very different, and that's maybe the challenge I have. One, I don't carry my works to galleries as such. Like I have been in a gallery where artists came with so many of his works, and the gallery will be saying this one. I don't do that, because most of the galleries, I don't feel they will represent it the way I want to. So I think one of the things that I would have said is the major challenge my work has is that many people have not seen them, and I want many eyes to see them, but I want them to be displayed in the right manner and in the right places where the right people or the many people will see them. So getting enough galleries, like the kind of galleries I want to exhibit with, is practically a challenge, because between last year to this year, I exhibited with only one gallery, that's Art 21 in a hotel run by Kalim Shagori. So yeah, it was a superb exhibition. It was a perfect place. I was like, man, because I exhibited in 2019 with some group of people. I wasn't really satisfied with the way my work was. My uncle wanted to see a video of it. I did a video though, but I couldn't send it to him because I felt this is not how I want people to see my work. So I now withdrew, and I like, if I don't get the right representation, I'm not putting out my work anywhere. So the major challenge is getting the right galleries to represent your work. And another thing is, before I discovered the gallery, I went to one or two galleries, but I didn't carry my physical work. I went with photographs in a portfolio. But the reaction I got from those galleries were, they weren't confident to show my work because they weren't sure of the audience that were coming to their gallery, if they were going to be ready to see something different or something new. They wanted things that looks like the things everybody is doing. I didn't want to do this kind of thing. So that was why I started withdrawing. I want to see people interested in what I'm doing, then we can continue. But me chasing them, yeah, I have to, even if I will have to chase people, then it has to be the right people. So, well, we really don't have a lot of galleries who want to try the great things. Yeah, and many times in history, people keep missing the beautiful works, the works that end up making history. Most of the time, they don't end up joining. People don't tend to benefit well enough because they were scared to start with these people. After I exhibited with at 21, I have had 3 other galleries that have approached me. One out of Lagos, one out of Nigeria, then another one in Lagos. So yeah, some of them were waiting to see, people like his work is now showing in that place. But not everybody wants to start you when you want to build the brand. So it's just those who really believe in, yeah, this guy has something unique and this is what we need. If you look at the continuum of artistry or the canon of painting, or I don't know the term to use, yeah, it's not 100% different from what has existed. I did not invent colors, I didn't invent canvas, but minimalism is not new. There is a popular name, like some people when they see my work, they mention Piet Mondrian. You could say Frank Stella, you could talk about Klee, you could even relate it to, like myself, I relate it to the Ndebele traditional motifs in South Africa. So I can't say it is exclusively new or different from what has existed. It falls into a continuum of history that has existed before it. But then, it is talking about Danfo now. And talking about Danfo, you could Google Danfo if you don't mind. You could check the hashtag on Instagram after now, and you hardly find something like this painting you have here. You hardly find something like that painting. I do that, I check Danfo a lot because it's one of the hashtags that I follow. And people don't represent the Danfo story the way I am representing them currently. It's very different. This is me speaking, but I've heard it from people within Nigeria and even outside Nigeria, like, this is a very different way, or this is a new perspective to what we have been seeing. I pretty know it is. But I'm not saying minimalism, like they call it in the academic setting, is a new thing. People have been painting with flat colors, minimal colors, less details, go straight to the point, clean lines. All of that has existed for many years before me, and it will continue even after me. But in each of us who do this kind of painting, we have always tried to create something unique about us. That's the more reason why you said you saw so many yellows on my works. Yeah, because it's more like the me, the real me as a Lagosian. course, I'm referring to the yellow Danfo bus you saw on your way coming here and everybody is seen all around. It is that Danfo. The first thing about most people who depict Danfo, they pick out the 2 black lines on the yellow bus. That one is very common and it will continue. Then the second thing is, tell people to paint Danfo, they will paint a bus for you. If you look at my gallery on my phone, you see those 2 lines on the bodies of those Danfo buses. I have a variation of many other designs I have discovered from those buses. It's not just about 2 lines sometimes. There are varieties of them I have discovered, and I pick concepts from those guys and I interpret it in a very different way. You know, when they tell us to write a composition in secondary school, then, you know, they will give everybody a topic. But by the time we all write our compositions, they come out in different ways because our thought processes are different. So I get this information. When it goes into me, my brain processes it differently. So in the course of processing those information, I tend to create these kind of works you are seeing today. So that's why it's like different, but it's still the same Lagos story I'm telling. Talking about the process of my work, most of the time it starts from observing and listening to the streets. I listen to people a lot, I observe what's happening a lot, and I pick ideas from there. Before I created these works, okay, let me just explain from the titles of some of the works here now. The first work up there is Okada Man. Everybody in Lagos can relate to Okada Man when you say Okada Man. So it's from the streets, but why can't we paint a beautiful Okada Man that can hang both here and in Los Angeles? It can hang in Helsinki, it can be hung in Pompeii or wherever. The people like, what is this work about? And we say, no, this is Okada Man. In this generation where we have Okada today, I am talking about this time, I'm documenting this time, but I'm representing it in a way that even people outside here would want to know more details about this. If you are new in Lagos and you first encounter my work and I tell you this is Johnny Just Come, and you're like, what is Johnny Just Come? You can Google it, then you'll understand, oh, something like this can happen. Then you will know how to relate to the people, because you could be a victim to people who take advantage of newcomers. So, like this other one now, I titled it Owoda. Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry though, but not really sorry as such. The reason why the black line shouldn't even be on the yellow is because it shouldn't just be straight to the point sometimes. It should be like, why did you put the 2 black lines on the white place? Yeah, because I believe we can purify the concept of, or we can redefine the concept of collecting tax or collecting money from people in Lagos. You see the way I go like, hey, you know, all those kind of stuff. And I feel there can be a better way, even if I have some idea how it can happen. But I want to make people discuss this topic, or it should be part of discussions. So I'm trying to say it can be pretty organized the way my work looks. And I really want people to inquire or to feel interested in the story. So it's more of the story for me. I create a visual representation, and my visual representation oftentimes starts from paper to the system. Sometimes it doesn't get to the system, but sometimes it gets to the system. So I create a graphic representation, I look at it. After looking at it, sometimes I edit. Sometimes the editing takes place while I'm working on it, on the canvas. So, but it takes quite a number of while. Most times it takes weeks, sometimes even more than a month before I execute the work, because I'll really contemplate real good. Sometimes it might be complex, I'll be reducing it to the most simplest way it can come out. So all of that happens before I get my canvas. I get to get colors on the canvas. Then I work with some of the materials you find here. Like I measure a lot so the lines can be straight, so it can be very perfect. Yeah, I measure like all the time. Sometimes I use pencil, ruler, I mark it just to be sure I get it right. You see I have masking tape right here. Sorry I scattered the stuff. Yeah, so I use it to mark the lines so the colors will look neat. So I do that, then I work with acrylic color because it dries very fast. It looks very neat, it looks very brilliant. And I think that's it for now. I apply my colors with brushes. Like you can see, I have my brushes here. So I work with brushes. Don't mind the yellow brushes. I love them because they pretty look like the yellow I paint. So yeah, so that's me and how I work. Well, since I started painting and professionally practicing, I've been very fortunate. Yeah, let me put it this way. I initially said I tried starting with some lower galleries. I didn't succeed, but I am fortunate to exhibit or to be exhibiting with one of the best galleries, if not the best gallery in Lagos. That's at 21 Lagos. So many people dream they want to have their works hung on that wall, but not everybody gets in. Not everybody. Really, before you get the opportunity to have your work in such high class gallery. So me exhibiting or to have exhibited with such a gallery, it's a big one for me, because even people who I feel that this guy has gone high in the industry, are really like, I really wish I can exhibit in that gallery. But it's not easy to get in there. So yeah, that's pretty one. Then last year, Artex Lagos, I don't know if you know about Artex Lagos, is the biggest art fair in West Africa. I was one of their finalists during the Artex review. I knew I was the last person that was interviewed. I applied like almost at the end of the whole thing, but within 48 hours, I got a mail from them to send my portfolio, and I got the opportunity to be part of the participants in the review and one of the finalists. I think we were 12 in number, and I think the 3 people that ended with me, the last review, like I'm from Nigeria, one was from Panama, the other one from UK. So it's a big one. I know they had over 500 applicants, like they said, but not everybody got to that height. Not everybody has gotten the opportunity to have their works posted on ArtX page. Like, it's a big one for me, and it is really cool that I have been fortunate to get people from the high class being interested in my work more than those down. Yeah, so it's a good achievement. The value of a work of art is not quantified by monetary value we place on them. A lot of times it's not by that. And the value, oftentimes, mostly in the secondary market, is not even determined by the artist himself. Yes, I kind of have some prices I tag my work with when I want to sell them. Like I say this one is 250,000 naira. Yeah, it's not because of the work is this size or is that size. I value it by what I perceive the creativity I've put into it worth. So that's how I do it for myself. Then a lot of time in the market, in the primary market, like in the galleries, the size of the work contributes to what the work should cost or what it's going to cost. The name of the artist, like how well or how good is that brand being bought. see my work breaking records in the art market. Like, I can't tell, I wouldn't know how much it's going to go for, but I feel what I am doing would make those headlines in the future. And I really want it to influence the way people think, the way people behave, especially in Lagos. Like, Lagos sometimes gets so chaotic, and I pick inspiration from this chaos and refine it to a very clean canvas painting. And I really want to see this clean canvas painting influencing the people who inspired me again. So I envisage it's going to bring discussion that will make Lagosians look at if these are lifestyles or these old kiosks could make somebody say, I want people to move in straight lines, to move clean, to have a clean environment, to have a more structured way of going about doing things. I really see that happening, because if I have more of this going out and more people getting involved in the discussion, it's really going to influence the characters of people, and it might give us a better Lagos in the future. So I see it influencing lives, influencing thinking, influencing the basic things you find yourself around. Like even the car you drive, maybe someday you'll be picking somewhere from my work to paint your car, and it's going to look pretty unique from all the rest cars on the road. So that's really what I see my work doing in the future. I believe I will be involved in very important exhibitions, hopefully in the next 5 years' time to come, around the world. I want to believe before the next 5 years to come, I would have been able to create more interesting pieces than the ones I have today. Any other thing that comes out of creating those beautiful pieces that is going to make the world a better place is left to the people who are receiving the work. So whatever they do, if they receive it well and if they appreciate it well, it may go beyond what I am expecting. But for now, I can say, yeah, being part of important exhibitions, creating more interesting pieces and all of that is what I can do, which are the things I can control within my own power.
On the news, Nigeria's military confirms death of 22 soldiers in Northeast operation. National Identity Management Commission NIMC to roll out multi-purpose biometric identity card. And NDLEA intercepts UK-bound illicit drug consignment concealed in duvet at Lagos Airport. Welcome to News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Simisola Atikun. The Nigerian military has confirmed that 22 soldiers have lost their lives during a recent clearance operation against terrorist strongholds in the northeast region, specifically in the notorious Timbuktu Triangle. According to the Defense Headquarters, the operation, conducted by troops of Operation Adinkai, commenced on January 16 and is aimed at dismantling the entrenched presence of insurgents in the region. The Director of Defense Media Operations, Edward Buba, however, said the troops killed over 70 terrorists, including some of their commanders, during the operations. Despite the terrorists deploying improvised explosive devices, suicide bombers, as well as suicide bombers and explosive vehicles to ward off troops' advance and attacks. A civil society group, the Arewa Youth Leaders and Professionals Forum, has publicly distanced itself from Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State over his constant attacks on President Bola Tinubu's economic reforms. The group described Mohammed's actions as anti-northern Nigerian and a clear indication of his disdain for the unity and progress of the country. Speaking at a press conference on Monday, the group's national president, Abdullahi Mohammed, said the governor's opposition to President Tinubu's reforms is not rooted in any genuine concern for the nation, but a desperate attempt to cling to corrupt practices of the past that have been self-benefiting.
It's baseless antagonism driven by envy and selfishness. Apparently, they fail to understand the president's vision is for a better Nigeria, a Nigeria where every citizen. Let us not forget that these individuals were part of the system that brought Nigeria to its knees. They were part of the administration that looted our treasury, that allowed our infrastructure to decay, thereby keeping our people in abject poverty. Furthermore, the present tax reforms are designed to create a sustainable revenue base for the country. This is not just about balancing budget, but about creating opportunities for investment in critical sectors such as education, healthcare, and infrastructure. Those who oppose these reforms are clearly opposed to Nigeria's progress. Indeed, Governor Bala Mohammed and Malam Nasiru El-Rufai's positions are not representative of the true voices of the North. The North is a region built on principle of fairness, justice, and patriotism. The North supports reforms that will lift the nation, even if they require sacrifice. Perhaps it is time to question the motive of these so-called northern leaders. Are they truly concerned about the welfare of the masses, or are they merely seeking to protect their personal interests? These actions suggest the latter. Evidently, these leaders have chosen to exploit the challenges that come with reforms to sow seed, to sow discord and manipulate public sentiment. This divide and rule strategy is not new. It is one that we as Arewa youth and professionals reject outrightly. Nevertheless, we acknowledge the president's reforms comes with short-term inconveniences. Change is never easy.
Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has arrived in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, to attend the Mission 300 Africa Energy Summit, which is expected to kick off on January 27. The two-day summit is being hosted by the government of Tanzania, the African Union, the African Development Bank Group, and the World Bank Group. President Tinubu is expected to deliver a national statement reaffirming Nigeria's commitment to achieving universal access to energy and its leadership role in Africa's energy sector. He will also highlight Nigeria's ongoing clean energy initiatives and its strategy to drive integrated energy delivery on the continent. And in a bid to address cases for interventions from the public and private sectors, the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, has announced that an improved multi-purpose biometric identity card will soon be made available. The Director General and Chief Executive Officer of NIMC, Abisoye Koka Udusote, made the announcement at a media briefing on improving NIN cards in Abuja. According to the NIMC boss, the new card's has multiple payment features, and identity will serve as a foundation for tackling the nation's social and economic problems in line with the 8-point agenda of President Bola Tinubu. The digital cards with multiple wallets, when unveiled, will allow Nigerians have access to government services in all ministries, departments and agencies of government, and also provide platforms for students to access government loans. The planned improved multi-purpose biometric identity card by NIMC is already generating reactions from Nigerians. Lawyer and public affairs analyst Adewale Ajadi joins me on the news to discuss further. Thank you for your time, sir. Now, what are your thoughts on the introduction of this upgraded multi-purpose biometric identity card by NIMC, the planned introduction, and do you believe that it will improve access to government services and financial inclusion like NIMC has said?
Well, it's good. It's difficult to second guess from this standpoint that there's always improvement in technology, and those improvements in technology might be beneficial. But there are also concerns that have to be considered. Concerns in terms of being biometric. There are always hackers who can gain access, who are constantly finding ways to gain access. And if at any point in time there's access to this kind of biometric information, then there's nothing that can be done to prevent the damage it would do for people taking over the identity of others. But nevertheless, this is the world we live in, and there are always improvements to be considered. It seems that having multiple purpose field ID cards are not necessarily, nobody can compromise them. But if you have one, you might be compromised, and that compromise might be difficult. But these are the challenges that they have to consider in building the opportunity for people. At the same time, they have to think about the costs. The cost to the people who are going to upgrade to get these cards. They've gone through a lot to get the NIN. They go through a lot to get all multiple ID cards. And if it's going to be one ID card going forward, why not even put the voters' information on that? If it's that.
Well, Mr. Ajadi, all right, unfortunately we lost Mr. Ajadi. We'll come back to that report later on in the news. Moving on, in the wake of public backlash over the recent adjustments in telecommunications tariffs caused by network operators in the country, the Concerned Citizens Forum has expressed support for the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, describing the tariff adjustment as a necessary step to sustain the nation's telecom sector and safeguard its long-term viability. Speaking at a press conference in Abuja, the national president of the group, Opialu Fabian, clarified misconceptions about the NCC's role in the tariff increase, emphasizing that the commission acted in accordance with its statutory mandate under the Nigerian Communications Act of 2003.
The NCC has directed operators to offer affordable services, plans tailored to different income levels, ensuring that telecommunication services remain accessible to all Nigerians at all times. Apparently, the Concerned Citizens Forum would like everyone to know that the Nigerian telecommunication industry does not operate in isolation at all. Globally, tariff adjustment are standard regulatory practices used to reflect market realities and sustain industry growth. The NCC's decision isn't an alien one, but that which aligns with international best practices, ensuring that Nigeria has a strong competitive recognition in the international telecommunication landscape. However, a rigorous examination would reveal that the NCC has a clear vision for a robust and inclusive telecoms ecosystem, as seen by the initiative to protect consumers, engage stakeholders, and support the expansion of indigenous firms. The NCC's decision to give the sustainability of the telecoms industry top priority affirms to its dedication to safeguarding Nigeria's connection in the future and making sure that the country continues to lead Africa in digital innovation. Indeed, it is important to commend President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his administration's commitment in creating an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. His administration's focus on economic reforms that helped us upscale digital inclusivity has laid the foundation for the continuous growth of the Nigerian telecom sector.
Operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency have intercepted a shipment of cannabis, also known as loud, concealed in a duvet and packaged for export to the United Kingdom. In a statement released on Sunday, the agency's Director of Media and Advocacy, Femi Babafemi, disclosed that the consignment was intercepted at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Ikeja, Lagos on Tuesday. The consignment is part of various interceptions made by the NDLEA in partnership with sister agencies nationwide. TV360's Ogechukwu Kekwe has details.
The discovery made on Tuesday by the anti-narcotic agencies revealed 6 parcels of the proactive substances weighing a total of 3.5 kilograms cleverly hidden inside the duvet. 2 suspects at Dekole Sunday and Austin Balogu were arrested in connection with the attempted exports following extensive investigation. Meanwhile, another raid in the Akala area of Mushi in Lagos on January 19th reportedly led to the seizure of 47 kilogram shunk, a strain of cannabis, and 25.46 kilogram neotic oxide, popularly known as laughing gas. In a separate operation, NDLA operative raided a hangar, leading to the arrest of suspects. 7 liters of a potent psychoactive mixture of blackcurrant, cannabis, and opioids were recovered. Other drug consignments were seized in Ekiti, Kwara, and Kano states, and the suspects were arrested. While commending the officers for seizure in the past week, the chairman chief executive officer of the NDLEA, retired Brigadier General Buba Mawa, emphasized the agency's commitment to combating drug trafficking and promoting drug abuse prevention in Nigeria. Ogechukwu Kekwe, TV360, Lagos.
The Chinese community in Lagos has hosted celebrations for the 2025 New Year Spring Festival to usher in the Year of the Snake, according to the traditional lunisolar calendar, with activities that reflect the spiritual essence of Chinese culture. This year's event, which was held over the weekend, also included the New Year's Food Festival, where guests and Chinese nationals exchanged intercultural values, capturing the joy and warmth of the season. TV360's Joy Uchejim completes the report.
The Chinese New Year celebration in Lagos, themed One World, One Spring, Guaxin Shines, was a colorful display of cultural dance, music, and cuisines. Traditional troops delivered captivating performances showcasing the rich cultural heritage of both China and Nigeria. For Chinese nationals, the New Year/Spring Festival celebration signifies its deep cultural importance for the Chinese people globally. The celebration also fosters high-level cooperation between both countries.
Nigeria is number 1 economic and population countries in Nigeria, and the largest also is the number 1 economic city in Nigeria. So I think this year for the celebration in Lagos is very popular.
You know, the Chinese New Year for all of us is the most important festival of the year. It's time for united, it's time for celebration, it's time to be together.
China is we are family, stay together. Not everybody, we don't know each other, but we are together enjoying for Chinese New Year, for celebrating Chinese New Year. So it's good, very good.
It tells us that, okay, fine, even though we are from different background, different cultural heritage, yes, we can still be friends, we can still enjoy happy time together. Aside work, there is time for this, and that's why we are here.
In her keynote address, the Consulate General of the People's Republic of China in Lagos compliments the cultural bond that deepens people-to-people exchanges between China and Nigeria. Other dignitaries described the annual event as a reflection of the vibrant relationship between Nigeria and the Chinese government.
Chinese President Xi Jinping met with Nigeria President Bola Tinubu and together announced the elevation of China-Nigeria relations to a comprehensive strategic partnership, opening a new chapter in China-Nigeria cooperation.
We are reminded of the rich cultural heritage and traditions that binds the two great nations. The Chinese New Year, a time of renewal and hope, resonates deeply with the values we hold dearly in Nigerian family, unity and prosperity. The relationship between Nigeria and China is built on the foundation of mutual respect, cooperation, and shared aspirations.
Let us carry with us the spirit of unity, compassion, dedication, and determination. Let us strive to build a world where diversity is celebrated, kindness and empathy prevail, and every individual is valued and respected.
A major highlight of the event was the official launch of the Together Fight Against Hunger charity project to finance low-income groups in Nigeria in 2025. The project will contribute to China's efforts towards Nigeria's poverty alleviation and hunger reduction campaigns. Joy Uchejim, TV360, Lagos.
It's time for a short break. Coming up on News Now, Mali, Niger Republic and Burkina Faso insist on withdrawal from ECOWAS bloc on Wednesday, January 29, 2024. Stay with us for details. Welcome back. As a recap of our top stories, the Nigerian military has confirmed that 22 soldiers have lost their lives during a recent clearance operation against terrorist strongholds in the northeast region, specifically in the notorious Timbuktu Triangle. We also told you that in a bid to address cases for interventions from the public and private sectors, the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, has announced that an improved multipurpose biometric identity card will soon be made available. Director General and Chief Executive Officer of NIMC, Abisoye Koka Odusote, who made the announcement, said the new card's multiple payment features and identity will serve as a foundation for tackling the nation's social and economic problems in line with the 8-point agenda of President Bola Tinubu. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store, on Facebook or at TV360 online. Let's join Joy Uchejim for more updates in the world of business. Over to you, Joy.
Thank you, Simi, and welcome to Business News. Experts in the country have lauded the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, recent announcement of a foreign exchange code, describing it as a positive step towards curbing unethical practices in the forex market and stabilizing the value of the naira. The Apex Bank explained that the FX code is designed to foster transparency and ethical conduct in Nigeria's foreign exchange market, aligning the sector with global best practices. TV360's Tamilore Akinkwoliye has more on the story.
The announcement of a foreign exchange code comes at a critical time when the nation is grappling with severe forex scarcity and the depreciation of the naira amid concerns over unethical behavior in the market. With the introduction of the FX code, the Central Bank of Nigeria aims to address these systematic problems as the guidelines focus on promoting ethical practices among authorized forex dealers and ensuring that forex transactions are carried out with integrity and transparency. For experts, the timing of this initiative is strategic given the current economic pressures facing the country, such as limited foreign inflows and volatile exchange rates.
This matching system is to ensure the transparency and the accountability of those that are, they receive the unction of the US dollars from the CBN, so that they can easily track whether they are actually genuine traders or they are using the FX for other wrong market reasons. So the code that is about to be launched is a consolidation of this electronic foreign exchange matching system that the central bank has released in 2024. The code is going to be assigned to each trader so that they can monitor the ethical situations on the market. They can be able to monitor and trace those that are actually trading. And then even if they take it to the parallel market, yes, they can trace those that are, trading from the CBN window to the parallel market. So it's a kind of code that will bring about transparency in trading of the forex and also to bring stabilization into our naira.
The code specifically targets unethical practices that have plagued the market for years, including round-tripping, hoarding of forex, insider trading, and artificial rate manipulation. Experts agree that these practices have created inefficiencies and hindered access to forex for both businesses and individuals. But despite the positive reception, concerns have been raised about potential implementation challenges.
This code will monitor those that are, benefiting from the I&A window, the CBN window, to get this forex and how they are also being traded on the parallel market. So all those sharp practices, sharp gain, exorbitant gains, they are going to be eroded with the code because each one will have an identity in the market. Just like I said, is an addition, to the electronic foreign exchange matching system. So they are going to be matching each trader with that code that will be assigned to each trader. It's just like having a TIN number, so that when you are going to the central bank to place an order, you will have your own code that you will use to actually place a demand. And then CBN can monitor who that person is. They can have all the information of that person. And then it will bring about a lot of transparency and ethical practice in the market.
The FS code is set to be formally launched on January 28, 2025. While the code represents a significant step towards reforming Nigeria's forex market, its ultimate success will depend on effective implementation and the adoption of supporting policies. Tamilore Akinkolie, TV360, Lagos.
We will now go on a short break and return with stock market reports. Welcome back. The Nigerian equities market closed the first trading day of the week on a positive note, rising by 0.79% and bringing the market cap to 64.16 trillion naira. A total of 127 NGS-listed equities participated in trading, ending with 38 gainers and 30 losers. Better Glass Company led the gainers with a 9.98% share price appreciation, closing at 65 naira per share, followed by RT Briscoe. Now, on the first trading day of the week, 518 million shares in 17,196 deals, corresponding to a market value of 13 billion naira, were traded. Now, when you compare this with the previous NGX trading day, which was Friday, the January 24th, 2025, today's data shows a 10% decline in volume, 48% improvement in turnover, and 49% improvement in deals. Now, switching to the global scene, reverse is the case as two of our selected global equities ended in the bears, as you can see on the chart, ending at 0.072% and 0.92%. Now, in the foreign exchange markets, the naira continued its slide against major currencies, with black market rates reaching 1,650 naira to the dollar, 2,025 naira to the pound, and 1,695 naira to the euro, reflecting ongoing pressure on the local currency. And that's the most business and stock market updates. Back to you, Simi, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Joy. And on the foreign scene, the withdrawal of Mali, Niger Republic, and Burkina Faso from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, will take effect on Wednesday, January 29, after a year of political tensions fracturing the region and leaving the bloc with an uncertain future. On January 29, 24, the three countries led by military regimes had formally notified ECOWAS of their desire for immediate withdrawal. All three countries have ignored ECOWAS' call to extend the period by 6 months to try to find a solution. Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger Republic are now united in a confederation called the Alliance of Sahel States. And the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has extended his good wishes for the Year of the Snake to nations and people worldwide celebrating the 2025 Lunar New Year. In a video message, the UN chief also called on the international community to strengthen its commitment to cooperation for peace, fairness and justice, urging collective determination to build a better future for all.
Happy Lunar New Year. I'm pleased to send